Hello and welcome to today's episode of Bad Apologetics, episode number 26, where we're going to look at whether or not universities are too woke. I guess the overall emphasis on this one is going to be looking at some of the sort of political rhetoric that sits around universities and free speech issues and sort of explanations of various issues that exist on university campuses, and then looking a little bit at the history of some of these movements like so-called wokeism and critical race theory and things like that as well. I guess overall this was a little bit more of James's idea, this one, so I don't know if you've got a bit more input on that and what is kind of driving what it is you want to make clear on this episode or anything like that.
Yeah, so I guess this episode came about through a combination of reasons, I suppose. This issue of wokeness and debates about it is pretty inescapable politically these days. And so we sort of touched on it in some previous discussions, but I thought that there was sort of some more aspects to cover. I mean, there's probably still more that we won't get through everything today, but nevertheless. And also my own experience at my university, the University of Melbourne. There's a little, there's a document about racism at the University of Melbourne, which I hope we'll get to take a bit of a look at the end, which I was sent as a student there. And I was, a bit concerned about some things. And I thought it would be an interesting little case study to discuss. I think Nathan and I probably disagree a little bit. So we can kind of talk about, today, I hope what we can talk about is like the concept of woke and particularly how it's related to universities, because often universities are identified as being kind of the source of a lot of these ideas, which I think is in a way true, and sort of just what the actual situation is, at least, at my university, about some issues, and also, what we think about the whole discourse and how we can maybe improve the quality of the discourse and maybe distinguish between genuine important areas of disagreement with sort of waffle and
grievance mongering.
Yeah, exactly. So I think there are some legitimate points of disagreement and serious issues, and a lot of stuff that's not. And yeah, so hopefully perhaps we can distinguish those a bit. So yeah, that's the general thrust of today.
Cool. I did not open the actual document because I'm very silly. So I'm just trying to...
Why would you do that before starting the stream?
I opened a Google Drive and just didn't go into the folder or anything. So let's see. First thing, so do you want the first link then?
Yeah, so the first little section we have here is just some kind of context from the news media, I guess. I put a few links here from things that I've seen, and I see Nathan, you've added a few as well. Let's start with that one from, hang on, to look at what you've brought up. Yes. Is this the Sky News one? Because Sky News is, I think there's like a British version, isn't there? But skynews.com.au is the Australian kind of outlet. And it's pretty much bottom of the barrel. Like, I avoid this stuff like the plague, but it's useful to give an illustration of.
Yeah, I think the Australia one's a lot worse, because I always see, whenever I get recommended Sky News Australia, it's almost always, super hyperbolic, like crazily titled Fox News style sort of things.
Yeah, it's like a wannabe Fox News.
Worded. Yeah, there's always a strongly worded Australian who's like, the bloody wokes are at it again.
Yeah, and I don't watch it a lot. Usually if I'm looking for things like this, I don't know what the anchors think about this. A lot of it comes across as very performative to me. Maybe that's just me, but anyway, let's give this one a watch and see.
Cool.
Real news, honest views.
Children spend more time in school. If we count childcare now, kids go in as really little to childcare. Their educators were told they go all the way through, so many kids now to year 12. But in all the educational rankings internationally, we've fallen so far in the last 15 and 20 years. How's that work?
Because, Peter, we know that our university system has been obsessed with teaching the latest woke fads, whether that's a new way to read or a new way to do maths. Look, it's been an absolute disaster, and that's why we're seeing us drop as a nation in the international education rankings. The universities need to get back to basics, and governments around the nation need to force them to do that. Focus on reading, writing, mathematics, and also discipline. But I just want to agree with Moira on what she said about discipline. That starts at home, Peter. There is no way that I would have talked back to any of my teachers, because if I had shown any disrespect, my parents would have been the first people pulling me into line. And this is where the problem starts. This is not just the fault of teachers. We need to see parents taking more responsibility, but also it's a society-wide problem. Why are we seeing the hateful abuse on social media that viewers at home are well aware I've copped the worst of, but so many other women do, people across the board, kids are getting bullied online. It all comes back to a breakdown of basic societal values, which mean respect for other human beings. We'd see a lot of this rubbish cleaned up if we all got back to remembering our manners.
Spot on. I tell you, I wasn't scared of the strap from the nuns. I was more scared of my dad, but you are right, Nicole Flint.
I actually thought that last bit was the worst part, seeming endorsement of corporal punishment. I was like, geez.
Yeah, that was a little bit heavy on the rhetoric, light on the content, I'd say.
Yeah, there's not a lot of substance there. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just super interested in what she may have meant there by new ways of reading. What are these? You know, when she said in schools they're teaching new ways of reading, new ways of doing maths.
They're reading it backwards, upside down. I don't know. I think there's a couple of issues going on there. So the woman who was speaking for most of it, I don't know her like by name, but former Liberal MP. So that's our like Conservative Party version, confusingly called Liberal. So Liberal in Australia often means conservative, right? As distinct from Liberal in America, which means progressive. So
as distinct from Liberal in the UK, which means individual rights and freedoms.
Yeah, so actual Liberal. But anyway, I think that there's what's interesting there is that she used the word woke, and then the rest of what she said is pretty standard conservative talking points from like 200 years, the last 200 years, right? We need to go back to basics, discipline, respect. Yeah, like, I mean, yes, respect is good, and parents should teach their kids respect. Like, everyone kind of agrees with that. How will we do this better as a society? There's no actual substance to that. But then there's this issue about universities. I assume she's talking about education departments at universities which train the teachers. Now, there is absolutely an issue in education of educational fads. I think there's a whole list on Wikipedia if you're interested about different, often non-evidence-based approaches to teaching which are adopted and then come and go. I don't know if he was referring to anything specific there or just a sort of a general sense that happens. It is true that happens, right? The thing is, I don't think that has anything to do with what we're going to identify
I don't think
as
she
woke,
meant like,
right?
I don't think she meant, oh, you know, the learning styles research is not very good and people are using it to influence teaching. Instead, I think she means more this idea of these ideas that are too dangerous to be taught on university campuses are infecting our kids' minds and stopping them believing in free speech when there's a true marketplace of ideas. Then
well, I think she was appealing to. I think that's the purpose of the word woke here, right? It seemed to be thrown in just because that's a word that has sort of, I don't know, political weight these days. Valence, yeah. Even though it didn't really have anything to do with the other things she was saying. And then the anchor just seems so insincere to me. I don't know why. It just seemed like you say the thing you're supposed to say. Maybe that was just me, but yeah, so that's just a little example of many instances where this sort of comes up. And I think we've got a few more as well. Also from the chat, I don't know how this is. Oh, wait, I can do this as well. I mean, maybe this is just a joke, but like, I don't know how you can say Sky News is a straw man when like it's a real news site.
But perhaps
it's not a straw man. Like it's right. It's real. We're not making it up.
Perhaps the idea is something like that. There are more cogent kind of criticisms of woke phenomena out there, and like,
sure, I'll give some later, right?
Yeah,
that's point. But we have to start from somewhere. We're starting with some of the way it's often portrayed. Now, this sort of thing was weird. Maybe you have more context on this, but let's play this.
I've not seen this yet, so yeah.
This is a bit strange.
We all know doctors are told to take the Hippocratic Oath. Well, now there's a new cohort of doctors who take the Hypocritic Oath. Have a look at this from a new cohort at the University of Minnesota.
We, the students of the University of Minnesota Twin Cities Medical School class of 2026, we commit to uprooting the legacy and perpetuation of structural violence deeply embedded within the healthcare system. We recognize inequities built by past and present traumas rooted in white supremacy, colonialism, the gender binary, ableism, and all forms of oppression. We pledge to honor all Indigenous ways of healing.
Oh, the medical world is gripped by structural violence and too much ableism and whatever. This is ridiculous.
And whatever.
They don't really have anything to say about it, right? They just seem to want to enrage people. I looked this up. It was real. Like, it's not taken out of context that they did have that there. They have these oath ceremony things in the US, apparently. I don't know if that's actually done here.
I mean, Americans are pretty weird in general. So sometimes there can be like this difficulty of just looking at something that Americans do. But yeah.
Yeah, true. So, I mean, I don't really like that oath. I feel like a lot of that stuff's not needed. And I really dislike the reference to Indigenous ways of healing. That seems like condoning pseudoscience to me. So
yeah.
I kind of agree. Again, but the point is not really about that. The point is the use of the way the word woke is used. That's really why I included that, because obviously they made up the idea that it's the Hypocritic Oath.
Yeah.
What is that? And it's the way that it's just used to sort of. I don't really think it matters that much. Like if I was involved in that university in some way, like that affected me, I would speak up. Like, I don't feel comfortable with this oath. I don't think this is appropriate to be adding all these things here and so forth. But for the rest of us, it's just not really important. Why are we hearing about this in Australia, right? It's nothing to do with us here, but we import a lot of this cultural stuff from the US, and I gather it's similar in the UK, right?
Yeah, I think in sort of both cases, what we see is quite clearly kind of very lazy political analysis, and it's not even obvious what the actual kind of like size of the effects being claimed are, never mind how good wokeism is as a purported explanation of the types of problems in society that are being pointed to. And so like even if this thing happened, it's like, is this just a one-off? What is this? How does it
there's no real context.
Yeah it's just like that's kind of weird and something to do with wokeism, therefore man shakes fist at cloud.
Which is an indication of low journalistic standards as well. I mean, again, Sky News is pretty bottom of the barrel, but there are other outlets that do this as well. And instead of presenting a general issue and like, well, here's the context, here's what some people say, here's why this is done, and here's some critics. It's just kind of like, look at this silly woke thing and get angry about it. Kind of. Yeah. That's how it's actually used.
Your favorite news anchor is back here. Did you want to go from this timestamp, or did you?
Yes, I gave that for a reason. I've forgotten why, but there was a reason for that.
Okay.
Renewable.
I know this is the travesty of it all for those green zealots. John, a new report.
Those greens.
Oh, yes. Climate change denial as well, but that's another discussion.
Organisation, the Institute of Public Affairs, they have found that just 10 weeks of classes, 10 weeks only, across the whole 4 years of a Bachelor of Education degree, so less than one semester, is actually dedicated to literacy and numeracy skills so the teacher can teach literacy and numeracy. Now,
just to kind of pause on this, I don't know the point that she's going for, but I mean, you'd sort of hope that people are literate and numerate by the time they reach university, right? Like,
so again, this is the failure of them to explain what they're talking about. I am fairly confident she's not. She did mention a Bachelor of Teaching, I think. So she's not talking about people going to university. She's talking about people at university studying to be teachers.
Right.
So I think what she's saying is that there's only that amount of time in their curriculum to teach them how to teach literacy and
to
numeracy.
Teach them how to not
teaching them.
Yeah, that's what I thought she was saying.
And honestly, I think a lot of viewers are not really going to make that distinction either. And it's just a sort of a general, education's gone down the toilet. Anyway, let's play out the rest of the segment.
There's a whole lot of woke stuff in the teaching curriculum. Anyone?
Some bloody woke stuff, a whole lot of it.
What? I don't know if we get any examples, actually. I've forgotten. I did watch this before. By the way, I don't think this image has anything to do with what they're talking about.
And I try and ditch school tomorrow and march for Palestine, I don't reckon they could even find it on a map, let alone spell it for most of them.
That's right, Peter. And I think there'd be very few parents of school-age children who are surprised by this report. What we have is university education departments, as identified by Dr. Bella de Brera, who are more interested in pursuing ideologies of race politics, identity politics, climate change alarmism, than actually equipping teachers, A, to impart knowledge, and then B, to control the class. And that is why, despite the very substantial increase in funding that we've seen in Australian schools over the last decade since the so-called Gonski reforms, our standards continue to fall.
The National Anti-Corruption Commission.
Yeah, that's the end of that segment. So interesting
tell you
transition as well. But
I liked about that though as well is how he just randomly sort of like name drops like Dr. Nancy Schwarzkopf, or I don't know, I can't remember the name, but like as if that's providing any kind of additional reason to believe what he's saying, and the authoritarianism too, and they should be controlling the classroom. Like what with these university students in particular, or just in schools outside? Like what? You know, it's again, it's just lazy analysis appealing to tropes.
Yeah, it's appealing to these conservative tropes about the importance of discipline and basics and things like that. And then again, the issue is appending woke to that when these issues are very old. I don't know that wokeism has much to do with it or anything that's particularly modern. Again, there is a legitimate issue here to discuss what is taught
good
in
education
like studies at secondary level. And there is, I think, evidence that a lot of it is not helpful for classrooms. For actually classroom management and for teaching students. That's a legitimate discussion to have. It just doesn't really have anything to do with like cultural war wokeism and stuff like that. Yeah, and it's true that a lot of people probably would struggle with that.
But because it's it may not exist on the map. It may.
Whose map? Yeah, that's also a good point.
Simba, everything the light touches is Israel.
Whose map are you using? Yeah.
Okay. So
I just struggle with even watching these clips. It's so pandering, and the pandering is so blatant. I don't actually know who can watch this and not feel like they're being infantilized.
Well, I sort of
you like to hear things, right? I'm saying the word you like to hear, right?
Well, I think that's it. Is that the sorts of people who are watching this type of thing are probably, you know, it's kind of a bit more like just a pacifier. They just get a nice little feeling of, yeah, I agree with that, and I see it on the TV or something. I don't think there's a whole lot of thinking going on around what's being said and stuff, because at least that's the sense I get from the type of people who are into this stuff in the UK. It's either that, or it's like people like me who are just getting wound up by it and trying to improve the political discourse somehow. And like, look, here's an example of complete rubbish. But
all right, another one here. I don't think I've seen this one.
Over how she responded to anti-Semitism on campus. Here's a little reminder of that.
Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
Anti-Semitic rhetoric, when it crosses into conduct that amounts to bullying, harassment, intimidation, that is actionable conduct, and we do take action.
So the answer is yes, that calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Context, that has.
Wait, hang on. How was the question phrased again? Calling for the genocide of Jews.
Yeah,
I guess it's
very
probably
weird.
I'm guessing there's probably some disagreement built into the way the question is being framed there, right? Where when she says calling for the genocide of Jews, she perhaps means any sort of protest of an Israeli state, right? But possibly. And so that might be.
If you interpret the question literally, I think the answer has to be
yes, obviously,
which I think is why it's odd that the what's her name, the Harvard president, didn't simply answer
Claudine
yes. Yeah.
Straight. Yeah.
So I don't have a lot of respect for her. Plus, she was a plagiarist as well, which is why she actually resigned. But anyway, I think it's their commentary afterwards that I really wanted to.
Okay.
Jews violates
Depends on the context.
It does
Context. That has to be the term of this entire conflict. Look, she's also facing plagiarism allegations, but despite all of this, Harvard continued to throw their support behind her, saying they accepted her resignation with sorrow. The statement reads, while President Gay has acknowledged missteps and has taken responsibility for them, it is also true that she has shown remarkable resilience in the face of deeply personal and sustained attacks. While some of this has played out in the public domain, much of it has taken the form of repugnant and in some cases racist vitriol directed at her through disgraceful emails and phone calls. We condemn such attacks in the strongest possible terms. Brendan, she's still being painted as a victim.
It's just awful. You know, of course, if she has received any personal racist abuse from people, that's terrible. We can all agree that that's terrible. But to blame her downfall on racism is completely ridiculous. Her downfall is down to the fact that she committed the cardinal sin of academia, which is plagiarism. There were almost 50 instances where she appears to have plagiarized other people. And also, as you've just shown, that congressional hearing where she just completely failed to make the case for keeping Jewish students safe on campus. That was really an indictment of her leadership. You know, the idea that Claudine Gay is a free speech warrior to such an extent that she would defend the right of people to call for a Holocaust of the Jews is a complete fantasy. This is a woman who has been involved in cases of cancel culture, who has tried to get people cancelled for their views. Harvard University, under her leadership, came last in a free speech university rankings in America. It came last in the list. You know, universities in America are overrun with woke censorship. If you call a trans woman a man, you'll be cancelled. If you criticize any aspect of the Black Lives Matter ideology, you'll be cancelled. And yet, if you call for the destruction of every Jewish person on earth, apparently that's a free speech issue. That's something you're allowed to do. Once again, we can see the absolutely staggering double standards of the so-called principled moral left. And again, it's hard to explain it without using the words anti-Semitism and without wondering whether there's a racist element to this.
I've never seen such a...
Do you want more?
No, that's enough there. I think that was an example I wanted to include because that has that whole incident about free speech and the protests on, especially American campuses, although we're having that here as well now, has fueled this sort of discussion about, you know, wokeness in universities. So that's a good example, I think.
I'm right next to one of our sort of notoriously very left-wing communist universities here in the UK. Not when I say communist universities, I don't mean I mean like a lot of the students who go there are, you know, like super mega communists. And
I thought that was every university these days.
and, but a lot of, you know, like the intellect, like, do you know guys like Mark Fisher and David Graeber? He's like a left sort of anthropologist. I think he did a lot of work, you know, like post-capitalist desire and stuff like that.
Right.
So yeah, a lot of that kind of like very socially aware type politics, and me as someone who self-identifies as woke and is often making the case, often to troll the reactionary right. Like I find a lot of that stuff super kind of like, I'm like, that's a bit radical and far and stuff over there. So I can get how someone like these people who sit in a slightly different political camp to me probably, you know, are going to be very put off by the way that this type of politics is on university campuses. Like I find it weird. They're probably going to find it even more weird. I do think that the case of the Claudine Gay thing, I think it is actually really complicated because it did become this thing that got picked up by people like Chris Rufo in the US, and then they pushed it to all the people that they support as like, here's the next hot button culture war topic. That we can basically narrativize into, you know, like this meta narrative of the good free speech classical liberals versus, you know, the horrible wokies who are taking over the university. And even though, so then it's like, even though there's truth in the criticism of Claudine Gay, there's also a lot of like overinflating problems, and then you saw people like Bogosian saying what the university should actually do is keep her in, because if they try and save the universities, then it shows that they still believe in liberalism and not wokeism or something. And it's like, so they should keep her to show that you get rewarded for plagiarism. It's like, no, because that's not your narrative here is not the reality of the situation. There's actually
an interesting take. I didn't even know that.
Did you not see it?
No.
I can probably just find it quickly.
Yeah, sure.
Because it was when he called into
just need
my show, actually.
When was this?
To have some familiar.
This was like maybe 3 or 4 months ago or something. Okay. Let me see if I can find. It's near the beginning.
I think she's the perfect person for that position. I don't want her fired if you want headphones. Then you believe that the institution, black and white plagiarism. But bracketing that for a moment, if you want her fired, then you're either an ideologue or you believe that the institutions can be saved. If you don't want her fired, I don't want her fired. I think that's the perfect position for her, actually. Then you believe that the institution then you believe that the institution is it's coming through the headphones, the sound. Sorry about that. Then you believe that the institution is worth saving if you don't want her fired. If you want her fired, so I don't want her fired, and the reason I don't want her fired is because I think she's the perfect person for that position. She perfectly embodies institutional corruption.
And you want Harvard to die?
Yeah, I want them all to die, to burn. And so I think nothing is.
I want them all to die, to burn.
All the universities to burn. That does not sound like a very liberal position, I have to say. All the universities to burn. Gosh, okay. Yeah, well, I don't know what to say to that.
Now, I guess this is just to say, obviously, because I'm so frustrated by the toxic cesspool of discourse that people like Peter are kind of creating, that my reaction is to kind of both sides here a lot and go, well, let's put what Claudian Gay is doing into its cultural context of these stupid issues and things like that. But I overall agree that what she's saying about plainly on her moral stance around anti-Semitism and the plagiarism stuff is also bad. But then I feel like I've got to contextualize it because the reaction to all that stuff's so crazy because of the woke thing that I'm like, well, let's put it into context. Actually,
yeah, exactly. That's the trouble with any of these issues, is right, because any incidents are weaponized as part of a culture, and I think that this isn't just about universities. It's many other issues as well, and it becomes very difficult to talk about again. And that's why part of the reason I wanted to do an episode on this, to try to pick apart some of these threads, right? Because I think that you can have criticisms of certain things or certain practices without appealing to all of the sort of cultural tropes and slogans and other nonsense that's out there, and you can be critical of that too. So, I mean, it's about trying to elevate the discourse, and it's sort of ironic because Peter Bogosian is supposedly all about elevating the discourse, but then he says things like he wants the universities to burn instead of making a nuanced point about, well, let's be critical about this, but try to get more of that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And there was in this conversation actually, I think that Justin on the top right just raised a really good point next, where Justin was saying, think about, for example, the Black Lives Matter, all cops are bastards discourse, right? And it's like, well, presumably because there are some bad cops, you don't think that we should do away with the entire police force in the US or something like that, right? You'd say instead we should address that. And he was like, well, the reasoning's just perfectly analogous in both cases, right? There's some local problem that has some institutional roots, and then rather than kind of deal with that, you just say, yeah, let's burn the whole thing to the ground because, and you disagree in that case, so why don't you disagree in this case? And then Peter tries to say, well, the legal institutions are not the universities, so they're different.
Yeah, I was thinking about that case as well. And I think it is highly analogous because it seems like at least many of the Black Lives Matter supporters argued that police departments in the US were fundamentally, systematically, and irredeemably racist at an institutional level. And that's where the abolish the police sort of rhetoric comes from. I mean, ACAB is kind of older than that. It has sort of anarchist roots as well, but it's sort of a similar mindset, I think. And that appears to be exactly, or more or less exactly, what Peter and other people think about the universities, except they think that they're sort of infected by the woke mind virus, was the way they would put it, I think. Or as we'll discuss later, certain ideologies and viewpoints from critical theory, which I think is more what they're actually talking about. We'll get to that a bit later. And they think that that's so sort of institutionalized that it can't be changed in any sort of productive way. I personally disagree with both points of view for what it's worth. I think that there are institutional problems in both the police and in the universities, and that I wouldn't subscribe to an extreme view in either case. I mean, and one could in one case and not the other case, but it's important to sort of articulate what the difference is, and like, well, what's the basis for the claim that an institution is so irredeemably and fundamentally irreformable, and how do you distinguish that from the situation where there are problems, but it can still be reformed? Like, how do you actually make that distinction? I think that's often not really articulated very clearly. So again, these issues are complex and require nuance and careful disambiguation of different points, and thinking carefully about how you distinguish the different cases. And very often we don't see that. I think that comes from both sides of politics. And the woke rhetoric is, unfortunately, it's like a very successful meme that is almost designed to reduce your thinking about these issues. It seems to me.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I think
very
some of the examples that I've put in here are just like basically UK versions of what you were showing on Australian news. So this guy, Calvin Robinson, is like that fake vicar guy. GB News is an unprofitable news organization that is funded by a private billionaire who's very on board with a lot of the kind of like heterodox right sort of talking points. And
maybe UK News. What about Northern Ireland? They're feeling
well, yeah. I think that there's a number of. So I don't know if you saw what's his name. Andrew Nielsen, the conservative UK. So he was involved in GB News at the start. I don't know if you saw him recently criticizing the way that it's been run, where it's kind of just devolved into conspiracy theories and like complete outward impartiality, where, for example, you have serving Conservative MPs interviewing other Conservative MPs on the show and stuff like that. But so lots of issues of like bias and impartiality and just weirdness on this show. But here's how they sort of pick up the woke issue.
Yeah, and Calvin Robinson. Calvin, thank you very much. Can you just explain to me exactly what's going on here? What is racial equality training?
It's a nonsense. That's what it is. And the universities have gone entirely woke because it's counterproductive. What we have at the moment is the fact that if you are Black African, you're twice as likely to get into university than if you're white British. In fact, the entry rates for all ethnic minority groups are at all-time highs. So between 2006 and 2021, Black pupils had the biggest entry rate increase out of all ethnic groups. So that's up from 21% of Black people getting into university to 48.6% of Black people getting into university. We've currently got 72% of Chinese pupils getting into uni against 33% of white pupils. There is a clear racial disparity. There is clear racial injustice going on, but it's not in the way that the universities and these political groups are lobbying. It's actually a fact that white pupils have the lowest entry rate into university between 2007 and 2021. So if we want to address the imbalance there, we need to be looking at the bigger picture, and that's clearly not what's going on.
Yeah, really good statistics there. And isn't that the point?
Really good
because
statistics.
in order to measure how open a university is for ethnic minority students, surely there are already statistics that exist, such as the intake of ethnic minority students and how well they're doing at universities. Those are very objective measures, aren't they? Why are universities resorting to using these fluffy things about measuring, decolonizing the curriculum and things like that when there already exist measures?
No, it's just virtue signaling. This decolonize word, it just means remove dead white men. It is racist. And I'm currently at Oxford University. I've got 1 month left here. I know you were here very recently, Mercy. This has also gone woke. They're hosting racially segregated student groups at the moment. If you're a person of color, they're inviting you to talk about a safe space, a refuge for safety. Like, safety from what? Is there some kind of KKK group going on in Oxford that I'm unaware of? This is not inclusive. It's not inclusivity. It's backwards, as is the whole decolonized movement.
What about all these trigger warnings, Calvin? I'm seeing now that apparently there's going to be a trigger warning on the Little House on the Prairie, for example, and presumably other things as well. I did a thing on my Friday night show about nursery rhymes essentially being, I suppose you could say, de-racified or whatever. And Barbara Black Sheep, for example, is obviously horrendously racist, and it turns out that she doesn't want to give her wool away. So all this kind of stuff is taking place. Well, what's going on here? I mean, if I liked it, would I presumably have to jazz hand about it?
Yeah, it's so sad, isn't it? These content notes, these trigger warnings. We're creating sensitive little flowers that aren't prepared for the real world. I think university should be the most challenging place. You should be able to challenge all ideas and have good, open, honest debate. But we're de-skilling individuals at this point. We're no longer preparing people for what they're going to expect outside of the bounds of university. What's going to happen when you get into a real-world environment and someone uses a word you don't like? Barbara Black Sheep is a great example, Patrick, because how is that racist? It uses the word black. The word black isn't racist. It's a nonsense. And what these universities need to do is actually get their act together. And at the moment, we have very few working
That's a really good video to illustrate the same point, right? So I don't even know if they're talking about anything very specific. They seem to just be picking random things from the last 10 years. So we talked about trigger warnings. We talked about like safe spaces, I guess, and segregated clubs. And then there was also the point about, what was the first one? It was admission rates, right?
Yes.
Which are all very different issues, and all sort of clumsily lumped under the umbrella of wokeism, I guess. Again, I mean, each of those points can be discussed separately. Like, I really dislike racial segregation of student societies, and I don't like efforts to do that. I know that there have been some calls for that, or certain groups that want to restrict on that basis. I personally disagree with that, but there's a discussion to be had there about the reasons for that and what people are looking for. In terms of content warnings, like, we can talk about that. I think calling them trigger warnings is just a silly word, right? I think it's actually about informed consent. If people are about to consume a medium, then it's reasonable to inform them about anything there that could reasonably be construed as offensive. I think the Black Sheep one is just an example that pissed people off a lot, but there are other cases where it's like more reasonable to include things like that. So I don't have any issue with that. I don't know why a sort of a liberally minded person would have an issue with providing someone informed consent before they make a choice to engage with material. It's sort of bizarre to me. That's exactly in line. But anyway, and yeah, the admission statistics, like, that's actually an interesting one, because I am concerned. I don't know how things work in the UK, but and here it's a bit different as well. But in the US, there is evidence, like there are racially discriminatory practices at universities, explicit and implicit, which I think are often justified on the basis of affirmative action. But I don't know how the decisions are made about that exactly. I know that there have been lawsuits from Asian students who argue that they're discriminated against because they're typically overrepresented at universities. That's a whole big discussion, right? And we could talk about what admission standards should be and to what extent race should or should not be a factor, and how do you assess things like that. That's an important discussion. But kind of all they did here was reference that it is a thing, give us some statistics that are impossible to interpret. And
good objective statistics.
those are some good statistics. I don't think those statistics really tell us anything. I'm not even sure whose side they're supposed to support exactly. It's entirely unclear. Like, you could have high acceptance rates for, say, Black students and still have Black students be highly suppressed if hardly any Black students apply in the first place, because they don't expect to get admitted, right? And only those select few who have a privileged upbringing. Like, I'm not saying that is the case, but that's consistent with that statistic. That you just can't infer anything from. I mean, I'm generally opposed to highly aggregated measures of determining injustice for those reasons, because often they're very hard to interpret. But anyway, so yeah, just a similar example here of extremely vague points being raised and then kind of not really discussed, which is ironic because they claim to be they claim to want universities to be a place of genuine intellectual discussion. You know, that sounds good to me. But they don't really model that in the spaces that they do have. They just sort of raise the issues and encourage people to be angry about it.
And there's just so much weird stuff going on in this video, like you know, moaning about these people won't be able to deal with the real world or ideas that disagree with them, when, you know, these people sort of just go on GB News in a complete echo chamber where their views go completely unchallenged and moan about like the most trivial, banal, stupid things. Other things like, you know, Robinson trying to sort of like name drop that he's like, I'm at Oxford right now, even though he's not a proper Oxford University student. He's just kind of like hanging around there.
He did say he's at Oxford, right? So he's not wrong. Like, anyone could be at Oxford.
I mean, there's so much bizarre stuff that's going on here, and yeah, it's just completely, again, lazy analysis of these issues. It's not clear how any of this is actually tied to wokeness, like as any kind of well understood political ideology or something like that. It just seems to be sort of vaguely policies that there are instances of that I can get upset about in some vague sense, and there's no kind of well-defined anyone and what they believe and how that's specifically wrong. You know, it's not clear. Even just them getting the idea of them just getting angry that like so many black students are going to university, like the lazy way that that's presented almost just comes across as pandering to racist sentiments rather than like some principled objection to people not being treated on an individual basis or university admissions not being fair. Instead, it seems to just come across as like, bloody hell, there's too many blacks.
Which is pretty much what the point is. Well, there's a too high a proportion of black people. That actually doesn't tell you how many there are, right? Because it could be a high proportion. But yeah, it's very vague, and it does appeal to that sentiment without really making any very specific claim. In fact, I think you could use those statistics to support pretty much anything, depending on how they're framed. But yeah, again, the framing here is in a clear context, and I think it's if you're going to have a serious discussion about this, I think a good way to do it, especially as a news outlet, is pick something specific and then bring on people from different viewpoints to discuss it, right? That's what I wanted to do today. We'll get to later with the racism report at my university. I'm like, okay, this will be a good example. It's something specific that's drawn from my experience, and we can have a discussion about it. So we'll get to that after we kind of go through the preamble here. But it's just sort of really frustrating that these outlets, which claim to be journalists and claim to be on the side of genuine discussion, free speech, so blatantly don't practice what they claim to value. It's very disappointing. It's the same thing with people like Boghossian, right? Claiming to be on the side of free speech and then not really or rarely practicing that.
In our universities. Well, thanks for having me, Dan. Yeah, I think we're seeing a number of longer-term trends sweeping through the universities. As you mentioned, we've seen a big change in the ratio of academics in universities. In the 1960s, left-leaning academics outnumbered their right-wing counterparts by about 3 to 1. Today, that's about 8 to 1. And so universities, as they've become a more prominent feature of our national life, they've also gradually moved a little bit leftwards in the composition of faculty members. And I think on top of that, we've seen worrying signs, I find worrying signs of political discrimination of people that might not share the orthodoxy that is dominant on campus. So, for example, feminist academics who hold gender-critical views, historians who might have a different view of British history and the empire, conservative academics, Brexit voting academics. We've seen a number of cases over the last few years where those non-conformist voices have either been sort of shut down or have been stigmatized, have been shamed and shunned. And I think we just need to have a national conversation actually about whether we've got the balance right.
So something funny that I want to commentate is that
nice pause there.
I'm pretty sure it was it wasn't these two. It was Lawrence Fox and the guy who's presenting Dan Wootton, but he's been fired from GB News since this for a segment in which some quite sexist things were said about a woman.
Sorry, who was fired?
The presenter Dan Wootton
on the left,
the guy, the guy on the left. But overall, again, we just have this sort of like true statistic that most people, most academics in universities are left-leaning, right? And then it just gets kind of embedded lazily in this meta-narrative about universities going too woke, even though there's no analysis done to kind of even figure out what exactly makes something woke, how many of these people in universities are woke. It'd be perfectly consistent for them all to be left and none of them be woke, right, at all. How exactly the composition, maybe the left's ideas are just better, right? And that's what's going on there. And there's no clear connection between what academic staff believe and policy making in the university, and exactly, you know, how, like it would be perfectly consistent for most of the academics to be left, and for the people who compose the administration and make policy decisions about the university to be really conservative and right wing. And so you again, just a more kind of pandering to all of these points, and then the proposed solution seems to be some kind of authoritarian, like enforced 50-50 quota of conservatives and left-leaning people in universities too, when it's you know, like I don't know exactly what's meant, but just this, somehow we need to balance that out. It's like, well, you know, it's not really
so this statistic about what was it? It was 1 in 4 conservative academics, and now it's 1 in 8. That's interesting. It would be nice to know the source of that. A couple of, so that could be the basis of an interesting discussion. It's difficult to know whether measures of political affiliation over long periods of time are directly comparable, because the political situation changes, right? And so how exactly you compare that is difficult. But also, I don't know that there's any direct, I mean, part of academia is supposed to be that you judge someone on the basis of their work in their field, not their sort of general politics. And so I don't know that it's really that relevant what proportion of academics are in vote for one party versus the other or something like that. I don't know that we should really be focusing very much on that. Now, if there is a lack of ideological diversity at universities, which there may be in certain areas, at least I'm open to that idea, we could talk about that. I don't know that looking at political affiliation or conservative versus, or whatever the alternative is, I don't think they said, is a really good way to measure that. Universities have in the West been progressive leaning for, well, I don't know exactly how long, probably at least 100 years. So it's not really terribly surprising. And by nature, a lot of academics want to challenge status quo. I mean, I suppose not all of them, but especially from the humanities and social sciences, there's a lot of work that focuses on that. So you don't really expect a lot of those sort of academics to be conservative in the sense of preserving the status quo. And you have to bear in mind things like, well, people with higher education are more likely to be progressive and things like that. So yeah, it's sort of hard to disentangle all of the different things that are going on there with just a statistic like that. But there's something else that I wanted to mention here, which is that there's a claim made that the proportion of academics who are conservative is less now than, I don't know what point in time he referred to. I don't know if he said, but in the past at some point. But then he mentioned there's a number of recent examples of people being shut down or criticized or whatever because of certain remarks or views that they had. Now, what he didn't say is, has the rate at which that has occurred changed over time? Because otherwise it's not clear that these are connected in any way. There's going to be some background rate of academics being criticized, ostracized, or fired because of their controversial views. That's always happened, right? Has the rate at which that has occurred changed over time? And is there a difference between whether those views are like progressive or conservative views? I have no idea. I've never seen anyone sort of look into this. One thing that I do know, this is in the US context, right? Reading a bit about back in the 50s, people know about McCarthyism, right? But I don't, at least I didn't realize the extent to which that was an issue in universities as well. That is, things like loyalty pledges or criticisms of academics whose work was viewed as not sufficiently patriotic or too explicitly communist, which is funny because I mean these days there's like communists all over the university, at least in certain departments, right? But the point is, like, I think from what I've read about that, including like articles from the time, like not contemporary stuff that might be shaded by current politics, it seems that it was way worse back then than it is now. I think that there are some issues now about certain views which people get strongly criticized for, but maybe shouldn't be. But actually, the example that comes to mind, just to put some substance on that, is the instance a few years ago where someone, a philosopher, I forget their name, published a paper about transracialism. You remember this incident, and they were highly criticized for this, and received a lot of professional criticism from their fellow philosophers. And I thought that that was wholly inappropriate for what was an academic article discussing a philosophical idea. But anyway, so that's the sort of thing that, yeah, that there's concerns there about to what extent we have an environment where free thought is fostered. But I think that if you're going to make a claim that things are getting worse now, you have to provide a historical context for that. Otherwise, we don't know if it's different from the background rate. And at least if we compare to the US in the 50s under McCarthyism, I think that things are not as bad as that. At least that's my sense. But, you know, without a careful analysis, I don't know how you could know this. But I think that there's a sort of an implicit narrative of decline. In fact, sometimes explicit narrative of decline. Things are getting worse. And that's supported by examples of or alleged problems. And the issue is you can never. This is such a common fallacy. I don't know if it has a name, but you can never support a claim about a rate of change by citing a figure of just, or citing examples of things happening now.
Yeah.
Because a rate of change needs to be supported by a comparison at different points in time. And somehow that just never happens, even though the claim is that things are getting worse. So that's also frustrating here. And is explicit when he mentions that statistic, but then doesn't tie it to any particular problems.
Yeah. And then I think that once those shaky premises are established, like politically, this then fits into, you know, like an overall narrative of us needing to go back to the roots when, you know, like the ancestors had everything all right, or our classical values, or, you know, it's like it's almost always either like in the context of the UK, it will be like classical British values, which are then understood to be exactly our in-groups prejudices. And then there's often also a kind of like fetishization of you know, like the ancients, like maybe Romans or Greeks or something like that, as, you know, somehow believing all the same stuff we had, and that's what made the West TM great and stuff. And this kind of alternative view of history that goes into this myth making about our political in-group again. But yeah, I think this general grievance mongering is like a big feature of this type of politics. Just
yeah, the ancient Romans did have it right until they adopted Christianity. That's when things started going downhill. You heard it here. That's traditional Western values, my friends.
And what's the other thing is like the Cassandra complex as well. Like the, you know, usually I've figured it out, and that's why I'm being cancelled, because I know the terrible truth or something, and they couldn't handle it in the universities. That's like a common kind of trope of this sort of thing as well. Okay, so what's the next
university is being taken over.
So I don't know if you remember, this American university is an attempt to create a university founded on, you know, these principles of free speech that no other universities allegedly value. So this is just like an advert of theirs. Now, it's also quite funny because there's been a lot of controversies around this university. They tried to like basically get, I can't remember, like Richard Dawkins, Kathleen Stock, Steven Pinker initially to all, Jordan Peterson, to all be kind of like lecturers at this university, and since a bunch of them have kind of like stopped being affiliated and stuff. But this is their kind of advert anyway, which
by a radical and extreme ideology.
The other thing I want to commentate on as well is the sort of tension in the worldview of people who support the universities are too woke narrative, which is going to be that the idea that universities should be places where students are free to think thoughts that go against the cultural norm, right? But then the idea that when students do things that society deems so radical that the state should get involved and be like booting their heads in and dragging them off and stuff, that we need stronger authoritarianism to shut down the ideas of these university students. Like it's all about, we need free speech on university campuses, but when they protest for things they believe in, actually now the state should get involved and we need strong authoritarianism to shut down them enacting these political beliefs in any kind of way. There's like I think a tension there, but leave that aside.
College should be a conversation, not a battleground. At the University of Austin, we will reason, argue, and advance our views without fear of ostracism. Higher education has an essential calling to defend rational thinking in the pursuit of truth. Join us this fall.
So, who is they? Who are they
the woke
talking about?
left, but that
Right.
well, or people of darker skin tones. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is racial. Okay, so first of all, I have a couple of comments on here. I hadn't seen this before. One, it seems like there's a missed opportunity with this slogan here. It should be "They burn, we learn." Like that's just obviously better, right? It feels. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But anyway, so I kind of like the second half of this. If you delete the footage of the protests and stuff and just take the second part, I think that's fine, right?
Well, I think the
problem is
content.
contextual. Yeah,
Yes. Like, well, you're about to say, I think the same thing. Contextual, like, what basically what he means by those things isn't what you would mean saying the exact same words, right? So what he means by when he talks about like defending reason and rationality is actually just kind of like lazy analysis of every topic that says words like logic, reason, and rationality over and over again, like an LLM hallucinating if you asked it for, a bunch of connotations of good thinking. Whereas what is actually happening is like lazy polemical engagement with a bunch of these topics and saying, I'm being rational, I'm being logical, facts, objectivity, but not actually, displaying any of the kind of intellectual virtues required, careful thinking skills, careful analysis on these topics that's needed to form, to engage with all the nuance, the complexity of these issues and come to sort of as accurate conclusions as you can draw about explaining, phenomena in the world or being good at some particular subject domain that you're trying to master or something. So while I think we'd both agree with that, what he actually means by this is like Ben Shapiro saying facts don't care about your feelings to someone with blue hair or something, rather than like actually engaging in careful statistical analysis or something.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, it does seem quite performative in the way that it's contrasted. It's funny because that protesting, that is people exercising their freedom of speech, which is something that, the conservative type of voices that we've been hearing typically claim to be in favor of. Now, you could say that perhaps these sorts of protests aren't effective. Actually, I'm critical of many of these sorts of protests. I don't think they're very effective, or that the discourse around them is highly polarized and we could be more productive. Like there's things to be said there. I'm not a big fan of flag burning, as we saw there. I think it should be legal, but I just don't think it's usually very effective forms of communication, and it's polarizing. There's points to say, right? But it seems like those are being shown they're shown to rile you up, and then is contrasted with, well, these people, like the wokies, we're not like that here. We don't encourage that sort of thing or allow that sort of thing. I don't know. We are it, and then he says kind of all of the nice things, which what is a university ad going to say? Like, I don't know that they're going to be very substantive either way. But right,
yeah,
we're rational.
Here we promote irrationality and aggression or something. I don't know.
See, I think better would be to showcase it, right? To just show an example of people having a discussion, even like little snippets or something like that would be a better way to illustrate this. Bring some people together and they talk about things, share ideas. Like, this is what we promote on our campus, right? Instead of polarizing a sort of group that you're casting as the out group and then saying, but we're rational here. That seems like you're just doing the same thing in a different way.
Yeah.
That you can.
So yeah, sorry, I should say here's another clip of another sort of public intellectual heavyweight commentating on the correct way TM to view sort of political dynamics in universities.
We couldn't go through a whole video without a Peterson appearance, could we? I get so sick of hearing his voice. I swear, he's so annoying.
Fact that you can actively present yourself, let's say on a campus as a communist, is as the fact that that's allowable is as mysterious as it would be if it was allowable to present yourself as a Nazi. I am not a fan of the radical left. And I think I understand the motivations on the radical left, both on the postmodernist end and on the more Marxist end. And I'm because
he's distinguishing those. That's new. He's saying them they're different ends and not just the same thing. It's progress. We're making progress. He must have watched our video.
And that makes me very unpopular. So, and that's fine because I'm not.
Yeah, but when he says he understands their motivation, like he means things like, for example, the reason that people on the left are pro-Palestine is because they long for sexual domination by Muslim men. And that's like
yes, well,
yeah, that's some good understanding.
I think it's incredibly ironic. I mean, it's true that a lot of people don't like Jordan Peterson, but also a lot of people do. But I think it's very ironic for him to. This is Heritage. Is this Heritage Foundation?
Possibly.
Is that their logo? Anyway, it doesn't matter. So it's some conservative group, right? I feel like it's ironic for him to sit there in front of a conservative group and say communism bad or like Marxism bad, but that makes me unpopular, and then be clapped by everyone in the audience. Like, but you don't seem that unpopular, right? Or at least like you're not unpopular with the people you're spending your time with. Like, it would be more impressive if you went to an audience of people who disagreed with you and tried to, have a reasoned discussion with them, knowing that you'll be unpopular. Like, then it would be more reasonable to say this was going to make me unpopular. But when you talk about how unpopular you are to rousing applause, like it's just a little bit. You get a bit of dissonance there. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is Jordan Peterson ironically confirms Gilles Deleuze's social analysis of the way that simulacrum work. But
oh yeah.
A little bit of finger rubbing.
Because what people are being taught that's emerged from that brand of
he should have been a magician. These finger
surreal
movements,
philosophy
what's he doing?
Of no utility as a guiding light to anyone. And it's a catastrophe to take young people in their formative years when they're trying to catalyze their adult identity and to tear the substructure out from underneath them and leave them bereft. And I do believe that that's what the universities on the humanities end and to some degree on the social science end, I do believe that that's what they fundamentally managed to achieve. So, and I don't admire that. I think there's something deeply sadistic about that. There's something.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can lazily just accuse what Peterson's political project of the exact same thing from the other side. You can say, Peterson just wants to lazily indoctrinate young people that there are natural hierarchies and everything, and into an essentialist way of viewing the world with white men on top. And
yeah. So I think that there's a Steelman version of my Steelman version of the second part of what Peterson said here about destroying the substructure of what people believe can be understood in the context that a lot of critical theory is by nature deconstructive, that it tries to help. I mean, we'll talk more about this in a moment, but it tries to kind of tear down a lot of ideas that we have about things, preconceptions and biases and things about the status quo and how society works and how our ideologies work. And often it doesn't have much very specific to offer in replacement. So this is more the post-structuralism, postmodernism, not Marxism. That's a very different beast, right? That's one of the issues about
I know you're mid-point here, but I feel like even that stuff is so misaligned because, you know, post-structuralism, postmodernism really ought to just be understood as these movements in like linguistics, right? And I don't think that they necessitate any. I think like basically you could be a postmodernist, post-structuralist, and then be like a trad conservative because you just the way that you construct your contingent worldview happens to embed certain values about respect for tradition and things like that,
Yes.
right? And, but yeah,
yes, I mean, I think that, yeah, I think that there's origination in linguistics, but they're certainly broader than that, or at least how the ideas are applied. But the point I was making is that there is a focus, at least from my studies on these, on deconstruction, and less on providing a substantive ideology to replace it with, which differs, say, from Marxism or liberalism or whatever else. And there's a further question as to, so I think that there's some truth to that. There's a further question as to whether that's a problem. And as you mentioned, there's also nothing that logically necessitates that you adopt any particular political ideology as a result of using the tools and ideas of post-structuralism and postmodernism and other thinkers in those general schools. I think, though, that there is a strong tendency and association of those ideas and thinkers with broadly more left-wing ideologies. And it is interesting, though, that I think there is nothing necessitating that. It's the same, like there's many examples of this politically. I think climate change is one of the clearest examples where it's really 100 years ago, conservatives used to be the pro-environment ones. They used to want to conserve the natural environment, like what a shock there. Right. Whereas it was the sort of progressives ones who wanted to build up the industrial capacity, right, and modernize and things like that. And at some point, I think roughly the 70s or so, 60s and 70s, that shifted. And so now we have people's beliefs about climate science being determined by their political ideology, which is completely bizarre. But anyway, that's a bit of an aside. But the point is, that's another example where there's no logical connection. There's no entailment relations here, but there are associations, right, for better or worse. Oh, what's this?
But it must be growth which doesn't plunder the planet today and leave our children to deal with the consequences tomorrow. We are not the Lord's. We are the Lord's creatures, the trustees of this planet.
Sounds pretty woke to me. Yeah. Yes, it's very weird how these things shape up. Anyway, is there one more of these videos, or are we on to the next?
There's a piece about Ted Cruz, but I think
that's probably the most unhinged of all of the ones here that I've seen. I didn't even know he was that unhinged.
What, the Ted Cruz one?
Ted Cruz, yeah.
Yeah. Let me go in.
You're reelected. Well,
what am I getting here? Oh yeah. So what? I don't think there's anything in. I don't know. What I don't think it's that.
Yeah. I think.
So Ted Cruz has called universities the Wuhan lab of the woke virus, while discussing how Marxist ideologies have overtaken institutions and corporations within the United States. So I think this shows the sort of meta-narrative, conspiratorial thinking of particularly sort of MAGA type Republicans, and I think that they're basically just playing like word association with a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of talking points, like, you know, lab leak and Marxism.
There's sort of two conspiracy theories in one. It's like amazingly densely packed with nonsense. It's actually impressive. I almost think that this is actually like, and I'm cynical particularly about these sort of US politicians believe that they would do this, that this is like crafted by a committee. It's like, how can we make the most sort of provocative statement in the fewest words to appeal to a certain class of people?
Yeah. Hey, ChatGPT, how can construct me the most cursed political discourse? So I call universities the Wuhan lab of the woke virus. It's where the virus was created. It's where it's mutated. It's where it's spread. Each chapter of the book goes into a different institution. So it goes.
Oh, this is his book. What's his book called? Something about woke?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm sure.
This is the book that he's published.
Unwoke.
Unwoke. Oh, unwoke. Yeah. The Democratic Party was able to seize U.S. institutions, showing people how to
through democratic voting, which our party wants to undermine.
He wants to get rid of.
Wants to seize power from. But yeah. It's all sort of the like bizarre projection and half-baked truths and contradictions. But there we go.
Yes, I really dislike I really dislike reference to ideologies, really of any sort, as viruses.
Yeah.
Even if I strongly disagree with the ideology, I think it's unhelpful to refer to it as a virus. So one reason for that is because a virus is something that infects people usually without their knowledge, right? At least initially, and kind of without them doing anything to it. They're sort of passive, right? It happens to you that you're infected. Now, you can maybe take precautions to avoid being affected, but ultimately it's not your choice. It's something that happens to you. And I think that is not a model of discourse or belief formation that I think should be spread. Now, it can happen sometimes if you're just exposed to people long enough to talking points, you just sort of pick up views and you don't even realize. I think that can happen. I don't think that I don't know how common that is relative to more reflective things. I think it's a combination, but also I don't think that that's the only way that these ideas are spread. Many of these ideas are spread because people find them attractive for different reasons, right? Now, we may think that there are good things about the ideology. We may think there are bad things about it. We may think people's reasons are good or bad, but I think it's important to engage with those reasons. And you can understand the cultural and other factors that might affect people believing it as well. But if you don't recognize that at all and treat it as a purely external thing acting on individuals, I think it's sort of dehumanizing to them, and it makes it difficult for you to understand the actual mechanisms by which people form beliefs and how the reasons affect it. It's similar to how I criticize a lot of the discourse around Nazism and Nazi ideology in the way that it's often portrayed as like, oh, well, the Germans were the bad people, and so they were just sort of convinced by evil people and were brainwashed. Sort of simplistic notion that doesn't really give any sort of historical context to why Nazi ideals were popular and why people adopted them and how that was affected in the context. So like, that's just an example, right, where I think it is really important to understand that. It's important to understand for any ideology, I think. And so the virus metaphor is, I think, really unhelpful. It doesn't help you to understand the nature of the beliefs, why they're spread, why people find them attractive, and the sort of context of them. I think it's usually just a way to avoid taking the idea seriously, because if idea is just like a virus, it should just be eradicated. It shouldn't be engaged with. You don't like engage with a virus, right? You just try to get rid of it or inoculate people against it. So I have real issues with that. Again, and even for really bad ideologies, I still think that virus language is the wrong way to think about it and unhelpful. And it goes contrary to the idea that we want to engage in critical discussion, right? You don't engage in critical discussion with a mind virus. Like, that just doesn't make sense. You can engage with critical discussion with ideas, even wrong ideas, even harmful ideas. But if you're characterizing as a virus, then the whole discussion doesn't actually make sense. And I think it encourages kind of defensive, martial, and also medicalized language, again, which I don't think is typically appropriate in these sort of contexts. So anyway, I have a real issue with that sort of virus metaphor. And so, sorry, anything you wanted to add to that, or it looks like we're moving to the next section here?
So yeah, I think that there is a tension in the rhetoric, right? Which is that often you've got this idea, that the marketplace of ideas needs to fix everything, and we need rational debate and so on. But then, the medicalizing of the viewpoint that's disagreed with leads to people not actually treating the disagreement as if the people that disagree with them might have good ideas where you might be wrong, and they might be actually worth discussing things with, and then that leads to just like never having those discussions with people and never actually improving either people's views through rational debate of any kind, assuming that it's ever actually had, which it basically never is.
Well, that's a bit cynical.
Well,
sometimes
it happens sometimes, but what tends to happen is that it's there's this kind of like rationality porn where people sort of sit in their podcast with everyone who agrees, saying, we love to have the debates. I love debate. I love rationality so much. I love being the most rational person in the world. But then they actually just never somehow end up talking to people who disagree with them. And it's like, how does that happen? Well, it's because there's no real effort being made to actually do that. It's kind of like you just constructing this performance art of like performance of rational discourse, and then actively kind of disengaging with anyone who does disagree with you, who comes into.
Well, I think the thing is that the people who really care about reason and rationality and things like that don't spend that much time talking about it. They sort of do it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, they talk about it some, right? But then there are absolutely people who really just use that as a badge / shield / weapon, depending on the context. And promote themselves as being rational. I mean, I've seen it with liberalism as well. It's a sort of similar thing. They talk about how they promote liberal ideas, but they don't actually practice liberal ideas, like having substantive discussions with people they disagree with, or celebrating free speech, including of ideas they disagree with, and like other stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's a real issue, and I think the sort of what's the word I'm looking for here? The essentialization of rationality as not a virtue that you sort of practice, but as more of a label that you wear to signal to the in-group. I have a real issue with that. And it's actually one of the reasons why I don't want to come across as too strong here. I don't involve myself with the kind of skeptic rationalist movements as much as I used to. I still do to an extent, because I think that there is some of that, which predates the political usage of this, I think, although there's some connections there, like with people coming out of new atheism, without getting into that whole controversy. But yeah, I think there is a real issue there. And there's a desire to use words like rationality, reason, evidence, free speech as labels that appeal to things that sound good, and I think are good, right? But without actually, it's a form of like, what's the term I'm looking for? The fake airfields. What's the that they built? What's the term for it? The airfields that they built in the Pacific Islands to bring the American air back.
Cargo cult.
Cargo cult. Yes, thank you. It's a form of that, right? Where you give the outward appearance of something as a sort of a signal, but don't actually engage in substantive behaviors, like pseudoscientific activities. So I think we do need to be wary of that. And the use of woke is sort of tied to that, right? Because you're trying to cast a group as other from a conservative usage of woke, and then you contrast the irrational, censorious woke other with your sort of rational, free speech permissive, considered viewpoints, whereas the actual substance of what they're doing, the actual practice doesn't match that. But anyway, so that's, I guess, the first part of what we've talked about today is a bunch of examples that illustrate the sort of things we're talking about. This middle section here, the second section, is sort of discussing terminology a bit. So like woke, what does it mean and how is the term used? So there's a few different, I guess, perspectives here. So this is Boghossian we're starting with, and then we'll go through some different things.
Woke. The word woke means simply to become aware of. Originally, woke meant becoming aware of racism. That is, waking up to the reality, horror, and pervasiveness of how people with dark skin are treated. The word woke was used by woke people to express the fact that they were, to borrow a phrase, born again in their understanding of injustice. That is, they woke up to injustice.
I think I just want to comment on this bit, though, where I think that he's obviously deliberately borrowing this born again in their understanding of injustice language to draw an analogy between people who would claim to be woke and sort of like religious ideology, right? And while there are going to be people who make those sorts of claims, I think the type of essentialization of therefore anyone who identifies as woke must have some kind of like metaphysics of being born again and a religious outlook on the world based off of woke. I think that is sort of well poisoning, basically. He's trying to pander to prejudices that his audience will have against religion in order to other people who are in, who might identify as woke and so forth. But
again in their understanding of injustice. That is, they woke up to injustice. The meaning of woke soon expanded beyond race and included waking up to oppression and other forms of bigotry and discrimination, like discrimination against women or immigrants. Recently, the meaning of woke expanded yet again to mean people who hold particular beliefs. To borrow from Dr. Andrew Doyle, author of Woke, A Guide to Social Justice, woke people have 4 core beliefs. 1, censorship is necessary. 2, some groups of people have more power than others, and only those trained can tell which groups have power and which don't. 3, what groups you belong to is more important than who you are as an individual. And finally, 4, lived experience, that is, certain individuals' personal knowledge of the world, is more important than empirical evidence. I'll explain these 4 core beliefs and what these words mean in future videos. Experience.
Okay, so what I wanted to do with this video is, so something that I've noticed that Peter, and I think Peter's one of the more in-depth, what I consider to be sort of like heterodox kind of culture war grievance mongers, is, you know, they'll often provide a sort of what I consider to be, I mean, crazy is the only word that's in my head, and I can't find another one, but like a really super uncharitable characterization of a viewpoint that they disagree with, like wokeism or something, right? And they'll essentialize it like this by saying, this is what people who are woke believe, you know, Dr. Schmogbabob says so or something. But then there's no actual like that, you know, there's no attempt to engage with people who self-identify as woke and figure out, well, what are their actual beliefs? Like, how do they consider this? What do they think about this political ideology that they themselves self-identify as? Instead, it all comes from a group who opposes wokeism, sort of telling people who might claim to be woke what it is that they do in fact believe. And then the other thing that goes on here is that, you know, they all basically end up being insane accusations. So then it's like, you know, anyone who is woke believes, like, number 4, lived experience is more important than empirical evidence. Basically, is just like committed to some irrational, evidence insensitive, like faith-based view of the world or something like that. And I don't think that that's true. And what I wanted to, but then it's like, well, there's a man in a suit who claims to be a professor of philosophy who's providing this presentation and puts doctor in front of his name. Therefore, this is the right, you know, like the way that people who are in this audience and sympathetic to this thing will watch it is they'll go, yes, this is the correct academic interpretation of this cultural phenomena, wokeism, that I keep being told about, because I've not seen anyone who self-identifies as woke providing me the definition of wokeism like this that I'm seeing, right? And what I wanted to compare this to is someone who does self-identify as woke talking about their politics. And now we care. I want to leave. What I want the audience to do who are watching this is leave aside personal views of Canadian politics and whether or not you think that Trudeau is a good politician or whether or not you think that his policies are good or whatever, right? I think that there is plenty of criticism to be had of Justin Trudeau. However, what I want people to focus on is how someone who's using the term woke as a self-identification label actually communicates and talks about their values.
Just a context, this says 11 months ago. Is that when this was recorded, or is it an older thing that's been reposted? So
yeah, that's when it was recorded. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just checking.
About equality. We care about reconciliation. We care about justice. It has never been more clear that everything is interwoven. But again, conservative politicians just don't get that. They don't connect the dots. They either say investing in Canadians is a waste of money, or that our policies are too woke. Too woke? Hey, Pierre Polyev, it's time for you to wake up.
Like, put aside the cringe as well.
Who was he referring to? Do you know who that was?
Pierre Polyev, I'm not sure.
Wake up to the fact that a gender-balanced cabinet is a good thing, and that women fully participating in the workforce is a good thing, not something to snub when it gets a shout-out from the President of the United States in our House of Commons. Wake up to the fact that under our government, fewer persons with disabilities are facing poverty, and in fact, Canada's poverty rates has been cut in half since 2015. Wake up to the fact that more moms are building careers because we've made childcare more affordable. And by the way, when we see that women's participation in the economy has reached an all-time high, let me tell you something. $10 a day childcare is not woke policy, it's economic policy. Now, we all know that some of our opponents will try to clip some of my words out of context tomorrow to make it sound as if we think that everything is just fine. But this is not what I'm saying. Too many Canadians are struggling. Now let's be honest. It just doesn't look very serious to have the leader of the official opposition exchanging memes with billionaires in the US.
I'm just going to pause on this point. I can't remember if he says anything else that's sort of like worthwhile. So I wanted to compare though what we see when someone's sort of like self-identifying as a woke politician there, and you know, like whether this fits the type of characterization, you know, given by Boghossian here. So one, censorship is necessary. I can't see how that has really anything to do with, say, Trudeau's views.
Yeah, that's especially bizarre as the first point, because I would say that your views on censorship are going to be fairly downstream of a bunch of more fundamental political positions. And I don't think, however you characterize wokeism, censorship is not central to that. It may flow from other views that they support censorship in cases where we would disagree, right? Maybe, right? But to put it as number one is really strange, I think. It just isn't a fundamental belief or aspect of whatever wokeism is about censorship. Like, if anything, maybe it follows downstream from other typically held views. Maybe. But yeah, it's not kind of fundamental to what it is. It's just a really strange choice. I think it may be included because everyone understands what it means and the people watching this won't like it, right? 2 and 3, I think, are much more substantive in terms of, which we'll talk about, some of the ideological underpinnings of what might be called woke, but they're much more abstract and harder to understand. Also, 2 is hard to argue with, right? Although it depends how you characterize groups precisely. But like, so it's hard to make, if you put 2 as number 1, it's like, well, it doesn't sound that rad, right? Like that's kind of just reasonable.
and I also don't, I think that 3 is it isn't actually necessary in order for someone to sort of consider themselves woke in the type of way that people seem to self-identify as woke. So, for example, you could think, well, there are big social issues that politics should address based on like what groups that people belong to, and it's very important who people are as individuals, right? Like, it's like 2 levels of analyzing some of the same 2 levels of analyzing problems that exist for people socially that politics should address.
Yes.
So I think that 3 is a sort of excessively uncharitable, again, like crazy making interpretation of what
Yeah,
anyone who
I don't think
identifies
it's a good characterization of the position. I think I do understand what it is referring to, and we'll talk about that more in a moment. But with the thing is, if you delete 1 and then slightly rephrase 3 and 4 to make them less dogmatic,
I still think, I think 4 is a little bit, because I think that most people, again, who I know would self-identify as woke, would say that actually, they're driven to these concerns by, say, like statistics that highlight injustice. So maybe it's going to be stuff like disparity, like you saw Trudeau referring to like female participation in the labor force, or maybe it's going to be like women's salaries and salary disparity. And I'm not saying that there aren't, ways that you can debate how you explain that sort of data, but I think a lot of these people would say that they're actually driven by empirical evidence over and above, like some kind of crappy faith-based epistemology of lived experiences or something, which I think this is going to be an example of nitpicking some sort of like crazy people who make like crazy philosophical claims about terrible epistemology, and then claiming, if you identify as woke, you must believe this like horrible shoddy epistemology, rather than that you look at some statistics about some particular demographic and you're shocked by them and want a social policy that addresses those statistics in some way.
Yes, I think I have a lot of problems with the way 4 is framed. One is that lived experience is a type of empirical evidence. And so characterizing them as in oppositions using that language is problematic. Now, if you said statistical evidence or quantitative evidence or scientific evidence, I think that contrast would make more sense. But the thing is that's kind of what the debate more is in the literature that he's very vaguely and poorly referring to here. And which is that there are critiques of, let's say, statistical evidence or quantitative evidence, which argue that this methodology is not appropriate for studying certain types of social problems or certain experiences that people have in subordinated positions, that the way we measure things or the constructs that we use, the tools of science, are not suited to these, that they kind of embody and propagate power dynamics. So, for example, Foucault talked about the medical profession and how their use of like scientific language and terminology and ideals actually serve, or at least in part, you can go to different extremes with this in terms of what degree, but at least in part that served to kind of maintain particular ideologies, like social ideologies and social perspectives. And so that's the sort of, I'll talk more about this in a moment, but that's the sort of critique that is levied against quantitative, statistical, scientific evidence, that it comes from an ideological framework itself, which is often biased in favor of the status quo in the hierarchy, and that it doesn't give appropriate space for the lived experience of people articulating things in their own terms, for example, rather than in the terms of the person conducting the survey, or highlighting things that are important to them or their knowledge structure, right? Now, I'm just trying to articulate this view. I'm not saying whether we should agree with it or not, but the point is, I think that is a real debate or set of issues that is discussed, and I think that it is associated with the sort of idea of like those sort of woke ideologies, which we'll try to characterize a bit more formally. The thing is, though, that I think that the way that it's framed in 4 is not helpful, because the contrast is not between lived experience and empirical evidence. Lived experience is always articulated as a form of empirical evidence. It's more like scientific or statistical evidence that the concern is about. Also, the claim that I've heard is not typically that one is more important than the other. It's more like what types are valorized in current power structures and what we need to focus more on listening to, or what's left out of the discussion. So I don't think is more important than captures that critique. I think you could reframe what's said in 4 in a way that is more acceptable.
Yes,
it would require some.
But even so, though, I don't think the part of the reason I don't think it's a good characterization, right, is because even though you can point to certain sort of like philosophers from 50 years ago, maybe you can say, well, look, Marcuse criticized Western capitalist society on the basis of XYZ claim, right? It's like, but when you have political movements sort of saying that they're woke or that they identify with woke values, how many of the people mean this epistemology and mean these reasons?
Well, that's
and
another question.
And I just don't think it's a good interpretation of how the word's in current use. And even if, and I think that there are problems that we're going to come on to with the sort of historic characterization of the etymology of these words, but even if Peter's sort of etymology is correct, where he highlights the importance on this kind of faith-based revelation of being born again into critical consciousness or something, which I don't think is something that is required or particularly emphasized by the vast majority of people who historically consider themselves woke. But even if that's its etymological origins, it doesn't mean that current use, adheres to these particular values. And I think it's quite clear that current, I think it's quite clear that current use is sort of more focused on basically just broadly caring about historically oppressed groups or social problems in your policy, and like saying, yeah, I'm not going to criminalize abortion, I'm going to have like equal laws for men and women for participation in the workforce, or even like Trudeau there appealing to like disability laws and things like that as being considered woke, which isn't anything to do with like being born again into like Black African consciousness or something, as he kind of characterizes it.
Yeah, I think one of the fundamental problems here is, that typing is very loud. If you're going to hammer the keyboard, maybe mute. What was I saying?
Click, click, click. One of the problems with that is,
one of the problems with the whole woke discourse is that the term is chronically underdefined and imprecise. Actually, there's an interesting corollary, which a term that is not used much in the public discourse, but is used a lot in academia, is neoliberal. We've been talking about this word a bit lately, Nathan. Maybe we'll do a whole nother video on that. But so neoliberal is actually a good example of a term that's used a lot in academia, particularly the social sciences and humanities, and almost never defined, and is used in an extremely broad and very unhelpful way, in that it's not clear what it's trying to pick out or what it's trying to do. Now, again, we could have a whole discussion about that, but I think woke is analogous to that, which is that it is sometimes used in a positive sense, and more often these days seems to be used in a pejorative sense. And I don't think those senses directly map to each other, which isn't surprising. A lot of terms are like this, where the positive and negative senses don't exactly align. And even within those, there's differences in the way that they're used. So the thing is that I think, let's take Trudeau as an example. The way I understand the term woke and what it appears to be trying to get at, I wouldn't call him woke. I think he's just progressive. I think of work, and we'll see this in a moment. I think of work as a sort of a set of ideologies that is associated with or can motivate progressive politics, but doesn't necessarily do so. It's a sort of a way of thinking about things. And I'm not claiming that's the historical etymology, by the way. I'm sort of basing that on just how I kind of see it used these days. But people use it inconsistently, right? So that there's no one definition that's going to encapsulate everything perfectly. But so if you define woke as essentially meaning any progressive political point or perspective, then there's going to be very little that that unites those, right? Because that's so broad. A narrower sense of woke, which I think focuses on power imbalances in contemporary societies, which is what I identify as more at the core of wokeism, not as a phenomenon, as the way the term is used, I mean, is then that does, I think the issue there of the ideological antecedents of that becomes more relevant. And so I do see a lot of influence of that beginning in academia, with its origins in academia, that then has implications on activists, and then from there moves out into the popular discourse. Anyway, maybe it's time though to move on to the next point, where I'll sort of explain this a bit more. But it is difficult to characterize precisely because it's so polysemous.
So something that always happens whenever we do these streams is that we mention something, and then like someone in the chat goes kind of like wild on one random rabbit hole.
It happens every single time.
We are not currently having a debate about how well evidenced the lab leak conspiracy theory is. However, there is overwhelming expert consensus in zoontic origins, mostly as a result of genetic analysis of the COVID virus, and there are 8 US institutions who were directly instructed by Biden to look into the origins, 2 of which give a low confidence rating in lab leak, the majority of which give medium to high confidence in zoontic origins. So overall, not very good for the lab leak conspiracy theory, despite there being, several articles published in newspapers promoting it. So we can talk about that some other time, but we are not talking about it now. So the history of the word woke was the next thing, for which this one. So this is just an article, and I swear to God, the internet is absolutely destroyed these days. Like, you cannot read. And look, how are you supposed to read?
Ads? Oh,
and I've been on it before and clicked away. Like my consent to have all my data stolen as well. It's literally impossible to actually you've got this tiny bit of text in the Independent. I don't know.
Ironic if it's covered in ads.
Goddamn logo. Okay, so the word woke is difficult to get away with these days. Woke is currently used by the political left to refer to progressiveness and social justice. The phrase woke and to stay woke is not new. It began appearing in the 1940s and was first used by African Americans to literally mean becoming woken up or sensitized to issues of justice, says linguist and lexicographer Tony Thorne. Blah, blah, blah. The African American vernacular of English and was used in American street and youth culture for a long time. In 1971, the phrase was used in a play by an American playwright in which he wrote, I've been sleeping all my life, and now that Mr. Garvey done woke me up, I'm going to stay woke. I'm going to help him wake up other black folk. So it seems like there's a very kind of plain sense of just becoming aware of social issues that isn't reflected in some kind of bizarre faith-based epistemology of baptism or being born again or like the involvement of the Holy Spirit or something like that. It also entered popular culture thanks to singer, I cannot pronounce this name, Erykah Badu, who used the phrase I stay woke in a 2008 song. A professor of African American studies at Uni of Illinois said the phrase meant not being placated, not being anesthetized. It started becoming a politicized word in 2014 after the death of Michael Brown Ferguson. Woke was largely unknown in the UK until the BLM movement. So here's how the word got twisted, according to this article. It was only in 2017 that the word woke was added to the OED and was defined as...
That's the typo there. Was a dead.
Well, yeah. So, but at least they got the ads sorted, and was defined as being aware or well-informed in a political or cultural sense. It evolved into an all-encompassing term to describe leftist political ideology, used as a shorthand for people on the left to signal progressiveness, but weaponized by those on the right as a sneering, jeering, dismissive term to denigrate those who did not agree with their beliefs. Like phrases before it, such as politically correct, social justice warrior, and cancel culture, woke has become a toxicized term used by alt-right and political conservative groups to insult people on the left. People who are woke simply can't use the word anymore, explained Mr. Thorne. It's been appropriated, co-opted, and toxicized by the alt-right and right-wing speakers. Those who are woke can still talk about empathy and compassion and social justice, but I think they've had to abandon the neat, snappy slang words and go back to explaining what they really believe. How's the word used now? Well, we've been kind of talking about that. The word woke may have previously been a convenient single word summation to encompass ideologies centered around social justice. But people, they can't blah, blah, blah. They can't use the word. The word liberal is another word that's become unusable by people who actually identify as such, as it can be used as or perceived as a slur. Such terms are known in the US as skunk terms, phrases that are increasingly used in toxic ways that they stink too much to be used in their original context, blah, blah, blah. So the reason that I wanted to go through that article and also the Wikipedia page on woke like says basically some of the same things. It's just to highlight the way that, you know, people like Peter Boghossian or James Lindsay does this too with New Discourses, will, you know, they sort of give their analysis of woke politics this academic veneer by talking a little bit about the history, but they kind of cherry pick the most crazy sounding quotes from, like, you know, someone that you've never heard of and paint that as if it's representative of what people as a whole who are using this word believe, like purely in order to construct this enemy that is committed to some kind of fanaticist, zealous, religious seeming ideology. And rather than kind of providing any kind of sort of charitable interpretation of what people might mean when they self-identify as woke.
I don't think that I mean, my take is I don't think that the contemporary usage of the term in a pejorative sense by conservatives has much connection to the historical usage. It obviously has some connection because there's the connection to sort of social justice, but I think that that's sort of where the similarity ends. I don't think that there's an attempt to use the word to characterize the set of the views of particular people who've used it. I think it's used as a pejorative to refer to, well, a set of views that conservatives don't like. And that's why I try to characterize when I'm trying to think about what set of views do conservatives seem to be talking about when they use the term woke. And I don't think it's just like a general concern for social justice or for racial equality. I mean, maybe it is, right? Because as I said, it's very polysemous. I do think that there's a core there that seems to be common across a lot of usages of it, about the sort of key things that conservatives seem to worry about and their intellectual current. So that's why I think of it more in a kind of academic context. In that, yeah, to clarify, I don't think that the current usage, I think the current usage is quite different to the historical usage. And I don't think that there's really much connection between them. But that's just my sense of it. I mean, people use the word differently, so you can't say what the true meaning is here. Words have more than one meaning, of course. Did we already do Trudeau's speech, or is there a second one? Did you just do that early?
Yeah, I think I did it early. Yeah. So the next thing then is...
Oh no, you put it here, rather.
I can't use copy paste, so that is why that happened. For fuck's sake, like, can people please stop talking about lab leak in the comments? And now clearly I'm gonna have to do an episode on why this is a conspiracy theory and the evidence isn't very good, because there's one, I think it was a Times article or something, and basically it just drew a picture on a map where it's like, oh, there's a lab here and that's in Wuhan nearby, and so it's all the worst features of like plausibility construction in theory, ignoring the genetic sequencing that's been done, which should show certain markers if it were if the virus was something that were engineered by people, used in the type of research that it's claimed it was. So it can be ruled out by really strong biological evidence, and people just ignore it because it's like plausible and coheres together as a nice, neat story that the lab was involved in research. Like, it does wind me up. And also there are podcasts with actual experts and not me as an idiot, on the internet talking about this stuff that people just ignore rather than engaging with this stuff. And we're not talking about that today.
I've found it very uninteresting as a topic. I mean, it's interesting in a very, very abstract sense, but I don't know. Is it just because Joe Rogan had some guy on about it? Like, is that the reason people keep banging on about this? I don't understand its cultural salience of all the things you could worry about.
I think it's another culture war sort of issue. I mean, it got politicized by Trump because he wanted to kind of like blame China and call it China virus and stuff like that. And I think it becomes a part of like, there's some deeper explanation for what's going on in the world. And there's like somehow government foul play involved because it's like, oh, is it Chinese biological warfare? Are the US involved in secretly testing biological weapons in, there's a lot of kind of different ways that people try and make sense of.
Can't you just say that, yeah, China has like these really unsanitary wet markets that they need to deal with better, and they did try to cover it up and inhibit early investigation of it? Like, you can still be anti-China if you want to. Like why do you have to make up these? I just don't get it. Anyway, I don't want to derail, but I don't get it. I don't get it, man.
Republicans around the country have called out the dangers of woke ideology.
Wokeness is a virus more dangerous than any pandemic, hands down.
That's why I want to start a caucus focused for the first time in Congress on uprooting wokeism.
Prime among them, Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis.
We reject this woke ideology. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die.
DeSantis has enacted anti-woke legislation
Called Stop Wrongs Against Our Kids and Employees Act.
He's called out what he says are woke corporations, including Disney. They're now in a feud that has escalated with Disney suing DeSantis in federal court, followed by a countersuit in state court by DeSantis' new handpicked board.
We're not going to delegate our leadership to a woke corporation based in Burbank, California.
And in August 2022, he also suspended Hillsborough County State Attorney Andrew Warren, calling him a woke prosecutor.
I don't think the people of Hillsborough County want to have an agenda that is basically woke.
But what does the word woke mean? And how did it become part of the Republican rallying cry?
For the most part, most Republicans are now awakened to this fact that wokeness is weakness. It's a cancer that's eating America.
Alabama, and you better watch out. The landlord gets you gonna jump and shout. Gospel boys, they tell you what it's all about.
The earlier reference to woke, we can date back to the blues folk singer Lead Belly. The word woke doesn't appear in the actual lyrics, but it appears in an interview with him about the making of the song.
Really, what did the Gospel boys do anyway to get in all this trouble?
In that recording, he says, I want particularly Black people to be aware or woke when they're coming to the South.
I advise everybody to be a little careful when they go along through that, but stay woke, keep their eyes open.
It connects to the idea of being socially aware about inequity, injustice, and marginalization. In the 1980s, Spike Lee is famous for having "Wake Up" as a refrain in all of his movies. Wake up! You have persons like Erykah Badu, whose own song, where she has a refrain of "Stay woke." Stay woke. And this becomes a way of, again, talking about political consciousness, particularly at the height of Ferguson. It's going to be used in terms of a hashtag with the Black Lives Matter movement. And that is the contemporary iteration of the term.
Experts say that the way Black vernacular has held this term over decades is now being rescripted.
The term woke today connects to political correctness. It connects to ideas of policing, and there's pushback that is not necessarily just beholden to one political group or political party.
This idea of purity and you're never compromised and you're always politically woke and all that stuff, you should get over that quickly.
Are you woke? Are you finally awake?
The Republican Party has appropriated the term woke. They're using it as a way to say, we want to be against this policing of language, this policing of culture.
We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob.
In 2021, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis first defined
actually
woke
really
as
upset
form
me.
of
That
cultural Marxism. They really
that little excerpt from his speech, because he's I mean, I don't know if you caught this, but he's basing that on obviously Churchill's speech, and I think that it's really disrespectful historically, to be honest, about characterizing the potential invasion of the United Kingdom in World War II by Nazi Germany with whatever the hell he's talking about, like people using, well, I don't even know what anyway, I don't know how many people in the audience kind of picked up that reference, maybe more than I would give credit for, maybe less, I don't know, but I just found that in poor taste. A minor point, but I couldn't help mentioning it.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis first defined woke as
a form of cultural Marxism. They really want to tear at the fabric of our society and our culture.
Then in 2022, the governor suspended
and we have some real American culture on display in the background.
They look look at these. They look so unimpressed if you look at their faces. Like they may have been standing there for a long time, of course.
Our society
in our culture.
Then in 2022, the governor suspended State Attorney Andrew Warren after Warren signed 2 statements pledging he would not prosecute cases stemming from Florida's 15-week abortion ban and potential bans on gender-affirming care. Warren sued DeSantis for violating his First Amendment rights. During the trial, people close to DeSantis were asked how the governor defines the word woke.
Ryan Newman, DeSantis' general counsel, said it would be the belief that there are systemic injustices in American society and the need to address them.
Newman was asked if the governor was woke, and according to court transcripts, Newman said, quote, no, I don't think he shares the view that, our society is fundamentally unjust and needs policies to correct that systemic injustice.
My research supports the idea that there are systemic injustices that continue today.
That's a social fact.
There are injustices across institutions and across areas, whether that's health or the criminal justice system, or even in corporations. How much do women make as opposed to men for doing the same job?
Until 1968 in this country, it was legal in many places to discriminate based on race.
Black and Latinx neighborhoods bear the brunt of this long-term discrimination.
They have lower economic investment, and they have fewer job opportunities in those neighborhoods. And so that is one of those ways in which systemic injustice persists to the present.
Well, I am running for president of the United States to lead our great American comeback.
So what does it mean if a 2024 presidential candidate does not believe there are systemic injustices in the United States?
It takes us back to times before many minoritized groups, the very groups that are targeted today, do not experience full citizenship. I think that is dangerous because it puts us on a road to go backward.
The DeSantis administration declined to respond to the Washington Post's inquiries about how exactly the governor defines the term woke. But he continues to use the word frequently. And as Governor Ron DeSantis makes a bid for the 2024 GOP presidential nomination, it's unclear if his rejection of woke ideology will appeal to a national audience. But for now, in Florida, it's working.
I know the answer to that now.
And according to the governor,
You ain't seen nothing yet. Thank you all.
Yeah, but I think Trump is sort of on board with the exact same sentiments, as is.
I kind of agree and disagree. See, I think DeSantis is very, this is the sense I get. He's very opportunistic and strategic in what he's saying. I think Trump just says whatever the hell he feels like. I don't think he is as strategic and targeted in the way that DeSantis is. For better or worse. I mean, there's sort of good and bad things about that, I think. But I think there's a difference.
Yeah. And DeSantis has banned lab-grown meat as well.
What? I didn't hear about this.
Yeah,
what's the basis of that?
This week, because it's unnatural, man. Real meat has to come from
Isn't
real
that
animals.
a woke argument? Like, I associate that more with the left than the right. What the hell?
No. It's like natural order thinking. Like there's a natural order to
This
things.
is what I mean. Like, you just can't predict what society. I thought it was some of the. Oh, geez. Okay, let's not get.
Animals have to suffer for real meat. That's the way God wanted it.
Yeah. Anyway. Jeez.
So
somehow they got all the bad takes. So I don't agree with everything in this little video here. I don't mean to demean it by calling it little, but but one thing that I think this is a good transition into, I think it's the next thing on our list, talking about. I wrote a little. Oh yeah, there's one more about conservatives at CPAC as talking about what woke means, but maybe I'll just preface the sort of footnote for when we get to the bit after that, which is the notion of systematic injustice, which was identified as being at the core, because the core of the sort of meaning of woke here, because the idea is, well, woke refers to being awake and aware of what? Systemic injustice seems to be at the core of that. And that is also shared with what DeSantis was talking about, right, when he talked about not believing in systemic injustices in contemporary America. And I think that where I disagree with is a little bit in how that's characterized, because my opinion is that the notion of what is meant by a systematic injustice is quite theory laden. It's not a simple point of this is what I was saying before. I don't think you can show that there's a systemic injustice by highlighting a statistical difference between groups. You can use that as evidence, but only in the context of an interpretive framework and theory. And I think that it's that interpretive framework, theoretical basis that forms that derives from certain academic traditions and certain thinkers. and that I think lies at the core of what people seem to be getting at with the idea of woke. And so I think it's more complex than they acknowledge here by just seeming to say that, well, simply identifying differences is sufficient to establish the existence of systemic injustices. And I think that that's kind of ignoring the role that ideology does have to play in these sorts of discussions. Whether you think the ideology is correct or not is a separate point, because statistics aren't self-interpreting. It's similar to the case of the college admissions that we talked about, right? Simply citing those statistics is not clear evidence for anything in particular. I think it's similar with other cases as well. Maybe we can discuss that a bit further, but I wanted to highlight that point about systemic injustice, because I think it does lie at the core of what the sort of dispute's about here and people's opinions about the nature of systemic injustices, or, you know, when and where they exist. Well, thank you, Joe Blow. I think that answers my question.
Do you want me to go on to the CPAC?
Florida is one of the largest top 10 beef producing states in the US. Yeah. Let's have a look at that, and then we can move on to some of the written definitions. This was interesting. What is the conservative? What does the P stand for?
I don't know.
Party, is it? Oh, I don't know. It's their like
Conservative Party America conference, something.
That doesn't sound right. Oh, someone will tell us. Doesn't matter.
If you've been paying attention to politics really at all in the last few years, you know that Republicans are obsessed with a certain word.
Wokeness is a virus more dangerous than any pandemic, hands down.
Most of us know that woke is a term created by Black Americans, and it basically means being aware.
Pandemics are dangerous, but also the pandemic wasn't dangerous, you know? Like, what's isn't it like one of the...
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Of what's going on around you, especially when it comes to issues of race and social justice. But last week, some of the most committed ultra MAGA supporters got together for CPAC, the annual conservative conference, where definitions of this term were murky.
I think the woke today are basically the ones who buy into the mainstream dominant narrative of that everything's a identity-oriented, virtue signaling position to have a different position of power. That whole narrative. I think that's people who genuinely believe that are basically brainwashed.
Wokery is part of the Marxist agenda, along with ESG, along with the 1619 movement, and.
So, what do you know what ESG is? What?
It's some corporate framework. I
Okay.
forget what the environmental, social.
Equity. Oh, okay.
I've got environment here. Environment, social, and governments. Maybe there's different. I don't know.
What did he say? Like the 1619 agenda?
Yeah, I thought that was a specific like academic project. I don't think it was a movement.
Movement and
1619 movement.
Yeah, you haven't heard about this. I don't know that I could explain what it is. It's a historiographic framework talking about slavery.
Okay.
I don't know that it's really a movement. I don't know.
And BLM.
What do you think woke means?
I think that there's the
What is a woman? No.
an attack on regular family values that have been consistently themed in the United States for hundreds of years.
I'm a mom, and so for me, woke is probably a little bit different than just the huge general population. I think more about my children and schools that they're in, and children are now coming home and thinking that they have to accept things that maybe we didn't teach in our family or in our home. So everything it's just being disruptive.
Even if,
but we're all for freedom of ideas because that's similar.
Yeah, that's well, maybe they're not right, but usually people at this convention you'd think would promote that. But I think it's interesting that you did get quite different answers there. I think the appeal to family values is interesting because I don't know that has a strong connection to what I would think of as woke. But again, you can draw a thread between those, which is that ideologies that are critical of established social hierarchies and institutions, particularly those that are predominant in liberal capitalist societies, right? And it makes sense that conservatives typically won't support or agree with many of those criticisms, because to be a conservative in contemporary America means, well, in some very broad sense at least, it means well, before Trump, at least, it's hard to say anything these days. I was going to say it means to conserve the economic and political institutions, at least in broad terms. You might want to reform certain things. Now, I don't know that that's what it means anymore. But
yeah,
you see. But the point is that if it, in broad sense, you want to conserve, family values, the Constitution, capitalism, then intellectuals or intellectual movements or ideologies which seek to sort of deconstruct and thoroughly critique those institutions and norms will be something that might be scary to you or that you will oppose. And so I think that is kind of a common thread that links these usages of the term woke together, and is hence what motivated me to write the particular definition, which we'll get to. So I think that there is a lot of confusion here. I will say, though, that if you ask any average person to give you an answer to any question, it's rare that you will get a very coherent answer. So I don't think that we should overinterpret that. But it is still informative about how people themselves sort of think about it.
Nobody is 100% consistent in how they define it. One thing you are sure to get here is a steady stream of over-the-top invective about it from the stage. In fact, anti-wokeness seems to be the glue that is holding an otherwise fractious GOP together at the moment. And the thing is, GOP anti-wokeness is really just new packaging for an old idea. We used to call it the culture war, and its main tenet seems to be that diversity is bad.
We will teach our values and promote our history and our traditions to our children. We will, in other words, be proud of our country again.
And at CPAC, it's easy to think that, quote, the war on woke is America's main issue. But out in the real world, most Republicans think that their leadership isn't focusing on what matters most, the economy. It's not clear if anti-wokeness is the winning strategy that some Republican officials think it is.
When I see the state of politics right now and kind of what's on the ballot for 2024, topics like woke is just a complete distractor from actual issues. Homelessness is up, people are out of jobs, people are struggling to pay the bills, gas prices are up. Those are the issues that I care about. I feel it's very disingenuous to say that the most important issue is whether or not we're putting transgender bathrooms. Republicans were running this idea for like the past, 3-4 election cycles. Look how that turned out.
So I was going to pause.
I like that
actually.
guy. I want to talk to that guy.
No. So actually, there was something I was gonna show later about UK polling on these issues.
Oh, I saw that. It's a very interesting report. Yeah, that would be good. That would be a good time to pull that up, actually.
Which, express some sort of similar sentiments, right? So, what do voters think about the use of kind of like these culture war issues? Well, basically, the talk of woke talking points by politicians sort of negatively predicted people's intention to kind of like vote in line with someone saying them versus actual practical concerns about, like, say, fixing potholes or jobs in your area or something like that. So British voters, at least, that were interviewed for this kind of like poll, thought that these like real issues were, when I say real, like practical issues, were of more importance to their politics than these kind of like almost like theory value disagreements in the kind of culture wars, right? So you've got a few in this chart. You've got like my plan to fix potholes there getting like this positive assessment for importance, but then like my plan to protect our children from drag queens gets this like negative importance from people.
Are these all adults, or is these just from a particular? Because I know some of the survey was,
I think they're adults,
everyone, and some was based on. But the survey does show similar results from both Labour and Conservative voters.
Yeah,
I don't know about that particular one. I would assume it's probably all, given that it doesn't break it down, because elsewhere in the report it breaks it down. You see by voting intention.
Yeah.
Though I didn't actually know that there were any people who were intending to vote Conservatives currently in the I thought they were all voting for someone else.
Well, I mean, so we did just actually have local elections and mayoral elections as well, and I think that has. So if I'll quickly have a look at Guardian. Let's see. It has not. The culture war message is going.
This is relative to
particularly
how
well.
often are councillor elections? Are they also every 5 years, or is it different?
No, it's more frequent than that. But it's,
I'm just thinking what the
yeah,
baseline is. A few years ago, but yeah.
Yeah. This is like 2021.
Everyone is up except because
I think it's like 2020, 2021 was the last time that these were voted. So yeah, a loss of 371 seats.
Now, isn't there a new not a new conservative party, literally, but a Reform? Is that it?
Reform UK.
I don't see them listed here. Were they not competing in councillor elections?
Yeah, they tend not to be competing in councillor seats. Though where they'll be stealing votes is in like mayoral elections, for example. They tend to have and here one only two seats.
It's the 316.
So yeah, but they tend not to have candidates as well. But yeah, here you can see where they do have candidates.
Yeah, they are getting some of the vote there. And you have a silly first past the post system, right? So yeah, I see based on
well, we do now. We didn't until recently, so that it was actually only introduced as first past for mayoral elections.
Oh, for mayoral election. What did you used to have at the mayoral level?
Well, there also didn't used to be as much of an emphasis on mayoral elections across most of the UK, so it's all kind of like pretty new for it to be done the way it is at all.
Yeah, the UK really needs to reform their voting system. It's really the only reason the Conservatives have been able to stay is because of the stupid first past the post system. If it was proportional, they would be destroyed not long ago.
And also voter suppression tactics as well. I don't know if you know about the voter ID.
I haven't heard about that in the UK.
Yeah. So
have they brought in voter? I saw something about Boris being turned away. Is that it? So that's a new thing.
So he brought in a policy around you need to have very specific forms of photo ID in order to be able to vote, unless you're above a certain age, in which case, like.
Oh, that's so dodgy. Yeah, because we all know that older people that is incredibly abusive. I don't know how that's even constitutional or something. Like, come on.
Yes. Yeah.
And age.
However, I suspect that Boris turning up without the correct form of ID was actually but I think it was probably a publicity stunt that he knew full well what he was doing and was just trying to get in the news cycle. But some of the ones well, some of the ones that are funny are like people who are conservative having you get like a veteran that they introduce like this veterans card, for example, and then that not being considered legitimate ID. So people turning up with their like veterans card and not being able to vote with it, and then complaining to their like conservative MP, like, "Oh, I voted for you, and like that I wasn't able to vote for today because of it." Yeah,
not supporting the vets. Oof.
Exactly.
Not very conservative of you.
it all really sort of backfiring. But the point that I overall wanted to make is the sentiment that this guy at CPAC, whoever the hell he is expressing about people about these culture war issues. Some people being like very tired of them and wanting politicians to focus on actual economic and social policies that affect people's real lives rather than like just some stupid polarized narrative. I think that sentiment is definitely echoed in the UK electorate, and there's some kind of empirical data in terms of
that's very interesting.
Yeah, to back it up.
I suspect that's probably quite common. So one of the things about the whole woke narrative is that it tends to because it's so polarized, it tends to really elicit a lot of engagement from people at the relative extremes of the political spectrum, or just like terminally online people, and that's not representative of the broader electorate. So you may see engagement, and this is I think what the survey showed, that you see engagement with these sorts of polarizing and identitarian and culture war related terms and issues from highly politically engaged people, maybe from the base, but it doesn't. You get the opposite reaction from more mainstream people, and especially undecided voters. Now that's interesting because it's undecided voters that mostly determine the elections, right? And so those are the people you really want to appeal to. I guess there's the difference between the primaries versus the actual election itself, especially in the US. So there's a bit of a difference there. And you do need to get your base out to vote as well. But they're still highly engaged people are likely to vote for you anyway, right? So it's undecided people who you really need to appeal to actually win. So I think that, I hope that some of that will come back to bite some of the purveyors of this sort of ideology. I think in Australia, we haven't had as much of this. We've certainly had some, right? It's affected everywhere, but it doesn't seem as prominent. Like I'm thinking of our last election and
some of the analysis I've
discourse
seen
generally.
about why that's the case in Australia, and I don't know how much you'd agree with this, but some people I listen to have suggested that, for example, because of I can't remember, but compulsory voting and things like that,
Yes.
that tends to mean that the less politically engaged people, who tend to be more kind of like moderate and normal, produce like a kind of big voting bloc, and so you get people like politically campaigning, appealing to the moderate normal people rather than the kind of like politically engaged extremes
Yes.
as you see in
I think that's true. I've seen similar comments made, and I really value our compulsory voting system. I think it does help, not completely, but substantively inoculate us from some of the worst successes that we see in the US. We also have proportional voting, which helps as well. Although we don't have enough proportionality in the lower house. But anyway, there's a variety of issues we could talk about with voter reform. But yeah, I think that there are a number of reasons why we have.
But the counter argument. So I
a bit
listened
more-
to
yeah.
some political theorist who Alex O'Connor interviewed on, like, should we believe in democracy or something. I think one of these like big anti-democratic arguments is basically like an argument from the stupidity of the average person, and that there's no reason to think that if you create a system that represents people in the populace's views, there's no reason to think that people in the population will actually harbor good views, like economically or socially, that they'll actually vote for good things.
Yes,
right?
but I agree with that. But what I think the average person tends to have grounded opinions. Like they want the potholes fixed, right?
Yeah.
They might not have good opinions about how to do that, but what they don't tend to have is firm commitment and almost a religious zeal to abstract ideologies. That's quite uncommon for ordinary people. And I think that those can be the most politically dangerous. So what you get is, I think you get kind of a system where, there's like a lot of ineffectual policies and a lot of sort of dithering backwards and forwards and not necessarily solving the main issues. But you do get an inoculation against, I think you get gradual progress over time. I think there's evidence to support that. And what you also get is an inoculation against the worst excesses of either political extreme. So I think that it's typically when an extreme ideology gains control of a state that really bad things happen, both on the left and the right. So, I mean, there's more to say about that, but I think that it's not good that the average voter is very uninformed, but I think it is good that the average voter is typically not strongly ideological.
Yeah, right. Okay, so anyway, let's continue with the original video that I went down a bunch of threads about.
GOP voters are hungry for an electoral win, and at least some of the elected officials we ran into at CPAC are more keen to talk about what they're up to in Congress.
I gave my speech about the border. I gave my speech about the oversight agenda and about the work that we have to do to make sure that our government isn't weaponized. So I tried to give a really substantive policy speech about those matters.
Okay. We're focused on reducing crime. We're focused on reducing inflation. We believe we have inflation because Washington spent too much money, but the big priority is trying to get the border secure.
And that's more important than wokeness, you probably think.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We're concerned about reducing inflation. We're concerned about reducing crime, which would mean securing the border. And we're concerned about the government being involved in trying to change the way people think.
Just how anti-woke a candidate should be is something that will be tested in the upcoming primaries.
The other thing that I find just funny about these sorts of statements is that, that again, it seems deeply in tension that these politicians talk about their primary policy concerns that they want to be voted in on the basis of is like trying to keep political ideology out of like various institutions, like whether it's education or science or whatever. And then it's like, so what are your policies and things? And it's like, well, I will ensure, I'll legislate or set up some new institution that inserts my values into education and it's like, there's some deep tension where they're actually what they're advocating for on the basis of keeping politics out of these things is inserting their politics into these things, right? And it's like, if the value is to depoliticize these things, they're actually doing exactly the opposite.
Yes, I think that's often the case. I think it is. There is. I do think that there's an irony here, because I am quite a big believer in institutionalizing government practice as much as possible, and in institutionalizing, professionalizing, and depoliticizing a lot of government activity. Not all of it, but I think a lot of it. And the government's moved in the Western world, moved a lot in that direction since the war. More things are determined by expert bodies and groups that are appointed by Parliament or have special authorities. Like independent central banks is probably an example of that many people are familiar with, but there's actually a lot of bodies like that. In Australia, we've done a lot of it. I think it's been done in other countries as well. Like we have our electoral commission here that determines the borders of the electorates using I don't know exactly what criteria they use. They use the census and certain rules as to how they determine. So we don't have gerrymandering problems here. It just isn't an issue because we have an independent, apolitical commission that does that and that conducts the elections. So like there's a whole host of examples of that. And I think that in general, that's to the better. Now, those organizations do need to have scrutiny and accountability, but that can be done without those tasks being legislated directly by politicians or run directly through ministries. So I'm a big fan of that. Now, the irony is that is a way to depoliticize things, at least depoliticize a lot of things, or reduce the effect of the political trends or sensationalization and things like that on these sort of activities, for which there's kind of just better and worse ways of doing things. And it's better to just sort of develop an objective measure for how to achieve something well, like drawing up electoral boundaries, and then follow that rather than it being constantly debated in Parliament. And but the irony to that is that people like some of these conservatives who are saying they want to depoliticize, certain things, certain institutions, one, don't necessarily support actually depoliticizing things. But the other thing is that there's also this narrative. Now, I don't know if that particular politician would subscribe to this, but certainly other conservatives do, about concerns about like the deep state and the bureaucracy and how the government has too much power, right? And it's sort of in tension there of the idea that, well, we don't want these unelected officials making decisions. Instead, we want politicians making the decisions. But the more decisions are kind of directly made by politicians,
the more powerful the deep state is. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a similar talk about this in Brexit, right? Where they're like, oh, we don't want these Brussels officials making these decisions. And I'm like, but do you think that they would be better made by like the House of Commons?
Well, how can we be authoritarian?
Is that better?
How can we be authoritarian if there's a European court that can, have some power? And
yes, it's so again, I think it's a very superficial way of engaging with the question as to what is the best way to make certain decisions, and how do we balance the need for representation and oversight and representation of different views with the importance of expertise and rules and procedures and depoliticizing things and try to get them to run smoothly. There's pros and cons to that, and there's discussions to be had. And I think a lot of these things aren't well suited for broader political discussion because they are quite nuanced and technical, right? So ideally, you want to have political discussion at a fairly abstract level, like abstract, not in the sense of culture war abstract, but I mean like how much money should we focus on hospitals compared to education, or what type of border policy do we want, like at that sort of level of abstraction. And then the details are worked out, not in the public discussion, because accessible to, let me be clear here, open to public comment, but not in the election cycle itself, because it's sort of too technical for that level. So there's a balance for when you want certain discussions to happen and how they happen and things like that. And I think that framing it just in terms of, oh, we don't want ideology in this space is unhelpful and not really correct. You kind of, ideology is present everywhere. It's a question about how it's managed and how the decisions are made and what the accountability is and things like that. So yeah, I think it's unfortunate that there's sort of this weird, this weird inconsistent idea that it's better for politicians to make the decisions, but also we want it to be depoliticized. I don't think that makes a lot of sense.
I agree.
Or leads to good decisions in a lot of cases, to be frank.
And we actually had a similar thing that the Conservative government over here did, where they set up a minister for common sense who I don't know if you know about it. So the minister for common sense, the motivation for doing so was because, again, woke politics had become too involved in our sciences, apparently.
Right.
And so the Minister for Common Sense is an official government position that's involved in getting government condoned values into the sciences, which is like, what? How does that make any sense? Like, the motivation is there's too much politics, so now we create an official, like, government foot in the
you make a minister about it, which is a great way to depoliticize something. It does seem strange. Again, it seems the appropriate way to do that is to this is sort of the way that things are more typically done here. Parliament will be like, okay, here's an issue here. Let's establish a commission. They will investigate this. They'll ask for submissions from the public and different groups, and they'll write a report. And then we'll have some more knowledge about what's actually going on, and we can hopefully make a decision. And maybe these certain incentives need to change, or the certain way that a committee is selected needs to change. Obviously, that can happen. But obviously, things like a minister of common sense, that's just a publicity stunt. Like, I don't know that that's anything more. But I think it's interesting that there's a perception. I think that there is a problem, broader social problem with, as government becomes more complex, because society and the economy is becoming more complex, it's harder for people to understand and relate to. Like, for example, inflation surge is a great one. Inflation surge is a very complicated phenomenon which relates to global supply chains being disrupted by wars and pandemics and some other factors, right? No one fully understands this because global supply chains are outside of any human comprehension. There are certain ways we can model them and general things we can say, but we don't fully understand them, right? And so trying to explain all of that and the economics behind it, and how interest rates work in central banks, and blah, 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 and how inflation is response to like scarcity of goods relative to the money supply, and all of the other factors there is far too complicated for most people. And so there's a natural that first of all, there's a knee-jerk reaction wanting sort of simple fixes, right? And then, conservative politicians say the reason we have inflation is because the government's spending too much money, which in the US case, I think is just not true.
Or they say it's because of the woke. If you're Liz Truss, the reason we had, such bad inflation after her economic policies is because of the woke institutions who were out to prevent her.
The woke what do you call it? The Bank of England or whatever?
Yeah, Bank of England.
Super woke, yeah.
Honestly, she said this in her book, 10 Years to Save the West. She talks about, but
she's a unique case. Yes. Anyway, so the point is that there's a knee-jerk response wanting sort of simple solutions to that, but also there's a desire for to make these things understandable, and not have them. I think that there's a feeling that these elites who aren't like us and don't represent us are controlling these things in a way that we don't understand, and we don't like that. And there's a certain truth to that, right? I think what the right solution to that is developing trust, accountability, better communication about what's being done and why it's being done, not let's get rid of the elites and the experts and put everything in a kind of highly popularized political framework where it's debated in parliament and like actually discussed as an electoral promise. That often doesn't lead to very good outcomes. That's why you professionalize and institutionalize a lot of things to help resolve that. But there needs to be a way that there's the legitimacy of these institutions are maintained. And I think that there are problems there. I think that a lot of the backlash against these sorts of things is why Trump has popularity, right? Is because people don't understand the policies and institutions that are being enacted. Like NAFTA, for example, I think is good for America. It's good for the economy. Free trade is good. It does hurt some people, and so there's a need to help people who reskill or support them in other ways. But it's sort of easier to just be angry at the institutions and be promised that if you just elect the right person, things will get better, which I think is a lie. But anyway, so there is there are important issues here, but the sort of populist narrative is to grossly oversimplify them and just present it as if there's a simple fix that the voting the right politician. Yeah, here deep state again. I didn't know that she was using that language.
Well, she has been. So some of this stuff is so kind of corrupt. So you receive, if you've been a prime minister, a salary of I think it's something like £1 million per year, and every prime minister has received this since Margaret Thatcher, I think. And this is supposed to cover, like security. There's an argument that you can make for it, right? But she was obviously in for like 3 weeks or whatever, and is now eligible to receive this forever. And but then
you just like swap out all of your MPs as the prime minister, so you all get the cushy deal. Maybe that's what the Conservatives have been doing all this time. That explains a few things.
Well, it's sort of, because there's this whole question of House of Lords peerages as well. Where what has been happening with all of these Conservative MPs swapping themselves out is that each of them, elects like 7 or 8 of their mates to be permanent representatives in the House of Lords. So I think like Boris Johnson was putting like his brother in or something, and like someone who wrote a nice blog article about him, and Liz Truss too. People, but so what she's been doing, and Johnson doing the same, is they've been flying over to America and giving at these Republican conferences these talks where they talk about like the woke establishment in the UK and how it thwarted their plans, basically feeding, like this US conspiracy, deep state rhetoric with, like, here's an example of how bad it is in Britain, but also how we almost won with Brexit, getting paid millions to give these talks, and then borrowing their kind of like rhetoric around the deep state and stuff and importing it back into our politics and giving it a go. But the funny stuff was, I'm trying to find, because she loves to go on about there are no woke hostelries in Southwest Norfolk. The National Trust, who have long been seen as a bedrock of Tory Middle Britain, have become infected by woke ideology.
What does the National Trust do? I'm not familiar.
They look after like national parks or like places of historical, like historic buildings and things. They buy them up and look after them. And this is funny because, so basically, like the National Trust protect like waterways in Britain, but then what the Conservative Party have been doing is obviously pushing for like privatization of like water companies and things, but then also deregulation around what these water companies can do, like dumping raw sewage, rather than having there being legislation that means that they have to actually process sewage, like just dumping it into our waterways, like killing all of the like fish and the all sorts of like problems.
Well, the Brexit allows them to do that, right? Because they don't have to obey these pesky environmental standards, right?
Yes, but then when they complain about it, people like Truss push back and say, well, this is woke idea. The National Trust, which used to be conservative, have now been possessed by woke ideology. Rather than it being conservatism used to be about protecting our public waterways, and now it's become about destroying them in the name of like laissez-faire capitalism. Instead of it being our conservative ideology has changed, it's become, like obviously they've changed and become possessed.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you're calling the National Trust and the Bank of England and the major financial institutions all woke. It's like, yeah. And yeah, many of the economics and finance professors and well-known woke ideologues.
Yeah. So anyway,
that's fascinating. Yeah, she seems to be getting Truss seems to be getting more and more unhinged with her book. It's like she learned. No, I was going to say it's like she learned nothing with her time in office. It's not that. It's like she learned the exact opposite of all of the lessons she should have learned.
Yeah, I think what happened is sort of a deep cognitive dissonance where she was given all the power she wanted, and then like instead of thinking I was wrong, she is driven to make sense of the way that the markets reacted to her policy decisions by deciding, well, it must be that there's evil people who hate me in control of the markets and our financial institutions, and rather than it being maybe my policies were bad and I was wrong.
Yeah, for someone who's so supposedly free market, she seems to have very little to no understanding of how they work. As soon as I heard about their mini budget thing, what is even a mini budget, by the way? But never mind.
Well, it was a huge budget as well, though. A huge decisions made.
Yeah, I don't know what was mini about it. But the first thing I heard is like, hang on, you've got unfunded tax cuts at a time of large inflation. Like that's going to fuel the inflation. They're going to have to raise interest rates. Like, I mean, that's pretty basic stuff. Like, what are you doing? And also the idea that tax cuts is what fuels growth is highly suspect unless you have very high marginal tax rates. I think microeconomic reform is what is needed, and there's certainly policies that could be pursued there. But I would also say that, I mean, this again, maybe this is for another discussion, but I have an issue with characterizing relaxing environmental restrictions that allow companies to dump waste in public waters as consistent with sort of privatization and free markets. I actually regard that as the opposite. It's not enforcement of property rights. It's allowing certain private individuals to inflict costs on the public, which is not consistent, in my opinion, with what markets and privatization is supposed to be about, which is about preventing you from being harmed by people imposing costs on you against your will. But anyway, that's a longer discussion, but obviously it's about how these things are framed and not always the reality.
Well, look, Kwesi Kwarteng has a PhD in economics on 17th century coin minting. So if anyone is in a position,
it doesn't sound like economics. It seems like
history.
Economic history or something.
Yeah. Well, it is economic history, actually. You're right.
Right.
But yeah.
Which is an interesting field, but I don't know that 17th century coin minting is going to be that relevant.
Well, clearly he made some good choices.
Although, you might have thought, like, coin debasage is pretty old, so like you might have thought that would have seeped in at some point. But anyway.
But the person who is making a pretty successful attempt at honing in on the quote woke mind virus, his words, not ours, is someone who wasn't even at CPAC, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. DeSantis has made anti-wokeness his political brand by signing the Don't Say Gay bill, banning CRT in Florida classrooms, and going after Disney. And starting this month, Florida is expected to pass a bunch more measures, like banning the use of preferred pronouns in K-12 schools and scrapping gender studies and diversity programs in state universities.
What does it mean to ban the use of preferred pronouns?
I was going to ask about that as well. What does that even mean? And how is that consistent with free speech? It's like, I want to use this pronoun for you, or I ask you to use it. I mean, if it means that you can't like discipline people who use the wrong pronoun, I mean, I don't know that should be done, but I don't. It doesn't sound like this, but I don't know.
Does it mean that you're legally compelled to use the pronoun people don't want you to use?
It's so strange.
And I was thinking the same with the banning of lab-grown meat, right? Like, surely in line with his espoused political values, you'd think, well, just let people buy whichever kind of meat they want and let the market decide.
Freedom of market.
No,
exactly.
The authoritarian state has to get involved, and
And actually, that really annoys me as well, because many conservatives in the US and Republicans talk about the evils of people taking welfare from the state and not having to work for it. And you know, there can be cases where that's true, but the most cases where that's true is corporate welfare and farm subsidies and things like that, which they generally don't criticize. Not primarily the poor people who are using that to help get by.
American venture capitalist success story, Elon Musk's government subsidies for like every single program around like space or cars or whatever that he's engaged in, and like chip manufacturing, where the research comes from, you know, like publicly funded universities and things. It's like there's some deeply confused political narratives in the US around even that, you know, like their industrial heroes and the way that they
yes, that's also true. It's quite frustrating to hear. I mean, this is a point that we've heard many times. It's quite frustrating to hear ideals or policies that I agree with or generally like being abused in all of these ways. Like you know, freedom of speech. Yeah, that's good, except not when we don't like it. Oh, okay. Privatization, which, you know, I know we don't agree on that, but it's like, but it's not actually privatization because they're just allowing them to dump chemicals in the river. That's not how privatization works. Like, where's the property rights? But you know, we'll just give all of these anyway. Yeah, it's frustrating. But I think just this comes back to why woke is important, because it's just another one of these. I mean, these things have existed for a long time, but it's another one of these things that distracts from all of these issues.
Actual policy issue.
Yeah, and being divisive while also being quite vague. And you can use it for pretty much everything.
Universities. This is what turning anti-woke words into actual anti-diversity policy looks like. And it might set up DeSantis nicely to tangle with former President Donald Trump.
Oh, who would wear that? It's so hideous. Oh my gosh. That is the most hideous. It was a dress, right? No,
I think it's a t-shirt. Yeah.
Oh, it's so ugly.
President Donald Trump.
DeSantis is coming out of the pulpit of an actual governor right now, and by him
something I find, but like when MAGA Republicans look like this as well, it's like they were generated in some sort of machine. Do you know, like, how do human beings look like this?
He just looks angry, that guy.
It's so bizarre. Like, what's that American cartoon with I've forgotten that, like the dad who does it's not American Dad, like the guy who he's like barbecuing sometimes, or there's like the meme of him like there's this American cartoon, and they look like characters out of this American cartoon.
There are a lot of American cartoons. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Someone in chat might know.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but like they don't look real. There's a very bizarre look, like maybe it's Bob's Burgers. I don't know, like, but like there's something about the look that this woman has, and this guy with like his like buzz cut and the shirt that's a little bit too tight, and
it is possible that the people conducting this interview were like, oh, those look like the most stereotypical conservative people I've seen. I'm going to talk to them.
That's a good point.
It is still funny though.
And even like this bizarre like Native American, but the American flag, like,
I hadn't noticed that.
Sort of, like what's going on is so.
Taking that stance against the woke as the CEO of a state, it's actually a pretty bold move.
King of the Hill, that's it, King of the Hill.
He's not sidelined like Trump is now, talking as a private citizen. He's making that a stance of the executive branch of government for the state of Florida. It's pretty bold.
I'm Michael Learmonth, editor-in-chief of Vice News.
I'm guessing
too often traditional news outlets shy away.
Yeah, he's just talking about like journalism. Okay, so what's the next thing you want, James? Because you put proper links in on the next bit, and now I don't know what to click on. And
right. Well, hang on. So what I did, I mean, this was just more for my own thinking than anything else necessarily, but it might be helpful to discuss this idea of woke a bit more. As I said earlier, I think that this notion of systemic injustice is core to what both people on the left and right mean when they talk about woke, although obviously they characterize it in somewhat different ways. And so I had a go at writing, but can you share the actual document?
Yeah, sure.
Just so people can see these quotes, because it might be helpful. The one below is actually just from Wikipedia, so that's what all those links are to. So the first, I just thought this was interesting. So maybe zoom in just a little so people can follow along. So this is, the JF is me. I just wrote something that I was actually inspired by that video. I'm like, if I had to define the way it seems that woke is used now, not necessarily historically, but now, how would I do it? And so I wrote this down. So an ideology, so something counts as woke, or like wokeism is an ideology or worldview in which contemporary social and political problems are viewed primarily as resulting from interactions between oppressor and oppressed groups, and the manner in which institutions perpetuate oppression and inequality. So this would be a way of characterizing social injustice in the way that is often discussed in certain frameworks as between oppressor and oppressed groups. So it's viewed in a group interactions context, and it's also viewed in the context of institutions that perpetuate these structures of oppression.
Yes.
So, go ahead if you have comments on that.
I think that is broadly correct, but I think that there's an additional move that I see a lot of people making who are commentating on this phenomenon, which is, firstly, I think that woke is being used by people who self-identify, and actually by its critics as well, in I would say very completely different ways, because clearly where it's being used with the pejorative force, it just means whatever I don't like. But by people who self-identify, I think it doesn't really actually have like a clear or sharp sense or anything like that. I think it just broadly means that, I have some sympathies politically for issues that are going to involve, like historically oppressed groups or something. But I don't know that it necessarily buys into a particular analysis, like
any particular analysis. Yeah.
And then the second thing, though, that I just want to say too, is that all too often I see people then basically conflate a self-identification of woke politics with critical theory or critical race theory. And though I think you can make that connection, I actually think that it's, in terms of self-identification, it's going to be a tiny subset of people. Like, you're going to get basically the vast majority of people who self-identify as woke, I think, are not going to even know anything about critical theory. And I think what happens is people then go, yeah, look, you've heard me talk about all this woke stuff. That's a big issue. And here's what they all believe. They're all critical theorists. This sounds crazy. Here's how crazy they all are. And it's like, well, even though there's undoubtedly some connection and some people who are woke, who are critical theorists, like, that move of reducing like woke as a political movement to critical theory, I think, is a way of uncharitably sort of maligning, you know, like coming up with it's the least charitable interpretation of what people might be saying, in order to then dismiss their political views. It's like, well, that commits you to this crazy position because Ibram X. Kendi says blah 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 blah, and you don't want to say blah 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 blah, so you don't want to be woke, kind of thing.
Yeah, it is difficult because there's no. I'm not saying this is like the definition of woke, because as we've established, it's used in many different ways. Sometimes it's nothing more than an insult. Sometimes I think it is identifying more specific perspectives. Other times, as you've just said, when it's used in a self-identification, it's really just a fairly generic concern for social justice causes and doesn't commit you to anything more specific than that. I do think it's, well, maybe this is just my predilection. I think that you can trace partly through the historical usage, though that's also changed, and partly through what the conservative people who've co-opted it seem to be worried about, not necessarily how they always use it, which is quite inconsistent, but what they seem to be worried about is, and what seems to be the core of the differences, is something about these systematic injustices. And so that's what
hierarchies, and they're good.
Well, at the moment, I'm not trying to make any claim about good or bad. I'm trying to identify, injustice is a more kind, but I'm trying to identify what the core might be about, or one way of thinking about it, just to help clarify some of the discussion, maybe. Or again, I don't think we should really use the word woke. You should always clarify, well, what position do I want to speak out for or against? And woke isn't really helpful there. But when hearing other people use it, I think it can be helpful to have some framework for trying to unpack, okay, these are the things that they might mean. It could just be an insult, right? In which case there's not a lot more to go. They could be meaning something more specific. And so I think that part of what people can mean, that seems to be core, not essential, but sort of at the center of a cluster of usages, is this issue of systemic injustices, and particularly, and especially, a way of viewing those through oppressor-oppressed relationships. And that particular framing does have its origins in critical theory, or critical theories. There's no one critical theory. And that's why I put the wiki, an excerpt from the wiki here, which I'll just read out. A critical theory is any approach to humanities and social philosophy, I might add social science as well, that focuses on society and culture in attempt to reveal, critique, and challenge power structures. With roots in sociology and literary criticism, it argues that social problems stem more from social structures and cultural assumptions rather than from individuals. End quote. So notice that there is a contrast here drawn between groups and struct and power structures and individuals. That's why I said earlier, when we were looking at the Peter Boghossian, that there is something to that, he's drawing about individuals versus groups. So it comes from something like that. I agree that it was very poorly expressed and uncharitably expressed, but I'm also trying to highlight that if we understand the background a bit more, we can kind of understand a bit about where these things are coming from and how they fit together. Without endorsing any overly simplistic view. So I do think that there are roots in some of these ideas in critical theories. And then if we identify that, then you can try to deconstruct. Okay, so when you see the word woke used, is it just an insult? Is it referring to a specific policy like censorship or, I don't know, support of climate change or support of diversity quotas or something, in which case it might not really be anything about just that specific issue, and so you should probably just discuss that issue and not the broader context. On the other hand, it may be a broader question about how we view like systematic and power injustices and things in society. And at that level, it may be helpful to bring in some of these perspectives from critical theory, because I do think that the differences about these views underpin people's political differences. Conservatives tend to think that poor social outcomes result more from individual choices, whereas progressives tend to think that they result more from systemic injustices, right? I think that's a fair, broad characterization. You can obviously be at different points in the spectrum. You could say it's both, but in how they interact, maybe. And I think that's more where the interesting conversation lies, like how you think about these things. So, for example, if someone asked me, do you believe in systemic injustices in contemporary Western society, I would lean yes, but be hesitant because of a whole bunch of caveats that I want to make, particularly how those are going to be characterized. Because personally, I don't really buy into the notion of oppressor and oppressed dichotomies. Like a classic example would be the Marxian analysis of proletariat versus the bourgeoisie. That's just one example. Like, you don't have to. I'm not saying everyone who believes in this believes in that one specifically. It's just an example. Or like cis heteronormative versus alternative expressions of sexuality would be another example. Or like white culture versus ethnic and racial minorities. There's different ways that's characterized, right? So I'm rather let's say skeptical about a lot of those claims that are made in part of those ideologies, but not completely. There's a discussion to be had there. What I think is kind of problematic is that you never really, we're incapable, it seems, of having a discussion about these issues because it's entirely overshadowed by throwing emotionally either specific examples that everyone gets bogged down in. I mean, examples can matter, but they aren't the broad point, right? People get bogged down in specific examples and can't really discuss the broad point separately from them, or they sort of resort to just throwing insults and very broad terms at each other, like you're woke or your reaction or something like that. And then you can't really discuss these issues. So I think you put this quote in here, which I quite like as well. Do you want to explain that one?
Which one are you referring to?
CRT scholars. Or did I put that in?
I think you put it in.
Okay, sorry. Well, you could have just taken it, right? Yes, I thought so. Yeah, so I think I took this from Critical Philosophy of Race. Yeah, so this is kind of close to the critical race theory thing. And I just wanted to put an excerpt from this because these ideas are discussed in philosophy. I think that there's sort of like, there's what academics talk about, and then that kind of, some of that filters to certain activist groups, right? And then some of that filters into the broader consciousness. And usually by the time it gets there, it looks very different. It looks very different. But I think it can be helpful to trace where some of these things actually come from, because for a start, you can help to unpack issues when they come up, right? So this is just a quote that I excerpted from this article which illustrates some of the points that are raised by in critical theory. This is specific to critical race theory, but it's common to other branches as well. So critical race theory scholars have been concerned to critique liberalism as the hegemonic ideology of the West. CRT scholars argue that solutions that stay within the bounds of liberalism are insufficient because racialized power is embedded in practices and values which have been shorn of any explicit formal manifestations of racism. However, liberals often argue that any form of race consciousness is racist, and the result that anti-racist reforms, such as affirmative action or housing subsidies, must prove allegiance to the doctrines of abstract individualism and present race-conscious reforms as temporary deviations from the normative ideals of neutrality. Liberal ideals that imagine individuals abstractly outside of their historical and social context thwart efforts to address the effects of historical legacies on current social relations, property distributions, group welfare and security, and the determination of merit. So I think this passage here well characterizes the issues that progressives and conservatives disagree about. They disagree about how to think about these issues, about the extent to which we should think about disparities as due to individual choices or individual differences even, versus systemic injustice, institutionalized oppression, and group dynamics and things like that. And there's and these sort of scholars criticize liberal ideology for its failure to be able to incorporate and think about, conceptualize the effects of ideology and group dynamics and power dynamics on outcomes. And they think about things purely in an atomized individualistic focus, which sort of blinds you to these other forces. And this is why I was critical of the what I regard as a slippage from identifying discrepancies using statistics to then simply then inferring structural inequalities or prejudice or and so forth on the basis of that. I regard that as a theoretical inference, which may or may not be true. I'm not even commenting on that, but I think that it's important to understand how we're interpreting statistics. And of course, people across the spectrum do this, right? So I think that having an understanding of how this sort of critical theory does, or whether or not people are aware of it, I'm not making a statement about how many people know about this sort of in an academic context. I don't think it's many, right? But regardless of whether they know about it, sort of consciously or subconsciously, appealing to or using these types of inferences or ideas in reasoning and in giving justifications for things. And the thing is, what I think is at the root of a lot of issues is that most people across the political spectrum aren't aware of the ideological underpinnings that they're appealing to in making their claims. And so they don't understand why they disagree with other people. They just think they're sort of evil or stupid, right?
Yeah.
They're not able to understand, let's say, what's discussed in that paragraph, the differences between, let's say, a critical, deconstructive view about Western liberal institutions versus a more conservative view, which is typically going to argue in favor of those institutions, more or less. And that's what I think is at the core of many of these disagreements. And the word woke is being used by particularly conservatives to criticize people who appeal to ideologies that they don't like, without whether or not parties to that are kind of aware of what's being referred to.
I think, though, here, that even some people who will claim to be aware of those types of distinctions are often not, and are being more taken up by the kind of like rhetorical in-group, out-group thinking than the ability to really engage with those ideas. So, I mean, I'm going to give an example just from personal experience, which would be when I was talking to Peter Boghossian and forgotten his Andrew Doyle, who's like a GB News presenter who Peter always appears on his show on GB News and has had him on his podcast a bunch of times whenever he's in London. And I was actually I was first, I self-identified as woke. I mean, a little bit just to troll them, but a little bit to try and sort of like play, devil's advocate with the ideas and maybe try and get them to cognitively open up a little bit to some of these ideas they disagree with. But the angle from which I was sort of like trying to deconstruct some of their kind of like essentialist and hierarchical political thinking was actually, like more in the analytic tradition of philosophy, where I was going, like more with my kind of like Wittgensteinian views of language, more with kind of like, Kuhnian observations about the way that social forces shape ideas in like things like the sciences, to try and kind of like undermine some of their certainty in their like models of biological reality and how that kind of shapes their views about the status and role of women in society and stuff like that. So not to get into the specifics of the way that debate went, but I think that, that they're so unthoughtful about the justification and reasons for their views and so kind of like polemical instead, that they were like, yeah, well, look, you obviously just believe whatever Ibram X. Kendi has said, and they couldn't engage with any of the actual kind of like point. So the point here being that I think people should be super sensitive of the reduction of woke politics to like some particular expression of like critical theory or something, because I think that the people's reasons for sort of like or the way that someone might cash out philosophically or theoretically, an analysis at like a group level of social injustices or something can be kind of like varied and different. And I do think that the majority of people, that despite there being some connections for some people's views to critical theory and stuff, a lot of people are just not going to actually even have those justifications or have like very different justifications. And what people should do to improve the discourse is just to engage with people's provided reasons, like rather than sort of like accusing people of somehow being committed to some like crazy thing that some crazy critical scholar said in like a book about how, I don't know, thinking of black people is basically rape or something, and somehow that's an entailment of disagreeing with me about how we should treat trans women or something. Because I think that that's like super unhelpful, and I think that it's like, for me personally, it's just not how I actually justify or cash out any of my like philosophical views. However, that all being said, like, I also agree with what you've said, that there is a connection to like what critical theorists will say and what some people in universities will say. And I think that there are more charitable ways of interpreting woke politics that like see it a bit that reduce to or are connected to like critical race theory in this way too. And there's a video here by Carnegie. I mean, like, feel free if there's anything you want to say on my kind of rambly rant there, because I think that for getting into some of the critical race theory claims, that this video by Carnegie's is pretty good. So I'm happy to go on to that if you want, or we can discuss anything that I mentioned there randomly.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add to what you just said. I think, yeah, it is, the term woke is generally unhelpful, I think, at least in contemporary discourse. And if you're talking to an actual, person, it's better to just clarify what they actually think and what they want to discuss, what claims they're actually making. I do think it's helpful to have this kind of background as to how these ideas do relate, I think, to some of the core disputes. But you shouldn't make assumptions about what another person thinks without, actually asking. And I think that's the issue there.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Carneades.org. Today we're going to be continuing with our series, Dumbfounding Definitions, Dizzying Distinctions, and Diabolical Doctrines, a series sorting through some of the jargon of philosophy. In this video, we're going to be doing a contentious one. What is critical race theory? Now, critical race theory, or CRT, is a legal and philosophical viewpoint that is often misunderstood and misrepresented, both from the standpoint of those supporting it, as well as from those opposing it. In this video, we're going to give you a clear definition of this viewpoint, as well as arguments for and against it. This is going to be a contentious and complex topic, so I'd strongly encourage you to watch the whole video before commenting and be specific with your questions or critiques in the comments. It's not to say you shouldn't be critical of what I'm saying or any of the positions we're exploring here. It's just to say be specific and be clear when you're doing so. So,
it sounds like a lot of
in
work,
the simplest form, CRT is an investigation into and a critique of the systems that give rise to the fact that while legal racial equality was obtained for many during the civil rights movement, this has failed to translate into practical equality of opportunities and outcomes for all races. This basic question at the heart of this movement is, why does racial inequality of outcomes persist, even though legal racial equality has been established? For example, why do Black people make up 12% of the U.S. population, but 38% of the prison population? Or why is the median wealth of the White House, of an average white household, $187,000, but the median wealth of a Black household is only $14,000? Note that the exact numbers on this are going to vary by source, but the punchline is going to be the same. We'll look at CRT's response to this question through three lenses: as a reaction to liberalism, as a reaction to Rawls, and as a reaction to an expansion of what is considered racist.
Yeah, so I think,
and often,
yeah, I mean, I guess he's going to discuss this further. I don't know how much of the video you wanted to go through, by the way, but
not the whole thing, probably, but yeah.
I don't just want to watch. We could just link people to the video. But what was I going to say? Yeah, I don't know how correct it is to say that CRT is sort of defined by a question. I mean, I think it is addressing those questions, but
I think the legal theory in it. So I think what he's trying to do is ground it in its historical antecedents, and I think that yes. So specifically, and then he'll talk about an evolution from that initial kind of like legal application. But yeah, good.
Yeah, and this, at least the way I've seen these ideas appeal to, which is less the strictly legal context, to be fair, is typically as a critique of liberalism/liberal capitalism, and that's what many of the critical theories share, is a critique of the system, because it is the hegemonic system, political and economic system in the contemporary West. So it makes sense that these critical theories would be targeted towards it. So there's sort of a logic to that, and so it sort of, I mean, I'm sort of repeating myself here, but it makes sense there's going to be a difference of opinion between like conservatives and progressives about this. I think it is helpful, though, if they understand what it is they are disagreeing about. And that is, yeah, I think where the woke label's not helping us very much. But yeah, let's hear the liberalism part.
Misunderstood feature of critical race theory is what it is critiquing. CRT is a critical response to philosophical liberalism at its core, which is often distinct from the views of politicians who claim to be liberal. Check out our video on what is liberalism and are liberals really liberal for more. Many theorists of CRT argue that the reason that gaps in outcomes for different races have not closed is due to two of the four main tenets of liberalism itself: valuing equality over equity, and only providing rights to individuals instead of groups. We'll take a look at each of those critiques. So, one of the central values of liberalism is valuing equality over equity. The difference between equity and equality goes back to Aristotle, where equality means giving everyone the same thing, and equity means giving people commensurate with their need. Check out our video on equity versus equality for more. According to liberalism, everyone should have equal legal rights to freedom, regardless of their race, gender, class, etc. However, the critical race theorist contends that in order to remedy past injustices, the law should be equitable, not equal, and therefore give those that have lacked the access to justice in the past more leeway, and those that have gotten more leeway in the past have more stringent laws. The reason that racial income and wealth gaps continue to exist despite equality before the law is that legal equality merely prevents the law from exacerbating these gaps. It doesn't address the pre-existing gaps in wealth or lead to an equitable distribution of wealth.
I think the other thing, well, okay, yeah, he's preempting what I'm going to say, but the other aspect to that is that liberalism conceptualizes, can you just go back a second so we can see that text? Yeah, liberalism conceptualizes rights as well as responsibilities, and also often kind of outcomes in a sense as defined at the group, defined at an individual level. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. And so it sort of doesn't make a lot of sense to talk about historical injustices. It almost, I don't want to oversell this, but it almost doesn't make sense to talk about historical injustices in a political context.
From a liberal,
from a liberal context,
history doesn't exist.
Well, I think that's a bit unfair. It's not that it doesn't exist; it's that unless you personally have been subject to injustice, the fact that you're part of a group which
that has
that includes individuals who were subject to injustice is sort of not seen as relevant. And so it's, again, I'm not saying whether that you should agree or disagree with that. I'm just trying to explain the difference in thought, right? Because there's a way of conceptualizing it, which is to say that, even it says here, what was the word I wanted for? It does not address pre-existing gaps that lead to no, that's not what I wanted to read. In order to remedy past injustice, the law should be equitable, not equal. And I think the liberal way to think about that is that unless you can identify injustices that were specifically done to an individual, then it doesn't make sense to talk about injustices done to members of the group that the individual was part of. That just has it has no connection to liberal theory because it's focused on this relationship between a state and an individual. Maybe I'm getting a bit too theoretical here, but I think that is kind of the core of why there's a difference of opinion here.
However, I do think that people who are committed to liberalism and critical theory sort of talk past each other by basically not understanding, by sort of like going with too much of sort of like an idealized version of the theories. So it's kind of like, there's this famous Thatcher quote where she says, there's no such thing society, there's no such thing as society, there's the individual and there are families, right? And I'm like, but like families are comprised of individuals and societies comprised of individuals and family, like that, there's like this reduction relationship, and it's not like one doesn't exist. And I think, well, just to finish the thought, it's like, I think that often people who identify as liberals sort of like might be inclined to ignore thinking about things at group levels, despite the fact that an entailment of their theories should actually be that there are group level dynamics that just reduce to individuals, right? And similarly, I think that people who are proponents of like critical theory can be more sympathetic to like things that liberals will say, because they should view groups as being comprised of individuals, but still those like group level. And I think that there's room for kind of both political ideologies to kind of communicate with each other by just understanding like reduction relationships, basically.
Yes, I think that is one way of understanding the relationship between the theories. There's many different things you could say there. I think that there are typically differences of what I'm trying to say here. There are some differences of view. For example, someone who believes in a group-focused analysis, so maybe a critical race theorist or someone sympathetic to those ideas, may think, for example, that you can do injustice to a group of people without necessarily there being any specific identifiable injustices to individuals in that group. I'm not saying they're committed to that. I'm saying that I think that some people would support this from my understanding. An individualist like Thatcher would deny that. They would say, the only way you can affect a group in any way is to affect individuals of that group. And then they'll sort of say, so in a sense, forget about the group and just look at the individuals who are affected and how they've been affected. Now, you can say, yeah, but the group helps you to think at an abstract level about the individuals. And that's sort of what you were saying, I think, or an aspect of what you were saying. There's a reduction.
I think it's like, I think it is what I'm saying, because I think that there's a very charitable way of sort of, say, interpreting, like these. So in an abstract sense, you might say, well, like history isn't affecting any individual. But actually, if you were to like causally look, for example, at why some individual black teenager is unable to afford going to university, and you actually trace that historical chain, you will find that, like their parents were slaves, and then, like their children, and so there is then actually an individual effect, but the only way of kind of understanding that is by appealing to like the whole system of a society that condoned like slavery and stuff like that, and that involves understanding like the reduction relationship between like the individual and sort of like society level laws and things around slavery. And
yes, you absolutely can ground that out in I mean, these issues get deeply theoretical, right? The claim of people who is not typically that groups can somehow affect people, groups can somehow have social effects absent individuals acting or doing things like that. Would be a very weird thing to say, but I think that there is a difference in the way that they seem to think about the nature of harm and causation at this sort of level. So, for example, the way that you would think of harm in the way that harm is typically conceptualized in a liberal context would not, I think, agree, or it would not be typical to agree that the fact that a black person in America is currently poorer than an otherwise comparable white person because that black person's ancestors going back several generations were enslaved, they would not regard that as a harm to that black person, because there is no, a harm would be an action that's taken by a person on someone else that harms their personal property. Whereas here we're talking about a consequence of actions in the past. So you might say that it's a consequence of harms, that this person is worse off than they would otherwise be, but that wouldn't be conceptualized as a harm in the relevant context. And I do think there is a concern here about, I mean, this is a bit of a broader point, but it raises the question is, what do we count as a harm, and what sort of counterfactuals are we willing to countenance when identifying the harms here? If I say, well, this person is worse off than they would otherwise have been, if their ancestors weren't enslaved, what other types of analogous counterfactuals maybe we willing to countenance in identifying harms? I actually think that's one of my objections to these sort of critical theories. I think that they're underspecified in which types of counterfactuals we're willing to countenance. Whereas I think liberalism, I mean, this is showing some of my views here, which is sort of fine, but liberalism has, I think, there's a lot of criticism to be made about how you define harm in liberalism, but it has more constraints about what types of things are going to be admitted as harms in a sort of politically relevant context. It's like, this is when an individual does this to someone else, or the state does this to someone else, not counterfactual statements relating to historical chains of effects. So there's more to be said about that, of course, but I think it is, again, what I really want to emphasize is that these are some of the underlying differences that I think ideally we should be talking more about, like how we think about these things. What sort of harms are kind of should be relevant for thinking about social policy in terms of saying someone is worse off as a result of these historical effects, these historical events than they would otherwise have been. How do you think about that? How do you measure that? How should that affect policy today? I think that's a really important question, and there'll be different opinions on that. and realizing that that is kind of one of the core issues I think that people will disagree about. I think that that's actually helpful, because a lot of people, I don't think, know that that's why they disagree. That's one of the things they're disagreeing about. And so, when, who was it? DeSantis said he doesn't believe in systemic injustices. So I'm not sure he understood very well about what he was saying. But I think if you maybe talked to him a while about it, went back and forth, maybe it would come down to some claim relating to what we're talking about now, right? And he would go one way, right? And we go, okay, right. So that's what you think about this issue. And then we could potentially make progress, right? Sorry, you were going to say something?
I was going to say, I'm just hearing a lot of white thoughts right now, but not. I was going to make a stupid joke. Yeah, so I don't know that there's. I mean, I think this is a very good video for people to watch, but I don't really know that we want to kind of watch the whole thing. I think it kind of tracks some of this kind of like objection and response stuff tracks through some of the things you've already mentioned just there about kind of like different ways of analyzing these problems and what kind of the relevant features are that we should pay attention to when legislating or constructing, theories of values and things like that. That being said, I think that there is, these are quite clearly complicated and difficult topics, and I think that one thing I would definitely want the audience to take away is that I do think that both sides have good points to make on these topics if they charitably listen to one another. That and that taking from the other side can then actually improve each other's kind of like policy considerations too, when those theories are kind of like cashed out politically. And that's why I wish that there was better political discourse surrounding these sorts of issues than what we're seeing with people kind of moaning about, wokeism or whatever, and then just saying that Ibram X. Kendi said some crazy things, and that's what everyone who disagrees with me politically and doesn't think that Viktor Orban's amazing believes. Because I think that is just like toxic, polluted, doesn't improve anyone's ideas, and then just leads to like massive audiences of people who are wound up but can't articulate why they're wound up and don't have any actually good principled like political theories that are embedded in like policy action that they actually want to see in
and that's almost the worst combination. People who are really angry about something but they're not even quite sure what it is or whom they're angry at, other than very vaguely defined terms. Actually, I mean, not to overuse the point, but that's one of Nazism and fascism generally's favorite tactics, is to define a fairly amorphous amorphous. I was combining amorphous and dysmorphic sometimes. Anyway, I don't know what happened there. Amorphous other, which I mean, in the Nazi case was identified as Jews, but the Jews, like there was this idea of like
World Economic Forum, cultural Bolshevism. Yeah,
like it's like Jews, but it's also not and more than that. But anyway, and then that everything that's bad is blamed on this group, and then if only we could get rid of this group, things would be better, without really identifying how that is supposed to make sense, or what the causal connections are, or what the actual underlying ideology is. And I'm not saying, by the way, that everyone who is a conservative or uses woke or whatever is anti-Semitic. That wasn't the point of that analogy. It's more
it's
just
the same lazy, like
it's the same lazy, rabble-rousing, yes, sort of emotive before intellect type of generalization of thinking, which I think we should be very wary of. And I don't think it's isolated to one side of politics. So all of that being said, maybe now we can have a look at this little report here, which, why do I say little again? It's actually quite long. The report from my university. I will share that, yes. Hang on, just let me, just give me a second here.
Yeah, no worries. So what's really going on here is that James got butthurt by his university years ago, and now he's finally getting them back by
revenge. Yeah. Well, I'll explain the context here, but I think one of the reasons I wanted to look at this is because I still haven't shared, have I? Is because it's not. They keep changing this share screen thing. Let's see if I can get it right. Okay, don't need sound. It's not kind of cherry picked in any way or a random example that's like outrage bait. It's something at my university that was sent to me, and I thought would be an interesting little example of what we're talking about. So
people of color, except white is the least racist skin tone because it's all colors.
Checkmate.
It's very exclusionary because black skin is the absence of color. Of course, no.
So let me just explain what this is. So I hopefully don't want to misrepresent this. So this is called Racism at the University of Melbourne report. This is a report that was produced by the UMSU People of Color Officer. So that is an elected position at the UMSU is the University of Melbourne Student Union. So it's basically it's a union. It's a group that represents the students. It has, so it's not the university itself, but it is associated with the university. The student, I don't fully understand the details of it, all that deep state stuff, right? But the student union does have an official kind of representative or something that they convene with the university. So it is a sort of establishment, but it's not directly the university establishment. And the university student union is known to be involved in sort of some certain political causes, but it also does represent the student body. Also, this report was not sent to me by UMSU. It was sent to me by I don't remember who, but someone from the university who was highlighting this as an issue and saying that the university is now going to conduct their own version of this report. So run by the university as opposed to the student union. So I don't want to mischaracterize the nature of this report. It is official in the sense that it's put out by the student union, which is a university affiliated group who represents students and particularly their people of color officer. And it was in some indirect way endorsed for reading and reference about the nature of racism at the university by an official at the university and sent to me to my university of email account. That's where I've seen it. Okay. So that's where this has come from. Now,
do you know what what is a people of color officer? Is it supposed to be someone who represents the concerns of people of color to the student union?
Yeah, essentially. So I think last time I checked, so the student union has elections, and the people of color officer is elected. There's a women's officer, there's one for disability, there's an indigenous officer, there's a variety of kind of identitarian officers. From what I recall, it says something, they may have changed this, but it says something like you're only supposed to vote for this office, like there's candidates. You're only supposed to vote for one of the candidates if you are part of that identity group. They don't have any way to enforce that, but they ask you to do that. Which is kind of interesting. But anyway, so that's
I will say that I do tend to find that, so with some of the language here, for example, like BIPOC and stuff like that a lot of this stuff is, I think, basically in-group signaling, like when you sort of use this type of language rather than what I would take to be more neutral language that could be used. Like I tend to find that it's indicative of someone's political leanings, because it's only one particular political group that tends to sort of use that type of language to provide analyses, like BIPOC and stuff. But maybe
that's part
of
the reason why I found some things to object about this. Well, there are some good things about it, but I was broadly not pleased when I looked through this. We'll see why. And maybe we can just talk about this and how it relates to some of the issues we've just been discussing and as we go through, but I'm just trying to provide the context for what this is first.
Yes.
So yeah, it's not a neutral report. I don't think that it's not really presented as such, and it shouldn't be read as such. So as it says, that the purpose of this report is to, it's basically a survey and then some commentary on it, is to ask students at the university about their experiences of racism, white supremacy, eugenics, colonization, anti-blackness, suicide. I don't know why suicide's there, anti-Semitism, and Asian hate. Oh, right. That's just because it's a content warning, so it's mentioning that. But that's largely what it's about. It's about asking about those sorts of experiences. We'll see some of the questions that are asked. And
Asian hate doesn't have a sort of fancy word for it, like some of the others do. You know what I mean?
Maybe there needs to be one. I don't know.
Isn't it like xenophobia or something?
Well, that's Russian. Chinese. What did I say? Russian. That's Chinese specifically, right? So,
yeah, you want more.
But I mean, the term Asian is Orientalist in itself, right? So it's kind of problematic however you. Anyway, so now in terms of the demographics of this report, so they had 850 or so responses. They didn't explain exactly how they sampled these students. I assume it's drawn from the the student university mailing group. So it's certainly not a representative sample. This is a self-selected sample. That I don't know if that's super important. It might be relevant to how much you generalize these experiences, but just for context there. And it's mainly drawn from current students, a mix of graduate and undergraduate at the University of Melbourne. That's most of the important thing there is like who's filling this out. So mostly what this survey consists of, you see it's 144 pages. Most of this is some quantitative results of questions that people were asked. And then there's additional comments. So there's like, you have the box where you can write extra stuff. And it's some of those comments and the way that some of them are presented, which I found, let's say, interesting and might be worth discussing. And I'm interested also just to hear what Nathan thinks about this and whether, and also the broader context is like, are these the sorts of things that people think of as woke? Like, I assume some of this stuff will be like, and we can maybe talk about that and how that's characterized. So, these are some quantitative questions just about like how they felt in their classes. I don't have too much to say about that other than I really dislike this kind of grade that they've used this. So this is probably not obvious because we use a weird grading system. Actually, I don't know how you grade things in the UK, but sorry, go ahead.
It's also, I mean, there's sort of, in the way that this data is being presented, a kind of conflation between this scale being the way that the respondents that we chose responded, and this scale being like some kind of scientific measure for how good we're doing.
Oh, right. That's pretty much what I was going to say.
Okay.
So we use a system of H1 is the highest grade, and then there's H2 and H3, and then pass and then fail. I don't know where that comes from. It seems kind of arbitrary, but anyway, the point is that's what
we don't use that. But
yeah. Well, most other unis here don't use it either. I don't know where we've got it from, but that's what these letters mean here. And the reason I mention that is because rather than just presenting them as percentages, which is that's what people report, they've linked this to a grading scale. Which
even the way that the bar is presented is growing from the left to the right doesn't seem a true indication of the way that this data. What this data is actually showing, right? Because it's just where respondents land on some particular scale that's been constructed, but it doesn't like grow from never to, like the idea is like progress, like it's a bar of progress or something, like from never towards full completion of like everyone responding a certain way, whereas it that's not true. It's just people land where they land on the scale, if that makes sense. I think.
Yeah, well, this is conceptualized, at least by the writers of the survey, as scoring the University of Melbourne and measuring our progress kind of thing. They talk about that in some other language.
Yeah.
A question like, I feel that the subject content caters to people of different backgrounds. If I was asked that question, I'd probably say sometimes, because a lot of the time that isn't relevant to the subject content. And also sometimes it shouldn't cater to people of different backgrounds because the course is about a specific area or a specific topic.
This
so I'm
is the
not
classic.
really sure what this is trying to measure here.
I think that this is a classic case of the general statement just being too vague. Caters to can be interpreted in so many different ways.
Right.
That I think there's a specific sense that they're probably trying to get at in terms of like my racial group doesn't prevent me from being able to engage with the course's content. Right. I think is how the question should be sort of phrased, but caters to could just mean
caters to seems to imply some active effort to do something specific to a different group, not just is simply possibly but accessible. I don't know.
But I think you could answer, for example, you could answer in a way that disagrees with this if you have, say, some particular alternative view of your subject that you say is a byproduct of say your like racial ethnic identity, and then that's not taught, but that's actually like pseudoscience or some, like so for example, if you were like a Black Hebrew Israelite, you might believe in some weird like they have like some weird kind of sciences and some weird like almost like phrenology, eugenic sciences,
well, traditional Chinese medicine or traditional what is it? The Indian word, I forget. But those. So I have heard people make those arguments that Western medicine isn't sufficiently catering to people from those cultural backgrounds because
you could say it's not. You could say I'm not being catered to by these perspectives, not being included. But like I think in the relevant sense of caters to that the question should be asking, like those people are being catered to because they actually can take a course in Western medicine and learn all the relevant facts, and like bring and be graded on the way that they answer those facts, just without this different subject matter that they believe in being kind of like endorsed by the university.
Yeah, so I think this question here doesn't really have much to do with race. That's a very general question about feeling
Really
comfortable to discuss, and there's many factors there. So,
but they'll try and spin it though. I think you can clearly see the bias in the questioners, because they'll be like, well, if people are saying that they're not comfortable, I'm going to explain that by them not being comfortable because of race, right? Rather than them just not being comfortable, I don't know, because they've got some asshole.
Well, we'll see some. Yeah, I mean, we'll see that later in the report, how things are presented. This question here, I mainly don't like because it's a negative, and I don't know that all participants, participants, I guess, respondents would have picked that up. I felt that I've not been treated differently. Now, I know that there's sometimes a reason to do that they vary positive and negative statements, although this seems to have been the only one that was asked. So I'm actually not sure how many people picked that up. I feel like that's a confusing way to ask the question. Fairly minor point, perhaps, but
I think it's, again, though, there's a lot of ambiguity in that question. Like,
yeah, treated differently can mean a lot of things. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't really want to overinterpret those too much. It's just sort of the first thing there. What I'm quite interested in, let's move on from that. They have these pull quotes right throughout there, which is a way of editorializing, obviously, what they consider important. So I don't.
Why is liberal I mean, I think it's supposed to be in scare quotes as well, but it's in single quotes. But
yeah, so they said that they haven't changed any of no edits have been made to any submission unless it's spelling grammatical error. It's a spelling grammatical error or one that is identifying the author. So I assume the original contributor put those in there.
But why?
I don't know whether it was single or double.
What I'm trying to comment on, though, anyway, is that why is the original contributor sort of like like using scare quotes to indicate sarcasm on the word liberal there? They're
because people, like, I can only assume, but people like that don't. Yeah, so yeah, it's a bit strange. You do see this in academic writing, though. You see that.
Yeah.
And I think it's a way of saying that they think they're being liberal but they're not really, maybe, but they're not really, or but then maybe they are being liberal and you just disagree with liberalism. So I'm not entirely sure.
But that's what I mean. Because if the criticism is that I disagree with liberalism, it's not like ironic for them to claim that they're liberal. They just actually are liberal. Like,
I don't know. I don't know why this person wrote that, but that's the pull quote they chose. But
tell me, James, you should know.
Let's have a look at some of the basic point that I want to emphasize here is it's useful to ask people about these questions, and there are issues at the university. I will say that the way the report characterizes this, I think, is very different from how I would characterize what's reported here if you ask me to sort of synthesize it. And so, I mean, obviously people come up to it with their biases, right? But I thought it's interesting to have a look at some of the things that people have said that are included in this report. So the question here is, in my tutorials, labs, workshops, lectures, so in classes, I feel comfortable to freely contribute to discussion or answer questions. So that's the question people are responding to. Well, I've highlighted some answers here that I think are kind of interesting. We don't need to talk about all of them, but for example, sometimes the content of class only focuses on Australia. I find this a very strange criticism of an Australian university. Now, obviously there are some classes that would need to focus on things overseas, but it is true that it's common to use Australian examples for many things.
Yes.
I personally think that's generally appropriate. So I find that an odd comment.
No, I guess someone could disagree. Someone could be so galaxy-brained centrist that they actually believe, even in an Australian course, that in fact it shouldn't. But I think that maybe if you were to articulate the disagreement here, it would come down to the appropriateness of focusing on Australian perspective versus other ones, and maybe they would have some value. I'm being excessively charitable, right? And then so maybe there is going to be some genuine disagreement over whether or not that's appropriate. But I tend to sort of think that it's reasonable to focus on the perspectives of the kind of like country that the course is in.
It's hard to say without more knowledge of the context, because the broader context can be helpful in some cases, but in other cases it's appropriate to focus on Australian examples or issues, depending on what that subject is. But I don't know, it doesn't obviously to me have anything to do with racism. But looking at some of the other examples, I have encountered instances where tutors expressed the preference not to hear any Chinese language in the class, despite me being the only person who can speak Chinese. So let me comment about this, because this is something that directly affects me as a tutor. There is a problem in certain classes in particular that attract me. So the university as a whole is about 30% international students. Many of them come from China or Chinese backgrounds, not all of them, of course. But that's why this is relevant here, is that in certain subjects, there are a very large number, even a majority of students who speak Chinese as a first language. And there is well, I say it's a strict policy. I think it needs to be perhaps stricter. The university's teaching language of instruction is English, and it's important that that be maintained for pedagogical purposes, right?
Yeah.
So now I don't think there's good training for tutors as to how to best do this, and it's something that I'm actually trying to look into myself about doing something about this. But the point is that to characterize this as problematic, I think, I mean, it may have been done in an insensitive way, which
I'm
is
trying
possible,
to understand the
but
nature of this complaint, though, because they're saying they're the only Chinese student in the only Chinese speaker in the class. Like, are they just responding to the tutor in Chinese, despite them clearly not being a speaker?
No,
are they talking to
so
themselves?
my model of what's happened there is that the tutor made a comment, probably at the start of the semester or something, about the importance of speaking in English and not speaking in languages other than English.
And this person's
I think there are
perceived it
important
as-
reasons to do
as
that.
a personal slight.
And the tutor won't know how many people speak Chinese in the class, right? I'm not sure how this student knows that. Maybe they know the other class members. Anyway,
Well, I think that this is the most plausible interpretation, is that they've perceived that sort of comment on policy as like a personal slight aimed at them,
Right.
because they're the only Chinese speaker.
But this is, yes. And look, it's possible to deliver that sort of, I acknowledge it's possible to deliver those sorts of things in an unhelpful or confrontational or biased way. But part of what I want to emphasize, in my opinion, is that many of the issues raised here, not all of them, but many of them are of this sort, where it's largely about the way an experience is interpreted, that affects whether you regard that as sort of racialized or not, effectively, or prejudicial. And so, yeah, maybe I'll go through a few other examples to get the point. I'm not asking everyone else to agree with me here, but that's part of why I think it is important to ask about the ideological kind of perspectives that things are coming from, because that will affect how you interpret things, right? So here's another comment. I'm a bit slow speaking English, and sometimes I feel people getting impatient, so I just try not to talk.
I mean,
that is an issue, right? That people who speak English as a second language might feel discouraged from participating. So I don't want to say that's not a problem or like not an issue, but I don't think it's a racism issue.
Not racially motivated.
Well, I think generally not, right? And this person actually just says they personally feel that people feel impatient. I don't think that has anything to do with race. It's at least not obvious to me. And I mean, people can read the other ones here, by the way. I've picked out ones that I think are more interesting to discuss. I'm not trying to be too selective here. As a young woman of color, I feel my opinions are reduced and dismissed by my overwhelmingly white male lecturers in favor of white students. Now, this one's really interesting to me, right? Because this could be completely correct. It could be that this person's opinions, and there's some evidence that this can happen, are dismissed by white lecturers in favor of other white students or male students, right? The problem I have is that I don't know how the person can know that that's why their opinions are being dismissed, or even if their opinions are being dismissed. It really depends on the context. Maybe they, there are lots of reasons why you can feel like your opinions are being dismissed. And I don't know how one can know whether that's because of a racial prejudice. In some cases, it may be very transparent, right? But absent some very clear markers, I do have an issue about how that causal claim is justified. And if it's dependent on people's self-reports about views that are bound up with ideological viewpoints, then I do have concerns about how useful these sort of reports are. Do you see what I'm saying there?
You're saying we should gaslight women out of that.
That is exactly what I said.
I think that this is where there's an element of truth to some criticisms that will come from like heterodox right type people, right? Like who are using the anti-woke rhetoric, which is that you can get people who are on the opposite end of the political spectrum to them, who get this like excessive sort of like political viewpoint in terms of understanding group identities, and then they just like view that, you know, they misperceive everything as a slight against them because of their group membership, right? And
Yes.
so I see sometimes people who get into like feminism, or, you know, sometimes you see it in people who are super into like Israel Palestine, or people get into like communism or whatever, and they begin viewing everything, every comment, every like interaction that happens in terms of an explanation that's offered from some political kind of ideological standpoint, whether or not it's actually intended that way, whether or not that's the best explanation of something that someone says. Now, I think that these sorts of situations are difficult because on the one hand, you want to validate the person's feelings, like they are having those feelings,
Yes,
but you also
exactly.
want to communicate whether or, you know, you want to basically provide an epistemology where the person can have an appropriate interpretation, so they can correctly perceive when the best explanation is, you know, that someone is treating them poorly on the basis of being a woman, and not do so sort of like almost inappropriately as a blanket explanation for any time someone says that they're wrong or something like that. And so, yeah, that's you need a lot of contextual information in order to be able to do that in any particular case. And so I agree that like these sorts of comments just standing independently, you can't really do a lot with. You really need to look at the individual context.
And that's what part of my concern is. It's not that people are reporting this, that's their experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how are these being
It's how it's being
interpreted
presented
is what my concern is. And we'll have a look at more examples to sort of illustrate.
I want to say on
ahead,
some of these points as well, you know, like on the one above that one you just highlighted, where it says, as a person who isn't a native English speaker, I sometimes feel overwhelmed speaking in a room full of native speakers. So I think like there's an implication of that in the way it's being presented, which is like, again, this is some injustice this person faces on the basis of like their race or something. And there's a degree to which that's true. Like maybe they are at a disadvantage as compared to maybe like a native speaker who might not have these feelings. But then also, you know, like this is just a problem with maybe like human social dynamics that's universal to anyone learning a second language, where you might have a lack of confidence. And so for this individual who's learning a second language, they're going to have to kind of like learn to trust in their abilities with the new language and overcome this if they want to participate in an education course that's in a different country in that language, or in the labor force, you know, like in a job, in a career. Like, so actually this is like the liberal way of interpreting that is that, okay, there's a real feeling of maybe like an inadequacy or something there, but also this person individually has to learn to deal with that feeling if they want to actually communicate in that language and participate in it and stuff as well. And we can't sort of assess that in terms of you know, that there's some special treatment that this person needs now because of that feeling. Like
Yeah, I mean, I think a number of these relate to language. I think, again, is something that's directly affected my teaching experience, and is something that I'm thinking about as well. What I dislike is conflating that as relating to racial prejudice in some way, which, again, it can be, but I certainly don't think it necessarily is.
It's kind of like a learned helplessness thing, actually, which you know, reminds me of one of your Science of Everything podcast episodes, when you were talking about the one on operant conditioning, where you talked about this.
Oh yes,
where you said the problem in the cases of like learned helplessness is something like, well, when you learn some kind of like avoidance behavior on the basis of trying to avoid a stimulus, but actually when the stimulus is no longer there anymore, you still continue to engage in the behavior, you know, the avoidance behavior. And I think that can kind of be what's going on with some of these like sort of victimizing narratives, right? Is that maybe they are right in some cases, but then when people are being told to kind of adopt these as heuristics for every situation, people kind of like run away from the perceived discomfort stimulus of someone who's being racist, and then they never actually find out. And so it confirms, you know, like the overall theory that that there's a racial injustice, or there's a kind of like sexist injustice being perpetuated here, but they never necessarily find out by, you know, like confronting that stimulus and talking to the person, finding out what their actual intentions were and what they were doing, or anything like that as well.
I think if you do strongly think that these sort of injustices and slights and prejudices are everywhere, as some people say, then it's not hard to find them, because I think this report's a good example of that.
Yeah.
Because human behavior is complex and multifaceted and can often be interpreted in multiple ways. To answer a question, about how many students are educated as part of the foreign students, I think it's approximately 1/3 of all students at the University of Melbourne are international students. But in certain subjects and like departments, it's much more than that. And so
I mean,
that's why there are a lot of comments here from international students, because there are quite a lot of at the university.
To be fair, though, on this point about what the solution is here, you will have to learn Chinese eventually anyway.
That is a good question, which I kind of don't want to address here because it's sort of outside the focus. Yeah, like I'm not saying that none of these issues are unreal or something like that, but it's it's about how they're kind of
how you analyze them and
how they're analyzed. But yeah, I want to go through a few more examples to illustrate the point. So, I mean, this one is pretty clearly ideologically driven, although it's so vague that it's hard to say what that is meaning. But it's
deep structural issues. They're talking about the aerated concrete that the buildings are made of.
Well, there are actually literal like structural issues of the building I work with, so that's true in a multiple sense. So this one here, the institution is built on white knowledge and Western knowledge production. Non-Western knowledge and non-Western empirical methods, including indigenous ways of knowledge, are not welcome. They are just the other opinion. So that's we sort of talked about that before, right? So that's a very clearly, I think, ideologically driven critique of the types of things that are taught at the university.
Well, the thing is, though, I think within that criticism, there's a charitable interpretation that it could be excessively charitable, but where there's something to it, right? Like you might say, with respect to, say, perspectives on history or something, there's like an analysis that you can provide that's from, I don't know, like an Anglo-American perspective, and is very like one-sided and maybe ignores like if you were to put yourself in a different perspective, then the historical analysis of some conflict or whatever that you'd give would be very different. So that's one thing. But then there's like, say, with respect to the sciences or something like, oh yeah, therefore we should undermine like Western medical practices or Western cosmology or something in favor of like and that's I think that's a different type of
well, again, it's not clear what this is specifically referring to, and of course people will say different things. So yeah, there is a way to steelman it. I am very skeptical about the notion of different ways of knowing. That's a broader discussion. But an interesting thing here is I want to illustrate this as an example, right? Because if someone, maybe especially a conservative person, but really anyone, were to read a comment like that and then say, oh, that's a woke talking point, or like that's a woke perspective. Although, again, I don't really like the term woke. I feel like it's sort of clear it's reasonably clear what they are identifying there and why they've applied the term. Do you see what I'm saying by that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree. I think probably the most plausible interpretation of what's going on here is that some student has like a relatively uncritical political point of view through which they're kind of like analyzing their education, and that that's about as close to an example of like woke ideology in universities as I think you're going to get, probably, right? Someone saying this sort of uncritical thing that isn't very helpful and is probably wrong. I think as well, on the ways of knowing type thing, I think that's interesting too, because the phrase itself seems to paint a picture that there is like one singular truth that can be known through different indigenous epistemologies or something. Whereas I for my personal point of view, think that that's the wrong way of viewing it, because I'd say that there are like different epistemic practices and languages and discourses. And so you can have like a pluralism that allows for different ways of thinking about topics that are related or something. And some of those are going to be clearly more like practically useful than others, depending on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, but it depends on the purpose of the inquiry.
And there may even be a plurality of discourses that can achieve the same outcome. So you might think about like, competing scientific theories and their ability to explain some experimental data or something like that, right? And maybe there's even so there's like there's an interesting point like Hasok Chang raises in his book Is Water H2O, where he tries to apply, he goes back to like what, for example, what was like the theory of phlogiston and calx, and what happens if you try and apply those theories to explain experimental data that we have in modern times. And as it actually turns out, like you can sometimes you can actually improve gaps in modern scientific understanding by trying to like almost have like rival. He kind of argues almost for this view of the sciences that's more like like this liberal model of politics as debate between rival competing theories that are empirically adequate and stuff. And I think that that's an interesting viewpoint, but that pluralism is almost different from like the idea that there's like one correct way of viewing the same essential thing, and you can know about it by like indigenous. That instead I just view like the indigenous form of life as like a different one to the modern westernized capitalist type form of life that can still maybe include indigenous discourse. I don't know. The point is there's a bunch of complicated topics here, and I think that whatever this person's saying is very kind of like confused and uncritical of all of these different issues in like basically philosophy, epistemology, philosophy of language and stuff.
Yes, well, this sort of criticism of Western universities is present in the academy. Probably not as much in philosophy. I think it's more in some of the social sciences, sociology of knowledge and things like that. So, I mean, I think that's probably where they've heard about these sorts of ideas.
I think you're probably right, though. It is there. So, for example, like Gregory Dawes, who I interviewed maybe a couple of years ago on philosophy of religion, and he has some really good stuff on explanation. But like, he talked about some of this ways of knowing stuff in philosophy of religion, where he was comparing, like the way that Christians talk about the sensus divinitatis and that kind of epistemology, and maybe like comparing that to different indigenous epistemologies and whether or not they should be considered legitimate in analytic philosophy of religion, or whether they should be considered illegitimate and stuff like that. And I think that there are like better, clearer ways of discussing these things that do exist in the academy as well, that some people engage in. But for some people, I think it's just basically like saying these things is identifying with a political in-group, basically, and there isn't really much content on.
Yes, I think that's also true. Let's have a look at some other examples. So honestly, I find this very silly. Too many examples and case studies and exam questions are related to alcohol. As a Muslim, I have not knowledge or interest in these examples, and I cannot relate to them.
What?
I have done a lot of subjects at the university, and I don't think there are really many, if any, examples related to alcohol. Now, I'm not saying there aren't any, right? But I find it hard to believe there are really that many. But also, who cares? Like, it's just such a trivial thing. I don't know. I find it really hard to understand.
But it's so hard without the context, to understand why a person might think this is relevant. Because suppose you're taking a chemistry exam and there's a question about the hydroxy group, right? Are you like, oh, though that's haram because alcohol is forbidden? Well, no,
I have no idea what example they're thinking about.
It's not like Islam forbids, like some particular molecular analysis of what alcohol is. It's instead that Islam forbids the act of drinking alcohol, right? And so even from internally within an Islamic perspective, you might say that this person's sort of confused in what they're saying. Or like Islam forbids sociological analysis of the effects of alcohol on society or something. Right. No, like Islam might even be in favor of it because the effects are generally pretty negative, and like Muslims would probably want to establish that because it agrees with their theological conclusions. So I don't understand why this unless a question on it's like question 2 for 3 marks down this shot of tequila. Like, I don't understand how this is relevant at all.
Yeah, I thought that was quite strange. The one below it I also am not very fond of. So white people are judgmental, not open to Asian ideas. The way they look at Asians are also obviously different, also always judge and have some privilege in them. I know this is a bit of a hot take. I personally regard that as racist statement, saying that white people are judgmental. Now, I know some people don't think you can be racist towards white people, but anyway, this is... What's interesting is what we'll see later. So bear this statement in mind here. There's probably not a lot more that needs to be said about it, but bear this in mind because there's something I want to show.
On that point, though, I think there are like there's a sense in which it can be true, and sometimes there's like value differences or cultural differences about which there's no particular fact of the matter. So, for example, like which foods are disgusting, right? I don't think there's some like cross-cultural fact of the matter, and that's just going to come down to basically what.
Yeah, but are those the Asian ideas they're talking about, like the flavors of food? I don't know, but I suspect not.
I don't know, but I can imagine a case where, for example, there's some kind of preference discourse, and an Asian person talks about eating something that a Western person considers disgusting, and somehow that cultural difference comes out as like a theory difference. I can imagine those cases as actually existing, but I can also imagine this person as basically just having like bad ideas and then putting it down to the other person being racist because they themselves are like viewing everything through that level of analysis too. So without context, again, it's just like basically impossible to say whether or not I think that this statement is appropriate or not,
I don't think the first sentence is really ever appropriate. You can say that I've encountered white people who are judgmental, but
I guess I interpret that as just someone. I guess I interpret the first statement as someone just emoting. So like maybe they have been treated in a racist way and they're emoting in this way. But I agree, if you take it for its content, then that is like a racist statement, I suppose. Like, it's encouraging this judgment on the basis of people's skin color, that they are like particularly excessively judgmental or something like that.
I mean, also super ironic, but
yes,
anyway. Exactly. So this one here is interesting. I'll just zoom out a bit because this is a pull quote. So particularly in Masters of Public Health, there is no consideration for people of color, and the course is suffocatingly Eurocentric just as much as the Bachelor of Science was. The white students were very arrogant and made many snide remarks during conversations regarding Indigenous Australians' different experience with healthcare, and the staff made no attempt to pull them up, which is pretty disgusting. I believe that there were probably insensitive comments made, although it's hard to know what. But this first statement here is more interesting to me because
I feel like that must be false, right? Like,
which statement?
For example, the first statement about there's no consideration for people of color. Now, I think my interpretation is that the person making the claim probably means something specific by consideration for people of color beyond, for example, like, is there a discussion of different health outcomes, say, for people of different ethnic groups? Because I just can't. I genuinely. I mean, I can conceive of it, but I just think it's so implausible that there's no discussion of different health outcomes. Because there's a reason it's a part of screening at every European hospital in the world what your ethnic background is, right? Because people from different ethnic backgrounds have like different predispositions to medicines or different types of diseases and things like that, and so that's why people are screened that way at every emergency health. Like, so the idea that wouldn't feature in a Masters of Public Health at all.
It's very hard to say what they're referring to. There could be certain things that you could say, oh, there should be more of this in the curriculum. But it's interesting that there are two criticisms. One of the criticisms relates to the content of the course, and another relates to the students. And the fact that the fact that these two quite different observations are both seemingly in line with a very particular ideology makes me a little bit suspect, shall we say, about this person. Obviously, one can't be sure, but saying the white students were arrogant, again, I have some issues with that. Although, of course, there are arrogant white students that I'm sure they encountered, but there's a way that they're viewing that. I also wanted this comment here that we saw before as a pull quote, but I don't think we actually talked about it. My cohort is predominantly white people. Oh, that's okay. And they all have a white savior complex.
Oh, I hate that.
What does that mean?
So I think it's the
I know the idea of the white savior, but how do you know if someone has a white savior complex?
Yes. Well, I don't
That's
think
what I mean.
I think that there isn't a good way of knowing this. And I think that this is one of those unfalsifiable psychologizations that's like, if they say that they don't have it, they're in denial and they need to be educated. And if they say that they do have it, then, they've got the white savior complex. But I think that this is almost one of those Kafka trap things where it's like, well, if they were racist to you, then they're doing the wrong thing. And if they are sensitive to like concerns of racism, then they've got a white savior context and they're doing the so there's like, regardless of what someone does, whether they take your concerns seriously or they don't take your concerns seriously, you've created an impossible situation where you're going to complain about something. I think that's like a self-victimizing mentality there that I dislike, combined with, a terrible epistemology for figuring out whether or not people have a white savior complex or not.
Yeah, that's part of what I really struggle with things like that, is how people make these assessments. Because I don't know how you can really know something like that. Maybe unless you know someone very well.
Well, I think it's probably just trivially true, right? Well,
or it could be, it could be trivially true.
But my guess is that what's actually going on here is that there are white people who are trying to talk about these like issues for people of color or whatever, and provide, you know, like maybe like these critical lenses and analyses on certain topics, and then it's basically that's not good enough. It's like, what? Yeah, but you're white, so now I feel like condescended to by you telling me what my issues are rather than me saying it myself or something. And that's how I interpret it. I could be wrong in that interpretation, but
yeah, a lot of these are quite hard to know what they're quite referring to. I'm just seeing if there's another English language issue here.
Tone deaf about Asians. What does that mean? Tone deaf about Asians.
Many of these are often, language barriers or just extremely vague statements. Sometimes right-wing views that are racist, homophobic are expressed by the majority of people that are contributing to the discussion. Hard to know what
those views are.
It strikes me as fairly unlikely in the context of Melbourne Uni, in my experience, but it can that the majority of people would express this. Is not that you would ever hear them, but it's also a question as to what they consider racist, homophobic.
And also their assessment of the majority there, because you might suppose that, you know, maybe there's one person who's particularly politically engaged, right? And they have a particularly extreme view. So maybe they're vocal in those types of discussions. And then you make the inference that that must be what the majority of people believe off of this like vocal. So there's all sorts of problems.
There's a few other interesting ones here. A white student once made a disgusted face when I was speaking and answering a question. I don't know how you can exist. I mean, maybe sound a bit boomerish here, but like, how can you exist in life and not have that happen to you periodically? Some people disagree with what you say and they'll make a face. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Maybe that happens more to them. I don't know, right? But it just seems so trivial.
Yeah, you really should have brushed your teeth that day. It was yeah.
Anyway, exams, lectures are 100% not culturally appropriate. I don't.
What does that even mean?
Well, we don't know what subject they do, so it's.
Yeah, but no, but do they mean like just in general, like as in because in a different culture exams don't exist, and like what, like are they against just exams in principle, or are they saying that it's not the best form of assessment for this subject? Like I have no idea what that claim even means.
This one I really like. The assumption that I am knowledgeable. I assume this is someone who's from Africa. They didn't actually say that I'm knowledgeable about the African continent and should be looked to by the students as some form of continental expert. I think tutors, lecturers should always state at the beginning that we are all here to learn and that people of color should only share their experiences if they are comfortable. This is something that I've observed myself, actually, that sometimes if there's someone who's visibly or you know that they're from a minority group or a different background, that they're kind of tacitly called on or maybe explicitly called on to be an authority or representative. And I do think that that's can be an issue. So I think that is something that's important to acknowledge there.
I tell you what's interesting about that, though, is that what's actionable from that seems to directly contradict some of the other things, though, as well. Because it's like we need to pay more and more attention to my lived experience as a like person of this ethnic profile. But then if I'm treated as a person of this ethnic profile, then it's like bad because I actually, you know, am more than just a representative. So again, I'm not saying that obviously the report doesn't have to is putting forward different people's points of view so they can be in tension with one another. But I think it highlights that actually, if you're sensitive to these issues of like race, ethnicity and stuff, that you are going to come out with these actually conflicting values if you want to kind of like respect people's different wishes and desires on the basis of like ethnic background.
Yeah, and I think that these can be difficult to do. I think it's important to provide a discussion context, you know, when it's relevant for people to be able to raise issues that are relevant to them or pertinent to their own experience, while also not feeling like the people have to do that because they're some sort of representative, which I think can be kind of unfair and unfair burden. And I think that's particularly prominent if there are cases like people from Africa, for example, and there aren't too many of them on campus relative to people from other backgrounds. So that sort of can be more sort of tokenistic sometimes. So I think that's a fair point, but it is difficult to navigate that because you want to be sort of aware of and cognizant of and welcoming of people's different backgrounds, while also not being overly prescriptive about how they should manifest them or how that should inform the way they interact. So it is difficult to, I think, balance all of these concerns here. There's a similar point about indigeneity as well. I thought this here was funny. I do not feel comfortable with my majority white classes as I've been spoken over and ignored before. Again, I feel like anyone who's been to a university class has been spoken over and ignored before. Maybe that happens more often to them because of race. It's possible, but I don't know how you can really know that unless it's very extreme. Anyway, there's other similar points. I think we've made the issue here. Yeah, this is actually an interesting one. There's such an abundance of racism in the outdated academia we're learning and reading, and it becomes like a double-edged sword in class. I mention it, and I, on a good day, get talked over and dismissed. I don't mention it, and I feel horrible and dirty. Also, it's so exhausting just having to be constantly alert for and call out the racism in literally everything being said. I walk into class most times and feel like I'm walking into a battlefield, and then there's the issue of being disliked and ignored by the tutor because you've pointed out these things and being the unruly minority. I think that's interesting because it says something. I mean, obviously, I don't know that person or what specifically their experiences are. It does seem like that they are very focused on a particular, on identifying particular instances that they see as, well, racism. And they say that it's literally in everything being said. So they seem to see it kind of everywhere. And that does seem to speak to a particular way of looking at things, shall we say, whether that's sort of rightly or wrongly or what context it is. I don't know what subjects they study. And the point is, that's from a tutor's point of view, that's not always that helpful. That might not be the thing you're emphasizing or you want to focus on. And if someone's constantly bringing that up, it may be derailing. So I can also understand why people might find them a bit difficult in a class context. Again, it does depend a lot. But I do think that this is an example of what I was sort of saying before, and what Nathan also said, that the way you these experiences are based on people's, the people's genuine experiences, and we shouldn't, simply dismiss them or think that they're like fabricated or something. But at the same time, we should acknowledge that they are people's reports of their experiences, and that is people's experiences and how they conceptualize them are affected by their own worldview and their own beliefs. And that's why one should be cautious about how to interpret these sorts of comments in reports like this, because they are self-reports of people's own experiences. And that relates to what I was saying before about my concern about how sort of this report is potentially being presented. I have some more that I want to cover about that as we go through. Right. Nathan's just pooping, so I'll soldier on. We'll get through a few more examples of these. I assume he's still watching on the John. The classes have a very white privileged agenda, do not accurately capture racial issues. More experienced in breadth subjects in the arts faculty. That's interesting. So this is something that I wanted to emphasize. So this section here. So we've just been going through most of the comments that people made in response to this specific question here, that whether people feel comfortable to freely contribute to discussions, right? And I identified particularly one comment that I think is racist. So this one, white people are judgmental, not open to Asian ideas. I wanted people to remember that, because at the end here, there is this section here where a few comments have been set aside from the rest. It's at the very end of the section because we're about to go to the next one. And it has this content warning. The following responses may be racist or problematic in nature. We have endeavored to include all feedback, including comments that are sensitive and challenging, which has been included to illustrate the lived experience of people of color. This report is committed to transforming these insights into actions that contribute to an equitable and inclusive campus for all. So what this actually is at the end of, there's a few of these sections in response to different questions. And each of them has this content warning section at the end, not at the start of, I mean, there's one for the whole report, but there's certain comments that are selected out and placed under this content warning label, which appears to be the ones that the authors of the report find problematic, essentially. I mean, it pretty much says that here, and says that it's committed to transforming these insights into actions that change things. I think it's extremely interesting. In fact, this is one of the things, if it hadn't been for this little sections here, I might not have highlighted this to talk about. But this really emphasized to me how the report had been constructed and the sort of, well, perspectives that informed it. And that sort of led me to think maybe we could talk about this under the rubric of like wokeism, right? As much as I dislike that label. Because there's clearly some approach that's been taken here to decide what comments to put in this section and what to not. I mean, I personally think it's inappropriate to do this in a report context to like, I mean, it's good that they present all responses, but then to sort of highlight some of them as being the problematic ones, I kind of find that itself disagreeable. But if we see what they put here, people overuse the word racism to justify their actions. As a white student pursuing a science degree, it's often difficult to contribute because in maths-related classes, I'm often the only white person in attendance. These subjects tend to be dominated by East Asian students.
I think on that point here as well.
Oh, sorry.
That you know, the concern is basically the same, right? As when some Chinese student says, as like the only Chinese student, I have like a bad feeling of isolation. The only relevant difference between the two cases is that this person's saying like because of their white identity, right? So why is one of those like racist? And I think that again, this observation that the basically the justification for both is equal is what then gets turned into actually like overall racist political sentiment, because people are like, yeah, that's right. And then, you know, it's okay to be white becomes like a meme, and then before you know it, you kind of like down some like
exactly right
pipeline of like,
and it flips to the other.
Yes,
but and so these comments are all about raising concerns about English proficiency or communication, but from essentially a white or English speaker point of view, and they've been labeled as problematic. So I do have a real issue with that. I think there are valid concerns about how to best help people who have English as a second language, and to contribute to classes and to ensure that everyone can be best understood. That's a complex issue. Separating comments made about that into the problematic and the unproblematic ones based largely apparently on the racial identity of the person writing it, I think is not helpful. And I mean, you can sort of see the basis for that. I'm also not sure, this is another pull quote here, that it's just sort of statements like this, I find it quite hard to understand. The university universalizes and centralizes whiteness. It is culturally violent in the way that it sees people of color as other. I'm expected to pretend to be white. I've read statements like that and ideas like that in certain academic contexts before, but I often find it hard to really know what that means in an ordinary, like, what does it mean to have to pretend to be white in a university in Australia as distinct from being someone else?
So the way I would interpret this, and I will caveat everything by saying that I think that this is a false view of reality that's basically a conspiracy theory, would be that within certain ways of conceptualizing the world are connected to like power hierarchies that are embed like racial power dynamics. And so the university system is a part of a conceptual schema that includes, you know, like white dominance at the top. So by a black person sort of like participating in that, adopting its norms and things like that, then they basically further this particularly hierarchical construction of reality with white people at the top, and what they should instead be doing is not participating in it but like tearing it down and playing Bob Marley songs or something. I don't fucking know, but like, you know, that's the
I think it's certainly hard for a lot of people to understand statements like this, certainly as me as a white person, but also as a, you know, pretty liberal, like philosophically liberally minded person, who would say that we should treat people equally irrespective of cultural backgrounds while acknowledging cultural differences and facilitating their incorporation into like people's discussion or whatever as far as is appropriate. But when it comes to saying like the university centralizes whiteness and people have to pretend to be white, I really just struggle to understand what the actual problem is supposed to be that they're talking about.
I think the core of the criticism, right, if again being like excessively charitable, is probably going to be something like there are problems with university, or there are like social problems generally that universities are a part of, and the people who are involved in the people with power in universities are sort of like blinded by their role to some of these problems. So I think that's the charitable part. Like there's something about being in one of these positions of power that means that you overlook the actual problems that you should be addressing socially or something, right? I think that that's as charitable as you can get with it. And maybe there's something to that, but I don't know that I'd agree that it essentially has to be so, that you should therefore tear the whole thing down and replace it with, like, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, it's also noteworthy, I think, that this has been selected as a pull quote, which presumably means it's of particular interest by the authors, whereas I see it as very hard to understand. Like, I identified one that I thought was a good comment. Generally, I mean, many of these comments are quite vague. I like the ones that are fairly specific and identify things that are sort of actionable problems, not incredibly vague ideological language that is...
Yeah, I'm very upset. It's basically how I'm very upset, and I've adopted bad philosophy.
So this one here is a more specific question asking about, I guess, racist behavior. So I feel that I have been treated differently to my white counterparts at university due to racial and ethnic due to their racial and ethnic background. I
will comment though, just on the previous point. I do think that if someone,
go ahead.
I think if someone is that upset or that motivated kind of politically, it probably is a symptom of something going wrong somewhere, right? Like some social need isn't being met. So like something is going wrong for someone to be driven to that type of ideology, for them to have those types of extreme emotions. But you can't say exactly what that is. But I think that it's still a symptom of like problems at the university, that you have that, you know, maybe the problem is something different, right? Maybe it's that the person feels that they will never be able to achieve, you know, like social status through the academy that they want, and so they like become resistant to the whole idea of academia, and they want to tear the whole thing down, and then they just adopt this whole theory as like a proxy for, like, who knows what's going on. But I still think that, you know, it's like we were saying before, when people have those extreme negative emotions, you want to validate those still and take them seriously. It's just the purported explanations of those emotions can be like completely broken and messed up.
Yeah, so I think it would be useful to look at some examples here, because particularly from this section will be the instances of racial discrimination or mistreatment. And there are a couple here that I think are, but well, as we'll see. So yeah, that's the one we just looked at before. Hostile facial, I don't know why that's capitalized. Hostile facial expressions, comments of insincere care, gaslighting, and weaponizing my concerns with tears, complaints, and threats. So those could all be real, but it also seems like that it could be based on the way that person is conceptualizing their experience with other people.
Yeah,
like comments of insincere care, for example. It can be difficult to know if someone's being sincere. I mean, sometimes you can tell, but it sort of, these things feel very subjective to me, seem very subjective to me. And that's one of my broad concerns about a lot of these, is they seem quite subjective.
And to the extent that that is supposed to be tied to any kind of like, you know, like the microaggression type stuff, right? I think that is considered a paradigm case of like terrible social sciences research that was like overfunded because of political social hype, and like doesn't replicate, and the studies are all underpowered, and the effect sizes are like small and stuff like that.
This comment here is about someone using sexist language and the lecturer not dealing with it well. The comment there is quite strange. They should report those instances, actually. And that's actually one of the recommendations of the report, is that there's a clearer way for people. So this report is that there's a clearer way for people to raise concerns about instances, which I think there should be. I think that's a good thing. As an Aboriginal person, white students have considerable advantages at the University of Melbourne. I don't know what that's referring to. If it's, I mean, I don't. It can't be any formal institutional advantages, because there just aren't any. It must be something informal, cultural. I don't know, but it would be good if they gave some examples, because otherwise it's hard to know what's being referred to here. Some lecturers favor people with different backgrounds. There's quite a few statements about this, about being treated like differently, or being favored or disfavored, without necessarily much context as to what that is, or how they know it's because of their background identity.
That sort of thing feels like it's so easy to misperceive as well, you know, like to feel slighted and interpret it as preferential treatment, when really, you know, that's not going on.
Yeah, like give less significance to what we have to say. Yeah, things like that. There's quite a lot of comments of this sort, where it's about people having a different attitude towards you, or taking you less seriously, things like this.
But what like it's like, what does that mean? Does that mean like you didn't manage to persuade someone? Does that mean like I have no? Does it just mean that you had a negative feeling after you shared your views? Like, and is that negative feeling actually appropriate for what happened? Like, I don't know.
This person's raising some anti-Arab and Islamophobic things said to them in the queer society. They don't really talk about what those were. It could well have been, oh, hang on. It openly insulted my culture of origin entirely unprompted and went on an unbidden Islamophobic rant. It's hard to say there. I do dislike the idea. I don't know if this is what's being said here. I dislike the idea that any criticism of Islam is Islamophobic. I don't think that is correct. Now, it could be that these comments were just culturally insensitive and inappropriate. It could have just been also that a person was critical of some aspects of Islam or Islamic cultural aspects that are common in Islamic countries. I don't think you can tell by these sorts of comments. And so again, it's things like this could easily be perceived if you perceive something as critical of your culture, you could perceive it as a kind of a personal cultural attack. Whereas it's not necessarily that. I mean, I don't think there's a problem with criticizing cultural practices. Of course, that can come from a prejudicial or biased point of view if you only criticize other cultures, not your own, and that sort of thing. But any criticism of cultural practices or beliefs isn't, I think, necessarily problematic or racially motivated. And so it's hard to tell from examples like that. White people tend to stick and hang with white people. In class, subtle discrimination is like when there are lots of seats elsewhere, but they rather squeeze together than sit with Asians at an empty table. In my experience, that sort of thing does happen. I think it happens. International students tend to sit together and domestic students tend to sit together.
There's just a general human. I thought
that's
this
a human
is like
tendency.
A generally understood human bias.
I actually do think it is an issue. I will say though that a large part of that is, I think, language motivated. Many international students like to, who are from China or speak Chinese, like to speak Chinese with each other in group settings when they're talking to each other. And domestic students know that and will not want to sit with people who are less comfortable speaking their language or will want to be speaking a different language. So I think that is a real issue. I think it's worthy of mentioning. I don't think it is, well, it sort of is an example of treating people differently to white counterparts due to racial and ethnic background. But again, it's a very specific, context for why that happens, which I don't think is, I mean, I think it needs to be understood in the context of why it happens. And well, someone explicitly saying microaggressions.
Yeah, there we go. Doesn't replicate. Boom. Destroyed.
This is interesting. Being underestimated in my academics and not believing my results because of my race. That's a very interesting comment there. I wonder, like, if there's a specific experience behind that, it'll be interesting to know. It's possible, but again, I don't know how you would know that someone disbelieves your results because of your race. It seems like that's a claim that would be quite hard to. How do you know that's why?
What do they mean when they say being like underestimated there? Like, I don't understand.
Low expectations, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Like, but how does that actually cash out? Like, I have no idea what any of my lecturers' expectations were for me. Like, I don't know.
Here's another example. I was a PhD and postdoctoral researcher at UniMelb. The achievements of my colleagues were celebrated, whereas mine were always brushed off. Any selection from the department, whether for what opportunity, were frequently biased. My science was always looked down on despite publishing more respectable journals. I left science after years of trying to find opportunities for myself. Scientists need mentorship and support to succeed. And it was clear that despite my achievements, I was not going to be provided with this in my area. Racism is also the continuous denial of opportunity, which is reserved to only those who deserve it.
That one at least has some like specific examples that can make sense, right? I do think it's hard to draw the conclusion that it's exactly because of that, but that
would be my concern.
But it at least seems plausible that if you're like kind of controlling for other factors and actually on the merit factor, this person's like publishing in more respected journals and things, and that like then maybe that's some evidence in favor of racism or something. But
yes,
more.
Again, I wouldn't want to just dismiss this person's experience out of hand. They've had that negative experience, but where I am quite cautious is in attributing that to racism. the fact of the matter is that many people don't succeed in academia, and most scientists feel like their work isn't taken as seriously as it should. That's just a fact of life. Like we're all like, oh, why are more people reading my research and looking to it? Attributing that to your race, I think, is where I'm going to raise questions about how you can know that, and how you've made that inference. It's of course possible, right? But I think it's quite difficult to know, especially at an individual level. It's something that you'd have to look at a more aggregate level, and even then it's like quite difficult. But
yeah, you could do the sort of like studies where if you looked at an aggregate level, maybe you'd look at like, you know, like those ethnic name type things and see how people's careers.
Yes, and there are some ways to do this, and I think there
is
is some evidence of this, by the way. I'm not saying that that the effects don't exist, but I'm talking about specifically the comments made in this report and then how they're kind of interpreted. Let's see.
Jesus, I was just looking at the scroll bar. You know, like
yeah, we're not going to go through the whole thing. Don't worry.
No, but I thought we were like near the end, and I'm like,
it's
oh my
144
God,
pages.
Jesus, someone's got too much time on their hands.
This is interesting. I've never been treated differently, as there is a huge diversity on campus, and most people are respectful. So that's a nice comment, I guess. Not everyone has that experience, but some people do. So I think that's interesting. A sense of discomfort is clear in their interactions with me. I think that's interesting. So there are a lot of similar comments here about people feeling uncomfortable, and many of these are not all of them are relating to language issues.
I think the main conclusion that I'm actually drawing from this is just humans are terribly insecure and stuff.
Oh, sorry. This comment was funny to me. Many white professors do not make an effort to learn the ethnic names of non-Anglo students, and they limit themselves to the Matts, Johns, and Shirleys. The reason I found this funny is because I don't know anyone who's been called Shirley for like 60 years. Like that's
very Australian. Yeah, but I like to me Shirley's like a super Australian. That is an ethnic name. That's an Australian.
Yeah. Anyway,
all the Bruces and Sheilas.
This is actually an interesting point, because I think that it can be difficult to know how to pronounce a lot of names, and I've certainly experienced this as well, where you don't really want to mispronounce someone's name or stumble over it, and so that's a challenge there, right? You don't want to make a thing about it. So I think that there's actually ways that can be dealt with potentially
with a racist joke. I actually think you might think I'm not saying anyone else has to adopt my approach, but my actual approach to this in real life situations is to sort of like dismiss the tension by making a racist joke. So for example, if someone clearly has a Chinese name that I can't pronounce, I might say, look, I don't know what, I can't pronounce it. What's it, like Xi Jinping or something like that? And I feel that usually that will dismiss the tension, because they'll, then it's hard for them to be mad at you if that you've made them laugh. But
oh, this is another one about white students being more successful than colored students. It's a similar issue there about how you attribute that. I know for a fact that there is prejudice when marking assignments that favor white and male lenses. I don't know how you can know that. Like I say that as someone who's marking assignments right now, and like I don't freaking look at who the student is. Maybe it's different in smaller classes where you'll know, I suppose, but
it's usually the Chinese characters that give it away. No,
well, hey, this was a pull quote as well. I just found this hilarious that Shirley's was. It's like, who the hell is called Shirley? Anyway, assessments cater to white learning styles. In the various clubs that I've joined since uni, I would feel left out, excluded, and look at weird.
Learning styles research doesn't replicate either. Learning styles aren't real.
Well, I've never heard racial learning styles though. Like,
yeah, well, it sounds like this person. I think this person has just got like a bunch of like meme ideas, like learning styles and like racial categories, and they're just kind of putting them together and assuming that that's like some kind of real phenomenon.
This one I think is funny, and it's kind of true as well. Got some funny comment about where I'm from, out of ignorance, not malicious, and stuff like, what flavor of Asian are you? It's not too bad, but it's kind of weird. I've heard people say things like that, and I do think it's a little insensitive, but it is. The thing is, I think that some people aren't really sure how to ask those sorts of questions.
Yeah, they don't intend it as like a racist thing. They're just trying to like figure something out. But that is actually, again, where I find that making the comment even more insensitive turns it into a joke. Like
depends who you're talking to.
Yeah, it depends on the context, but I think that that's what the flavor thing is trying to do there. Like, I think it's like if someone said, for example, something that I often do as well, if I have that sort of question, is I'll say something like you look like a caramel person or something. And the reason I'll say that is because like caramel isn't a category that is typically used, but it's so obviously insensitive that it's like very funny. And so then it kind of like opens the door to talk to the person about a topic that maybe if they have any weird feelings about, they kind of feel safe because you're joking about it. You know, like the joke is that would be such an insensitive thing to say if I were to not use the word caramel, but use like whatever your actual. The point, there's a bunch of complicated social dynamics going on there, but I actually do find that that kind of thing can work with people too, and it disarms then reactionary responses like this if you try and pussyfoot around it and ask a question in like a neutral way, and they'll be like, oh, that actually did feel you know, like weirdly weird and racist now, and now I have weird feelings about my race.
Well, that's an important point, because it's not ideally what you want to do is normalize asking non-confrontational, non-judgmental questions about people's background, right? And normalizing something doesn't mean to make something normalized means to make it kind of normal, right? And things that you normally do aren't things that you tiptoe around and have a script that you read from very carefully to make sure, right?
It's
so
like there's some taboo.
There's so there's an amount of sort of casualness and banter that should be appropriate in context like that. Of course, people don't necessarily know where the lines are.
Yeah,
but
it's
I
a difficult line.
Important.
I agree, it's a difficult line because the concept that you're playing with is racism. So you're saying things that have the appearance of racism. So, for example, like another one I often use is like, you know, like where are you really from? Like, you know, but obviously putting that the joke there is ironic upon people who would, for example, not say that someone is actually British because they've got, you know, like a different ethnicity or something.
Yeah.
And so you can make that joke by being like, no, but I mean, really, 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 where are you from? And like, it's clear that you fully accept this person's Britishness or whatever, and that you're actually poking fun at the type of people who wouldn't accept that by and unironically ask, where are you really from, right? But then it also opens the door to have that discussion about the person's ethnic origins, where human social dynamics are weird, and it's almost like there's this thing where when you can laugh at the taboo concept together, then you all know you're kind of like safe from the taboo concept, or something like that. It's like I don't know. I'm making vague general statements here. Don't maybe the crux of the issue is you're actually racist, Nathan. Stop making racist jokes. But
so there's more similar comments here. I think we've identified many of the what did I think about this one? Around 90% of my classes, I'm surrounded around 90% of my classes, I guess. I mean, I'm surrounded by white people. They either feel like I'm not supposed to be sharing the space with them and I'm in the wrong place, or that I have absolutely no connection to my blackness and expect me to assimilate with them. In reality, it's neither of these things. They will always adjust the way they talk or treat me. Do they mean that they? I'm trying to figure out whose.
I think they mean
feelings
like,
they're talking about. I feel like. Surely they mean I feel like I'm not
white people. No, I think the white people. They.
Well, how do they know that what they're thinking?
Because they can read people's minds.
It doesn't say they've said that. I don't know.
No,
anyway,
no, it doesn't say that. They are making that assumption. They're making that assumption, probably incorrectly. Yeah.
Yes, a number of these about assumptions about where people are from, if they, you know, you look Asian or don't look Asian and are from Australia or not from Australia. There's a few about that. Those are always difficult, right? Because, I mean, you can only ask, but then if you ask in the wrong way, people get upset. So we sort of talked about that. I like this last one here. I'm not sure if this is a statement of what they've observed or just an injuction, but I kind of like it. Never treat differently. I don't know what that is. That's pretty funny. So if we look at there's only one censored one here. I find this quite offensive. I don't understand why white people are being targeted as racist. Racism exists in all societies against all kinds of peoples. So I mean, yeah, that's a common perspective. So this is about making insensitive jokes or comments. I don't know if there's too many.
These are all about me.
And definitely laughing about my undeveloped country. Well, what country is it?
Yeah,
Anyway.
I mean, the thing is that, I mean, again, I'm going to justify just falling in this category, but whenever I have friends who are like from those sorts of countries, I feel like it's actually just really fun, and almost you bond with them when you can make those sorts of jokes and recognize the like shortcomings of their country or whatever. I love saying third world country to people, and like because there's even a sense of irony built into that, because like the third world is a classification from the Cold War of countries that aren't even important enough to be considered part of NATO or the Warsaw Pact, right? And so when I say that, given I'm on the same page as the person I'm talking to, there's like it's almost making fun of the idea that someone who thinks in those terms has like an outdated point of view in some sense. And again, I think that this stuff's actually can be like quite humorous. But
the term third world is a very outdated term. I mean, I think.
But that's what's funny about using it.
Yeah.
Rather than developing country
or underdeveloped or something like that. But
no, but that is a heteronormative conception constructed by the IMF in order to control developing economies with their classification system. So.
We could talk about that. But interestingly, third world originally was entirely a political label. It had nothing to do with economic development. It just sort of coincided with economic development to a large extent. And so it came to adopt that association. And then when communism collapsed, the second world ceased to exist. So I periodically hear people ask, like, what's the second world? It's like, and I've actually heard people use the word. It's so funny that initially it's a political label. It became used in economic terms.
I've heard people use it as like some
people use the word second world to describe like a mid-tier development country, which is like completely incorrect. But it's like super funny. Anyway, so I think this was the last section I wanted to look at, which is the section on overt racism. So which is important because these are probably the most severe types of incidents or behaviors that we want to be focused on.
Hang on, I love this cryptic comment from Matthew 16:18 that just says Sodom and I have no idea what they're referring to or what's going through their mind, if anything at all.
Could be a lot of things. Oh, that's pretty funny.
And why is Egypt capitalized and Sodom
isn't? It's a country, right? Sodom is not.
And it's the start of the sentence.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are two reasons.
That's not a sentence. That's a sentence fragment. That's there's so much to do. We could spend half an hour just talking about it. Oh, that's pretty funny.
The mysteries of man.
So I just wanted to look at this section too. I think this was the last thing I wanted to cover. So how they define overt racism. This may include, but is not limited to, should be a colon there, name calling, use of offensive derogatory language, racial slurs, refused services or inclusion, hateful remarks, jokes about historical events, which I highlighted because I thought that was interesting to class that as racism. I suppose it depends on the historical event, but stereotyping, mocking because of accents or physical features, harassment or unfair treatment. That's what they define as overt racism. And according to that definition, about a third of the people who responded had experienced any form of overt racism at the university.
But my jokes would be considered overt racism.
Well, they probably would be, yes. I'm sure some of my jokes about historical events would be considered.
But like, for example, I've got a French friend, and I literally, like, whenever I have to do anything with them, I always say, "How do you say we settle Agincourt now?" or something like that. Like, and that would be considered overt racism. Which it is, but
I mean, it is in a sense. But anyway, let's have a look at some of the what students had to say. So again, I'm only highlighting some of these. Anti-Semitic terms thrown around. That doesn't surprise me. Someone called me a slur as a joke once, but to be honest, it didn't really affect me. Interesting. I was told by a staff person through tears that she feels threatened by me because I was questioning the overtly colonized curriculum. Now, I'm not sure that actually fits into any of these categories here. It's not obvious to me what. And also
colonizing the curriculum. What I don't. Yeah.
Maybe they were being threatening. Like, I'm not quite sure I understand. Like, it says they say they were questioning the colonized curriculum, but you can do that in a threatening way, right?
Yeah.
And
right,
so
right.
I'm not sure how that's. Yeah. Where were you from? I guess that could be considered. Well, which would that fall under?
Yeah, but where are you really
hateful remark? Yeah. I guess that could be. Depends on the context, though.
Well, that's why you've got to emphasize the word "really" to make it ironic. Yeah, but really, where are you from?
The lecture of a subject sets the marking standard in a way that no one in the class could ever get a H1, so that's the highest grade. When I asked her how I could improve my grade, she simply told me that it's impossible for non-native speakers to get H1 in the subject. It's worth noting that this subject is for non-native international students only, so this evidently is like an English as a second language subject. Now,
Yeah, that seems sort of bizarre. But
yes, so the thing here is I don't really agree with that grading standard.
Yeah.
But I don't know that there's actually any discrimination there, because evidently only non-native international students take that subject. The lecturer has decided to be an arse about the grading, but I don't know that there's any unequal treatment. So I'm like, if this was the case that only native speakers can get a H1 and native speakers take the subject as well, then I would have a problem with it. But if it's only for international students, then it doesn't seem like there's any mistreatment there. So I'm not sure that
it just seems
racism.
It just seems bizarre, because you'd expect that, if it's only for non-native speakers, that the grading scheme would be achievable.
Should reflect that. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. I don't agree with the grading system, but it just doesn't seem to me that there's any unequal treatment there. Unfair. I guess, well, unfair is a bit broad.
Maybe you could say
it could be unfair.
Okay, so maybe here's the way you could consider it overt racism, because someone's basically creating a marking scheme wherein it's impossible for people of certain ethnic profiles to get the highest grade, which will affect their sort of like standing in the university. So maybe you could say that that's racist.
But it seems to be that it's based on your English proficiency, and they've just decided to be really hard about
principle.
that and set it at a level where no non-native person could realistically achieve that.
So it comes down to the ambiguity in that claim of like, somewhat a non-native person couldn't get a H1, right? Because it's like, but not in virtue of them being non-native. It's just very, very unlikely that they'll actually have that skill level, but they're still being graded on the skill level rather than like the fact that they're a native.
But yes, that's why I don't think that it counts as overt racism. There's some strange ones here. I was walking behind my Vietnamese friend at the time when my friend passed a lady. The lady treated my friend like a thief. She quickly covered her bag and glared at my friend. I think she's a member of the staff at university because she's wearing a working card. It's hard to know what to make make of that. And is that because of their race, or because
is it because you grabbed her bag? Yeah.
It just doesn't mention that we were stealing it back at the time. But it could have just been they passed by in a weird way and they got frightened or something. Like, I don't know what's racialized about that. It seems literally that it's a weird interaction and the person was Vietnamese. I just don't. Where's the overt race in there? Another student mixed up a name, which sounded like another stereotypical name, proceeded to laugh and list more stereotypical names as the same thing occurred in class. So I think that's your like trying to diffuse with inappropriate jokes. So I guess that does technically meet their standard.
I highly recommend it.
Students will often speak a language other than English with each other, further excluding me. That does happen. Although I don't know that is exactly fits the criteria here. White students referring to Asian students by calling them the C slur.
What Cantonese?
I'm actually not sure what
Chinese?
that is.
I genuinely don't.
I don't think it's Chinese. That's not a slur. There's a word that I have in mind that I think it could be, which I'd rather not say. Though. It doesn't really
ending
with
a K.
No, that's not what I was thinking of. Oh, no one uses that word anymore. No, I don't think it's that. Anyway, it could be, but I don't think so. Expressing how the Chinese are taking over Melbourne. So I would agree that that's a racial.
I have no idea what it is.
How international students should go back to their home country. I can believe that they've heard some people say this. I find it hard to believe that they've heard many people say this, but I obviously don't know.
But again, I feel like that can be said ironically to make fun of people who would vote that way.
I say things like that all the time. Ironically, I hope people know that I'm being ironic.
Like similarly, I will often make fun of like people who would vote for Reform UK, say, by saying, "Well, you should just go back to your own country or whatever." Or I'll even make fun of like. I'll make fun of the way that class and the North-South divide plays a role in UK politics by saying to Northern people in the South they should go, or Southern people in the North, you should go back to your own country or whatever. Like, there's so many ways. I mean, obviously it can be said in a racist way, but I also feel like it can be said in an ironic way as well. Like, the context is very difficult.
Yes, I agree. This one is very interesting here. My tutor grabbed my braids in class in front of my peers. She yanked my braid and my head had pulled back. She just smiled when I stared at her in shock.
I mean, that is
that sounds like assault to me.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's racial in any way. It could be given the context, I suppose.
Braids
but I
are
also,
involved. Braids are racial.
that's tenuous to me. So I mean, that sounds horrific, right? It's I hope that was reported and investigated. What I am not sure about is whether that's racial in any way. Again, it could be, but it's not obvious to me that it is. That's just assault.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see, racial jokes and comments. Yeah, we talked about that. Unappreciation of cultural heritage. I don't think that really meets any of these definitions here.
But what does that mean? You know, like,
well, I don't know.
Yeah. You didn't appreciate it enough. Like, what's enough? Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a pull quote, and that is quite shocking. I was told multiple times my English was very good.
Oh, so we can't compliment you now? Why don't you go back to your own country?
It's hard to know. I mean, look, you can, Steelman, you can do that in a condescending way.
Yeah.
So maybe, but I honestly doubt that was done in a condescending way. It is possible. But I don't think actually complimenting someone counts as overt racism. Anyway,
yeah,
just like anything the ag regional students come out with. Now, this I believe.
I think there's a typo in the, you know, like the one on the right there where it says,
which one?
I won't say racism. I think it's meant to say I won't say racism oy vey, but it says per se.
Well, that is a typo.
It's bringing out the worst in me, this conversation.
That's not how you spell per se, but anyway.
Actually, because it's about anti-Semitism, so that was it.
There's a strong prevalence of anti-Semitism at the university that is supported by UMSU, is shown by their BDS policy. I don't actually know what that is. Now, I will credit where it is due. This is an explicit criticism of UMSU, and they did include it in the report by an UMSU department, so I'm glad that they put that in there. Referring to Aboriginal people as hard work, have bad health, making it difficult, making an effort to acknowledge. Does that make making no effort?
Making it an effort to acknowledge.
Oh, making it an effort, right? I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, that doesn't help.
Oh, I actually wanted to ask you about this. So,
okay.
So someone shared where they're from, and the tutor asked if they're from the nice side of the country or the not so nice of the country.
This is about you, isn't it? This is something you did at the university.
No, I'm asking you because I'm curious what you think the country is. Where there's an obvious and well-known nice side and not so nice side. I assumed it was Korea. Yeah, that's what I assumed as well. Now, I don't see how that's offensive. Like, North Korea is horrible. Like, I guess it's not the most sensitive way to ask that question. I agree. But would I call that racist?
I feel like they should say also the nice side or the naughty side.
The naughty side. Well, yeah.
Kim Jong-un, because I can't pronounce your name. Are you from the nice side or the naughty side? Do you know what I saw yesterday? You know, in North Korea, there's a song that allegedly was composed by Kim Jong-un that gets played. I don't know I have no idea if it was, but it sounds like horrific, and it gets played from these public speakers at 6 a.m. every single morning in Pyongyang, and it's like the most. It's like the most terrifying thing. Let me see if I can just find it.
Yes, I'm sure we all want to hear this.
Let me see if I can.
While you're looking for that, I'll just explain this long one here. This is an example of something that a negative experience someone had with UMSU, with an event, a club event, which sounds pretty bad. But the issue I have is the attribution. So they say, I find it hard to believe that if it wasn't a bunch of black students, which was the relevant club, that they would have talked to us this way. Later, I confirmed that they're anti-black because other people of color who host their events there, they're actually sweet to them and never yelled or anything. So I find that highly problematic as a way of making a causal attribution there. Maybe this group is just actually kind of assholes, or there could be any number of other reasons why there's a difference. Saying that it must be due to race, I find, again, that so this may count as unfair treatment, but whether it's due to race, I don't know that you can call that overt racism. At least I have questions about that. Did you find the song that we're all dying to hear?
I think I did. I think it's this. Right.
Very eerie. Does this play every day?
Yeah, at 6 a.m.
It's like a horror music. Like, it's awful.
I think that this is probably the strongest evidence there is for like Manichaeanism and that the world is actually controlled by Satan. It's like it's designed to break the human spirit, this music.
I think it is, actually. I think it literally is. What is she doing?
She's doing it very enthusiastic, but she's
doing
directing
what?
the traffic.
Directing the traffic.
Yeah, this guy.
Oh, sorry.
But have you not seen like we?
Oh, what is this other thing?
This is all I can like this.
Look at the guy. It's just like, yeah.
It's the way they all move. It's crazy.
Which is really disturbing. I love the one guy there.
He's definitely in a camp now.
How long would they have had to train to do this in sync like this?
Their whole life. It's their life purpose.
Well, sadly, maybe it is, right? That is really disturbing.
I know.
I don't even really know why it's so disturbing.
I love how this is the title of what
authoritarian.
came up. But the reason I remember it is because of a comment where someone said they look like a Wii Sports crowd.
Yes, actually. Now be careful.
Okay,
in certain
sorry.
contexts, Nathan, that
Yeah,
could be
yeah,
considered a
that's-
racial slur.
Yeah.
Oh, North Korea, my goodness. Yeah, so people are so racist. There's just a couple of other ones I wanted to look at. The teacher said that we had poor language skills and forced us to read articles that insulted our country and race as homework. She emphasized throughout that we were from a dictatorship with no human rights and no democracy in a mini lecture and announcement. I think regardless of the facts, it is disrespectful and racist to treat us as non-human beings for her to make such biased speeches in front of us. I wonder what country that could possibly be referring to. Well, actually, there are a few that it could be, but I have a strong suspicion as to which one it is.
No, it's the UNSW's program is very anti-China. They said that democracy matters, and there was lots of Western propaganda that was anti-China. Like they said, it was a surveillance state, and it is very bad when China is in fact the best country. I love China.
Actually, I'll share my own personal experience here. So this was not at university. This was in a different context. But I once said, and this was in a discussion group context, and it was relevant, although I acknowledge it was a flippant way to say this, but I commented something. Oh, yeah, it was something about international collaboration about something, right? I think it might have been AI. And I said, look, it's hard to get China to collaborate on a lot of things. We can't even get them to stop genociding the Uyghurs, right? So that was what I said.
It's a good economic policy.
But someone later on expressed concern about this. They raised concerns with other people because they perceived that as a kind of a racially insensitive comment criticizing China, right? So I guess the point is that there are people who will take criticisms of governments or cultural practices or other things as essentially personal in some way. And look, sometimes that can be done. Like, I'll acknowledge the comment I made was flippant. It was kind of deliberately flippant because I think the Chinese policy is horrible. Yeah. And I was trying to emphasize the point that that's, very difficult to deal with there, but to deal with the Chinese government in human rights issues. But a lot of these things, it does come down to the way that they're perceived and what people regard as being kind of racially insensitive or directed. I personally don't think a criticism of the Chinese government is racial in any way.
It's a little bit like Anglo-American centric white view of the world, though, because we got to start our economies on slavery. So why do the Chinese not get to use slavery themselves?
It's unfair. Yeah. Well. Yeah. So this is someone who was adamant that the British colonization of India was a good thing and benefited India as a whole.
The trains.
Yeah. So look, I think that's an insensitive view. I don't know that it's strictly racist. I suppose it depends on your definitions. I suppose you could think that the person has racist views about India. I don't know if that would constitute overt racism towards the person whom he was telling these things to. I don't know that it would really fall under any of these categories. There's a reason why I'm being kind of pointing out whether it falls under the categories, right? Because the concern is how these reports are interpreted, right? Not that these aren't real people's experiences or that they can't be harmful in some ways, but
it's even weird in places like India itself, right? Where between different political allegiances, there are like different interpretations of whether or not British rule was like a good thing. I guess because maybe some people have a kind of cultural inferiority complex type thing. So then they sort of like try and adopt sort of like aspects of British culture as signifiers of like social status, or like there's all sorts of weird things that go on even within like those cultures around their relationship to colonialism, where, you know, some people are like crazily pro British colonialism because they want to signal that they're like in the upper classes of like Indian society or something by doing so. It's like kind of bizarre.
Yeah, I think they have a couple more here that I wanted to showcase, and then we can finish up here. So this is actually, I think, an interesting one as well. So this relates to discussion of IQ tests and intelligence. This person who's making the comment made the point about that the origin of the test, which was created to serve middle-class white societies and to marginalize particularly other racial groups. Someone responded to them by saying, a person in my class raised the point that they were tired of hearing the excuse on dead white men who were the participants in 70-80% of psychology research since the early 20th century. I don't remember the tutor did much of mediating the situation, and I had to defend what I was saying. This is the point that I think is interesting. I didn't realize that it was actually a form of racism until I read the latest racism report you put out. So I don't see anything here that's really racial, that's really racist. I think that you can have different viewpoints about the validity of IQ tests and their origins and how relevant that is. And a classroom is a place to have that discussion. It seems like that was the point of the discussion, as far as I can tell. Now, maybe the tutor didn't do a very good job at mediating. It's hard to know. That's possible. But what I think is interesting is they say that they now know, based on the last report that they read, that that's a form of racism. I'm not even sure specifically what the form of racism is. I'm assuming it was this comment. It could be that it was phrased in an unnecessarily provocative way, perhaps, or an insensitive way. But I just don't really... It's interesting that people are perceiving what counts as racism through the lens of evidently some report that they're reading. And I don't know what criteria that would fall under as overt racism. I guess offensive derogatory language, but I don't really think so.
I don't really know either. I feel like this is like saying chi-squared statistical analysis is racist because it was invented for eugenics or something. Like, I don't know. It's kind of...
Well, whether or not that argument is valid, it seems that talking about it itself is not, and having a different viewpoint, I don't see how that's racist. At least it's not at all.
Well, it seems like maybe it's the endorsement of one particular perspective on this that's being considered racist. Like maybe the endorsement of the validity of some of this research. I don't really know.
What do you think of this comment? The way and the eyes they look at us, it makes me lose my confidence.
I don't know which group it's racist against. I don't know if they mean the white people or like if only there were some keywords in here like slit eyes or something, like at least then it would help to identify what I don't know.
I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be sort of comment on this. It doesn't matter what IQ tests were invented to do. That doesn't actually tell you whether they're good at testing intelligence. I think that this is just I think it's wrong to say that IQ tests don't measure something psychologically meaningful. We could talk about their origins, but I think you can't just say they're invented for a purpose, therefore they're useless and wrong. No, that's like saying anti-tobacco legislation was first promulgated in Nazi Germany, therefore it's wrong or bad or something. It doesn't follow.
I think that there's a way of construing that claim, which is sort of like people assume because a term or a practice is done in some science that therefore it's like really real, well-found effect or something like that of the world, and an historic recognition that a lot of the research around IQ is actually part of like eugenics programs is perhaps goes some way to undermine the status of that science or something. Like I think there's a way of contextualizing the claim there, but I agree. You can
I'm
still
not saying there's no discussion to be had or no issue.
Yeah.
But again, the same claim can be made of anti-tobacco legislation in Germany. Actually, that was part of Hitler's program of promoting a physically and intellectually healthy, like superior race. He saw tobacco as a threat to that, as well as racial mixing and many other things. It was absolutely part of that ideology, but that was actually problematic for anti-tobacco movements for a while because of that association. I think we thankfully did overcome that, but I really do resist trying to discredit something on the basis of its origins. You should be aware of these sorts of things. They can matter. And absolutely, IQ has been abused, but I also strongly disagree that IQ is necessarily and intrinsically racist. And because of that origin. Anyway, that's a bit of an aside, but
kind of weird that he'd then give all his troops meth, but like, fair enough.
Well, not all of them. It was just Blitzkrieg, right? They had to keep going, right? Sorry. Someone saying there's anti-Semitic graffiti, which I can absolutely believe. There's some nasty graffiti around.
But also graffiti's like, I feel like there's a weird and interesting social phenomena here where I think that a lot of graffiti in like toilets and stuff is basically shit posting. Like I actually don't think
100%.
I think there's something about human psychology here where people aren't actually doing it because they like are strongly anti-Semitic and they're finally let loose in the toilet where they can do it. I just think there's something weird in human psychology where people find it funny to like put them, like to mash together the most cursed concepts.
And I think that explains the vast majority of swastikas that you see drawn in public places. It's just a shit post. Right? It has nothing to do with any genuine political expression. I think in the
when I was a teenager in high school, I thought it was hilarious that you could like just draw swastikas in inappropriate like in my physics textbook or something, and be like, oh, Nazi physics or something, and then like an adult would
as opposed to the Jewish physics of relativity.
But then. What was additionally hilarious to me was that an adult would get so upset about like this drawing as well. So like the whole thing was just like a big joke to an idiot kid. Like,
yeah, exactly. Now I probably shouldn't laugh at this, but I do find this funny. A rich Bangladeshi, corrected that spelling, student said that he liked Chinese people as his family thinks they are great for his factory. He had not even heard the name of the Chinese student.
That's so funny.
I guess that is to avert racism, but I just think it's funny. Oh dear.
So there's a TikTok trend at the minute that I really like. That is like, videos of, it's like Chinese primary school children, like when they're on a school trip or something, and they're all wearing like little yellow, like a high visibility jackets, and they've been told by the teachers to put their hands on each other's shoulders or something so none of them get lost. And then there'll be a caption over the video like like Huawei workers getting ready for a 48-hour shift or something with like, Chinese music in the background. And I really like those racist memes in particular.
So now apparently I'm defending Nazi Germany. Yeah, that's clearly what I said. Obviously not worth engaging with that person. I'm being one guide in chat. Anyway, so I wanted to just finish by so this is the content warning section, right? And some of these I think are what I'm trying to say here are revealing about what's been put in here. So these are the comments they find problematic. So surveys like this keeps victimizing racial minorities. Stop trying to paint white star students as racist. from this survey is a white Australian. I guess that means where they've experienced explicit racism. No, I don't think this survey is explicitly racist, but anyway. I made fun of a black guy. It was hilarious. He's my best friend. He then made fun of me for being white. Okay. So that's just a silly joke. This I have more of an issue with. Saw someone getting made fun of for eating a sandwich because it's bland. So
yeah, better put some of those foreign spices in there. Get the Dutch East India Company.
I don't know if that was the context, right, in which this was reported. It does seem a bit trivial, but the issue is this is being reported in the content warning section. Why is this here? Like, I just don't get it. Very, very strange. Let's see. What else have we? I believe that there are far too many instances where these hang on. What conceptual issues? Oh, maybe I'll just read the whole thing. I've witnessed the backlash of our neoliberal
neoliberal.
Some students have directly called out straight white male students as being privileged and part of the patriarchy. The students being called out were not acting in any way that entitled these responses. While yes, acknowledging privilege and patriarchy are important to forward more progressive thinking, I believe there are far too many instances where these conceptual issues are being applied literally towards students who may fall into these categories. It's not really fair to them. We need to find a way to be inclusive and not direct our frustration at the people sitting directly next to us. I think that's a very fair comment and a very important thing to say. And I don't know why it's being placed under a content warning. Like, why? What's the justification for that?
Because it's not very inclusive to the people who want to react in that way.
I was told I wasn't welcome because I was white. I mean,
yeah, so you're not.
You might doubt whether that happened, right? But the person's reporting it just as it says at the start of the report that they don't investigate any of these claims. They just take them all as truthful. I mean, I guess, you can't investigate them in the context of this report, but I do have an issue if people are reporting things like this, you place it under a content warning. That doesn't seem appropriate to me.
Well, the reason that clearly they are not welcome because they're white.
Yeah, actually, it's
content warning. Yeah.
Anyway, I think that was mostly what I wanted to. Hang on, there was the recommendations. I just wanted to. There's a lot more of this, obviously, but wait, what was this section here? There's so much stuff here. Oh, this is about reporting and anyway. Where was the recommendations? Actually, most of the recommendations they have here, I think, are fine. Like better reporting methods for instances of racism, or racial discrimination, which I think is good. I don't think that that's adequate, and like meetings, accountability, stuff like that. There are some that I have some issues with, and relates again to the sort of woke label here.
I think really what you want is a solution that can be final.
Oh, jeez. Actually, ironically, sometimes in maths classes, people will talk about the final solution, like to the end of a series of calculations, and I always chuckle because I'm like, that's maybe not the best way to frame that, but yeah. So anyway, so a couple of things there. I do have some sort of issues here. Launch a review of subjects offered at the university to decenter Western styles of teaching and knowledge, and give students a more global lens to their degrees instead of a Eurocentric one. Create a framework for academic staff that ensures that students' knowledge of their own culture and resources is appreciated rather than penalized in assessment and in class discussions. I feel like those two recommendations are incredibly vague, and it's not clear what problems they're trying to solve.
Yeah, I agree. Like, the thing is that this could mean things that I would obviously support, like, for example, trying to remove bias in like historical assessment, things like that, versus it could also mean, like, I don't know, undermining someone's ability to practice medicine because someone believes that, like, if you like shit in your hands and clap, that should cure cancer or something. Like, this can be interpreted as sort of meaning both.
Yes, I mean, I'm not saying that there could be no value of things like that, but
I
would worry about who's being appointed to this and what sort of ideological viewpoint do they have, and what sort of recommendations they would give. There might be some useful ones, right? But I think it's such a vague and generic and ideologically loaded, like the notion of decenter Western styles of learning. That's a very ideologically loaded phrase, and I don't think that's particularly helpful. And I think it's also, as I've said, unclear what problem it's trying to solve. This comment here as well, delivering anti-racism training for academic staff with a focus on unconscious bias and microaggressions delivered by external anti-racism specialists.
This
So you
stuff is
mentioned
not
something
well
about
evidenced.
this. Yes, that's my concern, not the idea of anti-racism training, but I think it should be evidence-based, and I don't know that those concepts are.
They definitely are not, and they don't produce the sorts of effects that they're supposed to. So,
yeah,
even the phenomena themselves, like microaggressions and things, are questionable.
So this is how they conclude the report. The struggle against racism is not one that can be won overnight. It needs persistent dedication, collaboration, and activism. As a union, we will use our resources to demand and push for change. Education should be fun, one right for all, and it should be provided in a safe and inclusive environment, free from discrimination and racism. We cannot give up.
You can give up. Yeah,
you could.
Give
Yeah.
up.
So I guess my sort of final comment is my sort of hot take is we didn't go through everything in this report, obviously. I read through, I think, most of the comments that were made, not all of them, not all from international students, but my opinion is that insofar as these comments, insofar as this report and the comments therein accurately represent the extent of racialized behavior or racial prejudice or racist behavior at the University of Melbourne, I conclude there is very little of it at the University of Melbourne, because most of these issues are about people feeling uncomfortable because of their own apparently their own sort of psychological dispositions, or because of language difficulties, or because of things that are very subjective,
like the woke mind virus.
Well, I'm not saying there are no legitimate issues here, and I've highlighted a number of them, but the point is, my sense of after reading that report is obviously very different to the people who've written the report, right?
Yes,
I am quite concerned about how the data has, and this is not a representative sample, it's a self-selected sample. Many of the examples here, I think, are highly subjective and involve interpretations of situations that are not obviously warranted, or at least are highly unclear. That's not true in all of these cases. There are certainly legitimate issues that need to be addressed, and I do agree with some of the, probably most of the recommendations, not all of them, in the report. But I would push back, and I would raise concerns about the extent to which this report is alleged to show large amounts of systematic racism at the University of Melbourne, because I don't think it does show that in a convincing way. And so that's sort of the little, why do I keep saying little? That's the example that I might come across to me as something like, well, there's woke ideology at work here. Though I dislike that label, it feels like that there is perhaps something being referred to there. So, I mean, what do you think, Nathan? Any sort of general comments there?
No, I think I broadly agree. I think that this is a good example of something that I would say is like clearly pretty stupid in its interpretation and presentation of this data, and confused in its purpose and who it's even supposed to practically help in how this is being done. And I think that it's important to highlight that stuff like this is like an issue, but also that it's kind of largely also the extent of the issue of what you might consider to be like woke ideology on campus as well, right? Because I think what you want to be able to do is provide a space to push back on silly, uncritical sort of things like this, but then also not be so outraged by it that you sort of like decide, well, maybe fascism's actually good because this annoys me. So I think there's a space to be critical of all of the kind of flaws with this kind of like political ideology and the way that it manifests itself in the bureaucracy of universities and things. But then also kind of like put it in perspective, like how bad is this? Like,
this is a student union report, right?
Yeah.
So the issue is going from this to, because this is something I could imagine could be picked up in the media. I haven't seen it, right? But they could find something like this, right, and pull some of those silly quotes out, right? But then the claims that I think they would make from that, based on some of the videos we looked at, would be like, oh, look at the woke mind virus that's infecting the whole university, right?
Well, clearly our children are being taught to hate themselves.
And I also disagree with that, right? Now, these are a certain subset of people at the university who have some of these views. I'm mostly talking about the people who wrote this report, some of the people who responded to it, right? Not everyone, obviously. This stuff, I don't think, has a strong effect on most of the curriculum or most students' experiences. So I think it's also very disingenuous to say that it's like, to say what Bogosian said, like, oh, I just burn it all down because it's like it's too bad. Maybe it's worse at some other universities.
He didn't just say burn it all. Like he also said, like, I want them to die, which is like a little bit.
Yes, I'm not sure what he wants them replaced by, but maybe that's for later, right?
But he's
that's
like
a very
literally calling for their death is a little
very
bit extreme.
Kind of post-structuralist view, though.
Like, can't they just go on as farmers or something and not academics?
I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, I thought that was interesting because I think that I do. So sometimes I agree with some of the criticisms that are made by people who are spouting anti-woke talking points, but I usually disagree with the conclusions they draw, the inflammatory language, the overgeneralization and overstating of what they're talking about. And that comes back to what we were talking about before, which is trying to understand what the real issue is and not the sort of unnecessarily inflammatory stuff, and also understand where genuine disagreements stem from and what they're ultimately caused by. So I think it's pretty clear that there are differences in the backgrounds of the people who are responding to this report. Some people of color, for example, reported that they experienced discrimination just everywhere. It was a constant part of their experience. And other people of color in the report said that they were treated the same as everyone else. So, I mean, there could be many different reasons for that, but I think part of that is the views themselves that people have about the way they see themselves and the way they see how they relate to other people and what racism amounts to and like a bunch of stuff like that, right? And so it could be interesting to have actually substantive discussions about those issues and about what sorts of behaviors and approaches and things are appropriate and what aren't and how to improve better. Like the language example is a really good one. I think there are language issues at the University of Melbourne with English as a second language and native speakers responding to that and not doing so well and how to pronounce names and all this sort of stuff. That's a useful discussion to have. I'm trying to do something about that myself in a small way. But unfortunately, if that whole discourse is dismissed as being either woke or racist, whichever sort of label you put on it, then we can't really have that discussion. It's just a way of shutting down the discussion.
I have just noticed you've got a hoplite helmet behind you.
Oh, yes. This was,
very...
I think my father bought this, actually. It's not the sort of thing I would buy, but it's kind of cool. So yeah, I guess that's actually that's sort of politically coded these days.
Yeah, James. I was like, yeah, James, hang on. Yeah, all of a sudden I'm feeling very classically liberal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Spartans were not in any way liberal.
Well, let me tell you the other day that when I was listening to a Pine Creek stream that I called into, and the talking point that was being raised there politically was declining birth rates in developed economies in the West. And it was like literally like suggesting there were two things that were being suggested, one of which was militarization, national service, which like I'm actually for it, but it's just the way that it was being presented. How would that help birth rates? Well, it's the way that this was being combined with this like basically like an idea of like a breeding program that was like connected to the military. And I was like, what? This is like, literally like
the Nazis literally
20th century fascists looking at looking at like Lycurgan law and saying, oh wow, we want a society like ancient Sparta, let's construct the Lebensborn program. And
yeah, right. Who was suggesting that?
Well, it was a combination of Doug being egged on by sort of like MAGA Republican people who are sympathetic.
Oh, I see. Well, you can never know whether Doug's being serious or not. Or...
And I don't know. But I did find it generally quite funny how like, these things are just being thrown around. It's like, let's just uncritically suggest like a Lebensborn program as if that's not like a feature of any harmful political ideologies.
Yeah, but it is that little thing there is an interesting example of how weird aspects of culture and history have been sort of culturally weaponized, where I think Sparta in particular has been, and that kind of like as classical Greek masculinity and the ideology there.
And also repressed homosexuality after you watch 300.
Well, not even that suppressed, like, let's be honest, but it's also selective reading of it kind of, because I feel like that aspect of it is not
but what I mean is like it's almost like again, I feel like there's some Deleuzian continental philosophy analysis you can kind of provide here. But it's like, you know, you simultaneously watch the film, a film like 300, and it's simultaneously the most homoerotic film ever,
It's
right?
it's
With
ever
all
been
the,
made.
all the actors on steroids in like tighty Speedos, combined with like this idea of hyper masculinity, like
It's a
alpha
fascinating
male.
combination.
Yeah, and they're both
And
like
strong
literally
Orientalist
there
gaze as well
on
in that
top of
film.
each other at the same time.
That's a very interesting film. Anyway, but what else was I going to say about that?
Classical.
Well, and I think it's a shame. Like woke is just one example of this, where it's like it's a word and also a set of concepts that has sort of been weaponized, and now it's hard to talk about them. But it's the same with many things. Like we talked about it with the concept of liberalism and free speech are two things that have been weaponized. That it's hard to talk reasonably about and hard to be in favor of those without being read as saying something that you're not trying to say. And even things like classical Western civilization, which now almost sounds slightly racist to even say it, where like I like classical Western civilization. There's a lot of problems with it, but it has a lot to offer us, right?
But this is where the Bottom Bailey reasoning happens to. Yeah, because it's like, look, I'm just saying I like classical Western civilization, but what's actually meant by that is like, you know.
Yeah, it's and look, it gets, I mean, maybe this is a bit of a self-report, but it gets difficult when you're interested in, you know,
these
military history and stuff like that, and like art and songs, and like, oh, this is sort of cool. And then you realize, oh, like half the people who are with this are like have these really super right-wing regressive views. It's like, you know, I just kind of like the aesthetics and the history behind it. Like, why do you have to be so, you know?
Yeah, why do you have to live action role play it too? Like,
like it's, anyway, there's a lot of unfortunate stuff like that gets weirdly culturally coded. But there was one other point that I wanted to make there. Oh yeah, the classical. Well, so the one thing I'm trying to push back about that is it was the whole pagan angle, right? So it's like classical Western civilization before it was corrupted by Christianity, because most of the conservatives will like really be put off by that, right? But you can kind of push it back against them. So I kind of like that. I kind of like that angle. But you know, people who talk about these things, I don't know that they always. It's sort of like it's a mishmash of things from different periods that they kind of like. So it's
this is the thing though as well. I've listened to commentators who should be better informed. So I don't know if you know the political philosopher John Gray. He's recently published a book called like why. It's like why liberalism has failed or something like that, right? Where it's supposed to be an analysis of why authoritarianism's on the rise, the success of like the Russian regime, stuff like that. But then I was listening to this, and there's a chapter that he gives where he just kind of lazily starts talking about cancel culture in universities and woke ideology. And like, even though he does mention a little bit of some of the stuff we mentioned, like connections to critical theory and stuff, a lot of it is also this like blown out of proportion kind of sensationalism. And then he kind of seamlessly weaves that into, you know, the Tom Holland Dominion, and liberalism is actually a political version of Christian theology. And
because the Christian Roman Empire was so tolerant of alternative viewpoints. Like, what a strange reading.
Well, the thing is, I'm like, look, there's obviously a historical case that you can make for this, and you can obviously draw this historical connection between, you know, certain political ideas that are on display in liberalism, and maybe, you know, like say rights and you know theological ideas that are floating around at the time as well that people are building. So you know, the Imago Dei and that being then connected to a political construction of individual human rights or something like that. These connections are there, but it's this sense of the inevitability of the connection or something, as if there's like an essentialist connection between these two ideas.
Well, that's
as
the
if you
issue, right?
now,
These cultural explanations of well, we're going to do a whole episode on this, but these sort of cultural explanations of these developments, they sort of, it's an exercise of cherry picking, because I'll identify intellectual antecedents, let's say, or connections, and then a social or political development, and then draw a causal link between them. What they don't do is identify how many other cases where there was no development was the intellectual connection or antecedent also present, both in Western and non-Western cultures. You've got to look for like the controls, essentially, or vice versa, where there was the development without the antecedent cause that they identify. And that's just, I just never see that done. It's just the laziest form of
I'll tell you where it is done. And mixed reviews on this book, but you know Debt by David Graeber, Debt the First 5,000 Debt the First 5,000 Years or something. Now, I think in some of its economic conclusions, it's perhaps wrong, but it's an anthropology book that's supposed to be talking about the actual empirical evidence across cultures for the way that different societies have basically constructed economic systems. And I think on that point, it's actually very good because it focuses a lot on non-Western societies and how people basically how people value things, but also how there's like economies work of a lot of these like hunter-gatherer tribes in different ways, and how like relationships of reciprocity are connected to the language that people use of like sin and debt in their culture and how people treat each other. And I think that like there are a lot of cases he points to there where you can see some of these like same ideas of basically treating people well in a society that is disconnected from Christian like origins in a quite a
comparative anthropology can be quite useful for that. This is a sort of a little pet interest of mine, which is anthropology traditionally is a very qualitative discipline, and I would like to see more sort of efforts to do a quantitative comparison on the basis of ethnographic analysis. I think there's some potential useful collaborations there, which I haven't seen. I tried to look for it and I haven't seen much of, but anyway, that's sort of a bit of an aside. But I think I'd like to see a lot more work historically in contemporary societies looking at these sorts of issues, because I think they're very important questions. Unfortunately, what we typically get is a lot of people who make these arguments do so to score political points and not really to understand the development of ideas in society. And so you just get a lot of rubbish thinking. So what have the Romans ever done for us, eh? Any final thoughts from you, Nathan, about the topic today?
So I guess maybe overall, I think that I think that we've both our based centrist takes are pretty I think basically, and I'm going to revert to my Christian values here, but I think that basically there's a kind of voice of excess in both political camps here, where they're kind of both going to some kind of theoretical extreme that's leading to them being uncharitable, not understanding the complaints and criticisms of the other side, and not putting the problems into perspective that they kind of claim to be talking about and stuff. So I think that you can kind of find crazy ideologues on both sides of this issue. Not that both siderism is right for sort of every political issue, but I think in the case of this woke one, the kind of there's a little bit of truth to both sides, and there are kind of crazy extremes on both sides is the sort of correct point of view, I think. And so for the people who are criticizing stuff from what I consider to be the sort of polemic, the populist heterodox right, I think that they're often just constructing a boogeyman. They're not actually engaging with anyone specific who believes the sorts of things that they claim that they believe. They're often overinflating and sensationalizing problems and similar sort of accusations for people on the left, where they're just kind of seeing racism everywhere and projecting it onto everyone when it doesn't really exist, and trying to make problems where there really aren't any, probably because often they're very privileged and well off. And then I think that there are consequences of that. Like, it does undermine like genuine attempts to deal with like racial injustices, right? Or from the side of like people on the heterodox right, who will often say, well, my politics supports like real people and their concerns. Well, I think as we can see from some of that polling data, that people feel like this kind of rhetoric politically is getting in the way of our politics addressing the actual real concerns that people have, about like potholes or like food banks in the UK and things. So basically, or even actually, immigration, because we do have an immigration problem, but instead it turns into this stupid like culture war woke thing around stopping the boats and sending people to Rwanda, rather than actual like policy decisions where we can collaborate with countries and address problems around migration and legal port.
It's really hard for me to not think that sending immigrants to Rwanda is an Onion news item. It just sounds so ridiculous. I don't know who thought the idea. Like, who thought that's an idea?
Suella Braverman, I think. Yeah,
like that was a joke, surely, right? Like you said that out loud. Like I don't. It's so
and
weird.
I don't know if you saw as well something that's even funnier to me about it is like Ireland complaining that they won't be able to like migrants will stay in Ireland and not try and come over to the UK or something. And so Rishi Sunak's way of dealing with that was to say, well, if you want Ireland, you can have in on our Rwanda program too. It's just so ridiculous.
Angelo, it's been so long. Good to see you, buddy.
But yeah, basically overall, like, are universities too woke? Like, I don't think there's a general sort of fact of the matter here. I think there are examples of universities being woke and a bit silly and overly bureaucratic. I think there are examples of sort of like social justice being a good thing in universities too. And I think that there are good points that both sides have to make, but the political discourse is just so toxic around it that it's become a crazy political football.
Yeah, so I basically agree. Just a couple of closing comments. I mean, are universities too woke is really just a framing question. I don't really think it has a specific answer. I think if I had to answer it, I'd probably say no, but I think that there are certain ideas that are prominent in some universities, in some departments, or in some areas, which you could label as woke, which I would disagree with and think that they can do some harm. That being said, I think that the anti-woke discourse is probably more harmful than any of these other ideas, at least in recent years, because the backlash to it is, well, maybe as you said, it will actually, it will ultimately, the use of these language by
destroy itself.
Right, may actually be a bit of an own goal, but I suppose we'll see. But at least it does seem to be kind of poisoning and disrupting the discourse a lot in unhelpful ways. And also, I think lending credence to authoritarians like Ormond, for example, because they pick up on some of these anti-woke talking points and promote that. And then there's these sort of unholy alliances between him and Boghossian and many other examples, or like Tucker Carlson going to Putin off.
Well, did you see his interview with Dugin as well?
No, I didn't see that.
So this last week, Tucker just interviewed Alexander Dugin, where he's like literally just like pure like Russian propaganda, basically, right, about the decline of the West and the necessity of defending Christian values.
I guess I would have. Does he not have more self-respect? I guess he doesn't, because he's smart enough to know that this is what he's doing, right?
I honestly have literally no idea. I mean, because he was on Rogan the week before that, spouting young Earth creationist talking points, saying like, you don't see where are the transitionary fossils, for example, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's one thing. But being the mouthpiece of Kremlin propaganda, like that's pretty low for an American conservative, right? Like, how can you not have some self-respect? I don't know.
I believe cognitive dissonance is powerful enough that when I listen to the types of things that Tucker or Marjorie Taylor Greene will say, I think they do genuinely believe the stuff they say, and they've just lost all perspective, that they've become like enemies of their own country, right? Like,
yeah, it's kind of disturbing. So anyway, I think that is much more of a concern than the woke stuff at the moment, which isn't to say that I think that there's no legitimate concerns about woke things. What I would say is that I think it's generally unhelpful to use that label. And if it is used, or if there are instances where people might be inclined to use that, I think it's more helpful to try to identify what the actual specific issue or question is, how broad or narrow is it, depending on the case. And also, it's useful to have some background ideas about some of the ideological, theoretical basis that often forms cleavage points on which people disagree, whether they realize that or not, or whether they're aware of it or not. So like disputes about certain ideals of liberalism versus like individualism versus group rights, or group dynamics, and also differences between the way that you view systemic injustices and the way that different people think about that, and the way that we think about how the state should treat past injustices, and the way that should affect current program delivery or other things like that. Those are very important and substantive issues that we need to discuss. And I think that they're hard enough as it is to discuss those. It's made worse by either side labeling the other and throwing words like woke around, which makes it very difficult to even get any clarity on where the dispute lies. And so I think that almost sort of offering as a practical tool, like I don't think people should dismiss something as being woke. I also don't think someone should dismiss any criticism just because it's framed as, oh, this is woke trash, right? Like, you shouldn't necessarily do it either way. I mean, you could be selective where you engage, but someone may identify something that is a legitimate issue and not know how to label it and label it woke. So that doesn't mean that it may mean there may not be an issue there. There may be a problem there. something that's worth talking about or whatever, or that you even agree with the person with, but they don't know how to label it. And so they're resorting to a label that they know that they feel sort of roughly appropriate. And that can happen across the political spectrum, right? So I think that it can be helpful if we try to exercise, again, when appropriate, when we want to engage, when it's useful to do so, to try to help bring some clarity to the discussion. Okay, so when you say woke, like what aspect are you specifically referring to here, and why do you disagree with that? And what do you think the difference is between you and the person who's saying this? Or, like to try to get some clarity there. That's one of the things that is really important to me, is to try to promote a productive, useful, informed discourse. I know that that's a bit of a tall order these days, but like woke is such a sort of toxic and difficult and amorphous label that I thought it would be useful to talk about that and provide some specific examples, which is why we looked at like the university report, and maybe illustrate how, at least in some respects, you can have a bit more of a substantive discussion about that. So yeah, that's kind of what I want to say, and I hope people got something out of this. I think that's all for me. I think that the most enjoyable thing for me was that video about the North Korean traffic director. That was the stuff that I nearly died at watching that. So thank you for sharing that, Nathan.
Yeah,
I think that's all for me. Thanks everyone for joining us. Hope you found this interesting.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
And yeah, take care.
Goodbye. Stay woke.